Chapter 51, Ask Dumbledore for Help. A mutually beneficial arrangement is better. Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. Dumbledore was staring blankly at everything around him, thinking about what to do next. He wasn't ready for Harry's final showdown with Quirrell. If he were to ask Snape for help, he was afraid that Quirrell would take the opportunity to do something they didn't know. And Snape was going to be watching two people now, he simply didn't have the time for anything else. How about asking Minerva McGonagall to help? Dumbledore shook his head quickly, dismissing the idea. Professor McGonagall is a woman of integrity and would never agree to spy on someone. Just when Dumbledore was at his wit's end, Lucas' voice came from downstairs. Headmaster Dumbledore, may I come in? Dumbledore adjusted his mood and said, Of course, Lucas, I'm glad you came to see me. It was still the round table where the two talked last time. There are still many sweets on the table. Seeing this, Lucas took out some candies from the lottery. Principal, do you want to try? Compared with the previous attitude, Lucas was obviously more respectful this time around, and this made Dumbledore very curious. What the hell happened that can make this mature boy become like this? Oh, cockroach clusters, one of my favorite snacks. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he threw a lifelike cockroach into his mouth. Lucas, what's the matter this time? Do you need something from this old man? Yes, Professor, I need your help. Lucas took out the letter he received on Halloween. He saved this letter at that time, just for this moment. Seeing the contents of the letter, even Dumbledore couldn't help frowning. Oh, Minister Orwell seems to have gotten carried away with rage. Headmaster, Minister Orwell is coming to visit. He said he is visiting England, but everyone can see that he is looking for trouble. Dumbledore nodded approvingly, but stopped talking. After a while of thinking, he returned the letter to Lucas and said, I remember you grew up in Austria. Who has taken care of you all these years? Lucas first showed a puzzled expression. It seemed strange why Dumbledore was asking this question. It's Aunt Vinda Rosier, does the headmaster know her? Of course, Vinda Rosier, the thorny rose of France, was a charming, proud, and powerful witch. Since you are an old friend of Aunt Vinda, it's time to... Not waiting for Lucas to finish speaking, Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. Lucas, I'm very sorry, in fact yesterday was my last day as the school's headmaster. I've been suspended and have to leave school today. Merlin. How could they do this? Lucas looked at the friendly old man in surprise. You are the greatest wizard of this century, they can't be so unreasonable. Thank you for speaking up, Lucas, I actually think so too. Dumbledore sighed when he finished. This time he was not pretending, but really felt helpless. He was planning to find some old friends after he left school. He just hopes that his suspension order can be revoked as soon as possible. Sorry, Lucas, I'm afraid I can't help you with this, but I will tell Minerva, at least you won't be taken away easily. This is Hogwarts, and you are a student of Hogwarts, don't worry. Of course Lucas couldn't rest assured. What he needed was the intimidation of Dumbledore. Seeing Dumbledore put on his wizard hat and prepare to leave, Lucas suddenly said, Headmaster, maybe I can solve your suspension order. Dumbledore stopped walking and looked at the boy sitting on the sofa in surprise. Maybe he was afraid that he didn't hear clearly. The boy said again, You know, although my family is full of elderly people, the advantage of the elderly is that they know more people. And I'm planning to do business with the Malfoy family recently, maybe I can ask the Malfoy family to help. When Lucas finished speaking, Dumbledore was back in his seat. Seeing that Lucas has become completely different from before, Dumbledore understood everything. Letters from Slytherin students, suspension orders early the next morning. Behind all these things is the shadow of the blonde boy in front of him. This conversation is also a transaction, a deal that Dumbledore had no way to refuse. Dumbledore took out a box of sizzling bees and handed it over. Want to try it? Of course, Headmaster. Lucas took a candy and put it in his mouth. The sweet and greasy feeling immediately filled the whole mouth. Well, it's too sweet. The next day, Dumbledore looked at the headmaster's appointment letter on the desk with unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Principal Dumbledore, Director Barty Crouch of the Department of International Magical Cooperation of the Ministry of Magic, led Minister Orwell of the German Ministry of Magic to visit the school. Minister Orwell said he wanted to talk to you about something. Do you have time now? Dumbledore took a deep breath and put the letter of appointment on the table into the drawer. Bring them in, Minerva. As soon as the words fell, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from under the spiral staircase. Chapter 52, Anger from Centenarians. Looking at the few people who walked into the office, Dumbledore had a warm smile on his face. Mr. Crouch, I haven't seen you for a long time, oh Merlin, and Minister Orwell, nice to meet you. As they greeted each other, Dumbledore led everyone to the sofas. Looking at the table full of sweets and more sweets, Orwell, the Minister of the German Ministry of Magic, was at a loss for a moment. In fact, Dumbledore is more famous in Germany and France than in England because Grindelwald was mainly active in these two countries. So for the wizards of both countries, Dumbledore was like Harry's place in the wizarding world of England. It is the savior, the person who helps them escape from the sea of suffering. Orwell also lived through that era, it's just that he was young at the time, but that didn't stop him from adoring Dumbledore. Besides, Dumbledore also avenged his dead big brother. Headmaster Dumbledore, long time no see. Seeing Orwell's nervous look, there was a gleam in Dumbledore's eyes. Mr. Orwell, Mr. Crouch, do you want to try the delicious cockroach clusters? Headmaster Dumbledore, we are here. Crouch kicked Orwell's shoe hard, interrupting what the other party was about to say. Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation of the Ministry of Magic. If you feel that he is incompetent because the position he holds is not important, that would be a big mistake. In fact, Barty Crouch was once a serious contender for Minister of Magic. If it wasn't for his son being suddenly exposed as a Death Eater, the current Minister of Magic will most likely be this man with a mustache and not the current bumbling fool. Headmaster Dumbledore, Minister Orwell came all the way to England, and the first stop was to visit Hogwarts. After all, this can be called the greatest magic school, and it also has a great headmaster. Thanks for the compliment, I will personally take you around to tour the school. No need. Crouch stopped. I have taken Minister Orwell to visit. Minister Orwell is full of praise for the teaching environment of Hogwarts, right, Minister Orwell? The sudden question made Orwell a little overwhelmed. He froze for a few seconds before nodding. Yes, Director Crouch is right. After saying that, he looked at Barty Crouch suspiciously. He didn't understand what the other party was doing by talking in such a roundabout way. According to him, it is better to go directly to the topic. Crouch gave him a calm look. As someone who deals with Dumbledore a lot, he is well aware of the temper of the other party's love of students, if he directly enters the topic. Not everyone can bear the anger of this centenarian. Maybe some of them will be thrown out of Hogwarts. Dumbledore was also happy to relax, and he didn't say a word about the purpose of their visit. Not even a mention of the German Ministry of Magic. As if he didn't know about what happened. They chatted about some endless topics around the round table, and Orwell brought up Lucas several times, but Dumbledore cleverly diverted the topic. Oh Merlin, is it this late already? Looking at the afterglow of the setting sun outside the window, Dumbledore blamed himself. It didn't affect everyone, right? When you're old, you forget everything when you're happy talking. It's really bad. Crouch shook his head with a wry smile. He kind of expected for Dumbledore to make things difficult. Not only Orwell, but he also tried to mention Lucas many times during the chat, but they were all dodged by Dumbledore pretending to be stupid. Crouch looked at Orwell beside him again, whose face was livid at this time, full of displeasure. Ahem. Crouch cleared his throat. Headmaster Dumbledore, we are actually here for one of your students. Student? There are many little wizards in Hogwarts. Who are you talking about? Lucas Grindelwald, does Mr. Dumbledore know him? Dumbledore looked up out the window as if he was trying to remember the name. Oh. Come to think of it, he's a Slytherin's first year, very excellent, what's wrong with him? Crouch looked at Orwell beside him, beckoning him to speak quickly. Headmaster Dumbledore, I'm here this time to bring Lucas Grindelwald back for some questioning. Orwell speaks well, and he didn't directly say that Lucas was going to be arrested. Instead, please go back to the interrogation. Dumbledore asked calmly after hearing this, did he make any mistakes? We suspect he may have had something to do with the previous upheaval at the German ministry. As soon as Orwell finished speaking, he heard Dumbledore's laughter from the opposite side. Mr. Orwell, Lucas is only an 11-year-old child, and he was on a night tour in Hogwarts Castle on the night of the accident. His head of house, Professor Snape, nearly deducted points from his house when he caught him. Sorry, but without sufficient evidence, I cannot hand over an underage child to you. Orwell stood up abruptly, looking down at Dumbledore. You shouldn't have taken him into school. Headmaster Dumbledore, I respect you, but I know Lucas Grindelwald better than you do. That 11-year-old kid is more terrifying than his father, and the Alliance will rise again in his hands if we don't do anything to stop him. Orwell's face was ferocious, obviously extremely angry. Dumbledore sighed, Orwell, I know she knows death has hit you hard, but you can't blame a child for everything. Child. I never regarded him as a child. His surname is Grindelwald. How could the successor cultivated by that man be a kind person? He, like his father, is an evil man and deserves to be in prison. Grindelwald. Dumbledore repeated the last name in a low voice. Could it be that after being given a name, one must be a bad person? Dumbledore stood up, and the powerful pressure knocked all the books around him to the ground. Crouch and Orwell, confronted by the centenarian's rage. The two felt that their throats seemed to be strangled, and even breathing became difficult. Orwell had underestimated Grindelwald's place in Dumbledore's heart. You must know that the two had formed a blood pact back then, and they were closer than brothers. Orwell should never have called Grindelwald a villain. It was this last sentence that annoyed the old man. Dumbledore calmed down quickly, and the pressure that filled the room also disappeared without a trace, letting Orwell and Crouch breathe a sigh of relief. Orwell, who had calmed down, looked at Dumbledore seriously and asked, Mr. Dumbledore, can I understand that you want to give that guy shelter? Dumbledore frowned, but didn't answer right away. Everyone else in the headmaster's office looked at the old man in front of them, awaiting his final decision. Chapter 53, The Real Purpose of Lucas. Hogwarts Outer Hallway. This is the way to leave school. Orwell and his entourage passed by angrily. He stopped suddenly and looked towards the end of the corridor. Barty Crouch followed and looked over. What he saw was a blond boy walking towards them. The young man walked gracefully, and his deep blue eyes revealed warmth. "Hi everyone, long time no see, Minister Orwell." "Lucas Grindelwald." Orwell gritted his teeth and said the boy's name. In return, Lucas smiled happily. "I didn't expect you to remember my name. I'm really honored. By the way, I have read all about the German Ministry of Magic in the newspapers. Minister Orwell, you have my condolences." Orwell lowered his eyelids, hiding the coldness in his eyes. "Thanks for your concern, Mr. Grindelwald." After saying that, he resumed his steps and stopped again when he passed Lucas. "Don't think that with Dumbledore's protection, you will be safe and sound. How long will his protection last?" Hearing the whisper in his ears, Lucas smiled slightly. It seems that his goal has been achieved. Orwell and others who left were ignored. He looked at the Hogwarts Tower. Earlier today, Lucius Malfoy said it when he delivered the headmaster's appointment. To beware of Dumbledore going back on his words. According to Lucius, the letter of appointment should be given after the other party has finished their part of the deal. But Lucas didn't do that. First, he trusted Dumbledore for who he was. Dumbledore, who has a lot of love, will never go back on his word, and he doesn't bother to do such a thing. Of course, just in case, Lucas also prepared a backup. And his backhand preparation was even better than Dumbledore's. The reason he went to such lengths to bring Dumbledore in. In fact, it is to convey a message to people outside. Dumbledore is sheltering Lucas Grindelwald. With such a backing, Germany and the French Ministry of Magic will be careful of any troubles they make. This is what Lucas is really about. Judging from what Orwell just said, his goal has obviously been achieved. Lucas, who was in a good mood, hummed a Scottish tune and walked towards the Great Hall. It is said that there are chicken legs tonight. He has to hurry back. "Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, please wait." He heard someone calling his name behind him, which made Lucas stop and turn around to look. "Hey, it's you, Disco Vampire." "What?" Cedric Diggory looked puzzled. "Nothing, I know you, Prince of Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory." Cedric hadn't thought that a man as famous as Lucas would know him. He happily shook hands with Lucas. "Nice to meet you. I watched your game. It was very exciting. I am also a seeker. I look forward to playing against you. I don't think this date will be too far away. After Christmas, there will be a match between our two houses. I'll wait for it then." They just chatted a few words and Cedric, who had finished his meal, planned to return to the dormitory. Looking at the back of Cedric going away, Lucas stroked his chin, considering whether to do something about Cedric's death. Cedric Diggory, he has all the advantages of a Hufflepuff, it's just a pity that his young life was ended by a stinky rat in the end. Lucas walked into the Great Hall shaking his head and sighing. "Delicious chicken drumsticks, here I come." In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed. In order to complete the set of achievements, Lucas crazily grabbed house points. As a result, the emeralds in Slytherin's hourglass are much larger than those of the other three houses. The little snakes of Slytherin were delighted, while the other three houses were not happy at all, seeing how Slytherin might win the cup once again. Hermione seemed to have a rivalry with Lucas, also working hard trying to earn house points for Ravenclaw. In fact, the little witch just doesn't want others to think that she is not worthy of Lucas. During this time, the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw was also successfully completed. The result is no suspense. Lucas caught the golden snitch again, and it took even less time than last match. This also caused him a lot of trouble. I guess this is what they call suffering from success. Just like this moment. Lucas watched Hermione and Cho Chang, who followed him from left to right, and sighed helplessly in his heart. "Lucas, come on. I have very important news for you." Draco came in like a hero. Lucas got rid of the two women and walked quickly towards his savior. "Draco, I have something to ask you too. Let's go back to the dormitory and talk about it." Finally back in the common room, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Draco gave him a strange look at first. Then he said with great interest, "You would never have imagined that servant actually has a dragon egg, a living dragon egg." "Servant?" Lucas asked suspiciously. "Oh, it's the big man who lives by the edge of the Forbidden Forest." "Draco, you'd better not say Hagrid is a servant in front of Harry, or he will be angry." "Okay, I'll pay attention next time." After Draco finished speaking, he looked at Lucas with great interest, as if waiting for his question. Lucas knew Draco was obsessed with dragons. Sighing in his heart, he decided to satisfy his friend's desire to show off. "Then what kind of dragon is in the dragon egg?" Judging from the appearance and color of the dragon egg, it must be a Norwegian ridgeback. The hatching process requires. Listening to the endless chattering of his friend, Lucas' mind wandered elsewhere. Now that the dragon egg has appeared. Then after the Christmas holiday, it's time for Draco, Harry, and others to go to the Forbidden Forest. In the Forbidden Forest, they will meet with Quirrell Mort, who has to hunt unicorns to survive due to his body falling apart because of the possession. I don't know how little Tom has been doing lately. Does he still remember the men he met in Gringotts? Looks like it's time to follow along. Just in time to experiment with ancient elf magic on Voldemort as well. Of course, what is more important is the achievement points gained from exploring the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 54, Short but Busy Holiday Arrangements. December 23rd. Starting today, Hogwarts will enter the Christmas holidays that are from the 23rd to the 27th. Excluding the time spent on the road, there is actually only a short 3-day vacation. But for the students who are at boarding school all year long, this short Christmas holiday is very important. Lucas walked out of the dormitory lightly. Compared with the classmates with big and small bags around them, he seemed a little different. Why is there a Christmas holiday? It's just a few days before the dragon is born. It's really too bad that I can't see him for the first time. Dragging the suitcase, Draco kept whining. You can choose to stay, of course, as long as your parents allow it. Lucas' proposal was strongly opposed by Draco. That can't be done. My father said that if I don't go back, he won't buy me a broom next year. Mr. Lucius Malfoy really accurately grasped his son's weakness. No wonder Draco has to go home in the face of the temptation of the dragon. The two chatted as they walked, and after a while, they arrived at the Hogsmeade train station. Looking at Hermione, who was already waiting beside the train, Draco said with a teasing tone, I won't bother you, Crabbe, Goyle, let's go. The two bodyguards boarded the train carrying Draco's suitcase along. The rest of the Slytherin laughed kindly as well. Riding the Hogwarts Express again. Lucas and Hermione still came to the end of the last carriage. Seeing Lucas put his suitcase on the shelf, Hermione recalled the scene when the two first met. Hearing laughter from the side, Lucas asked curiously, what's wrong? Nothing, just remembered something interesting. The two chatted about their impressions of each other when they first met. Lucas hadn't been kind from the start. The Hogwarts Express was traveling through the deserted wilderness, and the carriage was filled with the laughter of little wizards. Lucas squeezed Hermione's hand tightly and looked out the window. He doesn't have much interest in Christmas. If there is anything good about Christmas, it is the holiday specials, and the Platinum Prize pool will open again. For the lottery, Lucas has always had great expectations. Lucas, look what I found. The carriage door was opened, and Draco walked in holding a book in his hand. What? It says in the book that the Norwegian ridgeback breathes fire when it breaks its shell, which is pretty amazing. Maybe it's because his name is related to dragons that Draco has been obsessed with dragons since childhood. But when he saw the mention of the dragon in front of him, he laughed like a fool. Lucas wondered if he was dropped on his head like Ron Weasley when he was a child. Where's your elegance, Malfoy? Where is your pride? Norwegian ridgeback. Hermione looked at the two of them since she had never heard Lucas mention dragons. Lucas explained the story in a low voice, and Hermione exclaimed, is Hagrid crazy? That's a dragon. It's a dangerous creature. How can it be kept in a school? Hey, it's okay, it's still an egg, but it's about to crack. Draco explained nonchalantly, causing Hermione to roll her eyes and say, do you know how fast a dragon grows? In less than a month, it will be bigger than Hagrid's house. I advise you to send the dragon away as soon as possible, otherwise you will cause trouble, and if the Ministry of Magic finds out, the dragon will definitely be executed. Oh, they can't do that. Draco immediately made a dissatisfied voice when he heard that the dragon would be executed. But he obviously listened to Hermione's words because he had at least more sense than Harry and Weasley. Full of thoughts, Draco got up and prepared to leave, but just as he was about to get out of the carriage, he seemed to remember something. Lucas, do you know Nicholas Flamel? It's a very familiar name, but I just can't remember where I saw it. Have you started investigating the Philosopher's Stone? Lucas shook his head silently. I don't have any impression, I'll look it up for you when I get back. Thank you so much, Lucas, I'll keep in touch. The reason Lucas didn't tell Draco directly about Flamel is because he is afraid of any accidents that could change the plot too much, since he's thinking of using it to his advantage. But it did let him know what to give Draco for Christmas. The train slowly approached the platform. The performance of the train is still stable, departing in the morning and arriving in the evening. Lucas, you have to remember writing to me during the holidays, do you understand? Looking at the reluctant Hermione, Lucas nodded with a smile. Cho Chang, who was waiting beside him, also said, Lucas, we are waiting for your gift for Christmas, don't forget it. Lucas repeatedly assured them until the two women left together. Wiltshire. Lucas came home and heaved a sigh of relief. His body that had been tense all this time also relaxed. This is his home, and it's very safe here. Wonderful holiday, Aunt Vinda, please don't wake me up these days, I will sleep until I wake up naturally. I'm afraid your wish will not come true, my dear. Lucas looked at her a bit puzzled. Vinda explained with a smile, you need to prepare gifts for your friends before Christmas. I believe that with your ability, you should have many friends, right? After Christmas, we still need to go to the Ministry of Magic with Mr. Malfoy, and we need to go through the formalities at the Diagon Alley store in person. Based on what I know about you, you will definitely do it yourself, right? Seeing Lucas nod, she continued, I also need to remind you, my dear, that the people from the German Ministry of Magic have not left yet, and you may meet them when you go to the Ministry of Magic. Haven't they left yet? It's been more than a month. Lucas said in surprise. But soon he suddenly realized, that's right, they are all poor homeless people now. Chapter 55, Christmas Gift and Platinum Lucky Draw. As they spent the whole 23rd in the train, Lucas only had Christmas Eve to spare and get his friends' gifts ready. Afterwards, he just nestled in the study and read a book for the rest of the day. Vinda had directed the house elves to furnish the room and the whole manor to make it exude a Christmas atmosphere. Lucas, I forgot to ask you one thing. The Malfoy boy came here before, and he said that you promised to give him an extra profit. Is there such a thing? Lucas nodded and explained, that's right, if these pureblood families aren't promised some benefits, they won't do things for you kindly. Closing the book in his hand, he said with relief, don't worry, this profit belongs to the Malfoy family. Last time I talked about cooperation with him, I said less. At first I wanted to make more money, but I didn't expect to give it to their family in the end. Vinda nodded, she will be responsible for the store's income and expenditure in the future, so she must know those things in advance. Like this, the first day of the holiday passed. During this time period, Lucas did not forget to send Hermione a letter. Hestia seems to like Hermione very much, and she is very active in sending letters. Overnight. Suddenly there are many gifts under the Christmas tree in the living room. Looking at the piles of gifts, Vinda gave Lucas a surprised look. Oh dear, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Lucas smiled slightly. Passing the gift in his hand to the other party, Aunt Vinda, this is your gift. Seeing the women's perfume in the gift box, Vinda raised her eyebrows with a very satisfied expression. Keep unwrapping your presents, I'll go out first. When she left, Lucas sat directly on the carpet. The first thing to open is the gift from the school professors. What Professor Flitwick gave was a book on how to use spells. Professor McGonagall sent a transfiguration guide. There are also notes from Professor McGonagall in this book, and it can be seen that she put quite a bit of effort. Professor Snape sent a bottle of Felix Felicis. It's very much his style, and the reason is also written on the attached card. The potion was Lucas' reward for earning so many house points for the Slytherin house. This awkward guy, even if he gave someone a gift, he still had to find an excuse. Miss Pomona, the professor of herbology, gave Lucas a manual on herbal cultivation. But to say which was the most interesting gift, that must be Dumbledore. What the old man gave Lucas was a biographical novel called Son of Light. The novel tells the story of the son of a demon and a human, Merlin the Great Mage. Looking at the beautifully packaged book in his hands, Lucas chuckled, do you want to tell me that even if you are born in the dark, you can go to the light? If you had done the same with little Tom, maybe you wouldn't have these troubles now, Dumbledore. Since Halloween, Lucas and Dumbledore seemed to have formed some kind of tacit understanding, and neither of them saw each other again. He put the book aside. Thinking of the gift he gave the old man, Lucas laughed again. He gave away all kinds of wool socks won by the lottery. There's even a game console included. Wool socks is what Dumbledore told Harry when he asked what he saw in the mirror of Erised. I just don't know if Dumbledore will like it when he receives it. Lucas continued to look at the remaining presents. Hermione gave him a scarf, judging from the crooked pattern on it, it should be woven by herself. Draco gave an out-of-print book on the habits and classification of dragons. Such a book may be a treasure for Draco, but Lucas really doesn't like those winged lizards. But he still put the book away. As for Harry, he sent a golden snitch toy. There are many more gifts and it took Lucas a long time just to unwrap all the presents. But the gifts he gave to everyone were not bad either. Especially for Draco's Compendium of Famous Wizards of Modern Times, which has the information on Nicholas Flamel recorded in detail on it. Let's hope Draco isn't always thinking about having fun this holiday season. As for Hermione, what she got was a handbook of spells compiled by Lucas himself. The technique of spell casting is recorded in detail above and he believed that Hermione would like it. Ding, holiday special, the Platinum Prize Pool is now open, and the duration will last until 12 midnight, please spend as much as you want to, host. Aunt Vinda, I have something to do, the rest of the gifts will be unwrapped later. After saying that, Lucas walked quickly to his room. System, draw immediately, Platinum Prize Pool. It is detected that the host has a total of 7,350 achievement points, and 36 lottery draws can be carried out. Do you confirm the lottery draw? Confirm. The familiar prize pool reappears. Streams of various colors flew out of the prize pool. A few seconds later, the sound of the system came again. This lottery draw is over, and a total of 19 bronze rewards, 10 silver rewards, 5 gold rewards, and 2 platinum rewards have been obtained. Lucas was taken aback when he saw the reward. 36 lottery draws, and actually got 2 platinum rewards. The chances of winning in this festive special draw are really high. After multiple draws, Lucas has roughly figured out the range of rewards in each prize pool. At this moment, he is more curious about what he can get from the diamond reward above platinum. Are there any higher rewards on top of diamond rewards? Chapter 56, A New Innate Skill. Malfoy and his family are visiting. The bronze rewards for this lottery are as follows: Gold Galleons *13, total amount, 571, Nimbus 2000, modified, *1, Devil's Snare Seed *1, Belladonna *4. The silver rewards for this lucky draw are as follows: Shattering Curse, level 5, Severing Curse, level 5, Exploding Curse, level 3, *4, A Brief History of the Magic World *1, Wine Charm, level 3, *3. The gold rewards for this lottery are as follows: Cruciatus Curse, level 7, Sectum Sempra, level 1, Legilimency, level 4, Props, Guardian Heart, Animagus, Black Panther. The platinum rewards for this lucky draw are as follows: Ancient Elven Magic, Looting, level 1, Talent, Combination Skill. After reading this time's rewards, Lucas gave an order to the system, let him learn what should be learned and synthesize what should be synthesized. Then he looked at the important rewards he got this time. Ancient Elven Magic, Looting, level 1. You can absorb the magic power of the target for your own use. The amount absorbed depends on the level of magic. Each target can only be absorbed once. This magic is a bit interesting, but it is a pity that there are too many restrictions. System, what kind of talent is this combination skill? Combination skill allows the host to arbitrarily combine 2 or more spells, doubling the consumption of magic power. The advantage lies in the surprise factor. Lucas drew out his wand and said, Aguamenti. Clear water sprayed out from the tip of the wand, instantly covering the chair. By the time the spell stopped, the chair had split in half. Aguamenti plus Sectum Sempra can indeed play a role in confusing my opponents, but the consumption of mana is also the sum of the 2 spells, so it cannot be used frequently, but it might be the key to victory in battle if used properly. Lucas quickly analyzed the pros and cons of combo talents. Overall, the pros far outweigh the cons. Lucas, in particular, is not short on magic himself. In this way, the disadvantages become dispensable. The platinum rewards this time complement each other, and they are all considered magical skills. System, open the character list. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 11 years old. Identity, leader of the Alliance, son of Gellert Grindelwald, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Void Elf, First Awakening. Talents, Void Fisher, Sight of Foresight, Combination Skill. Magic Power, 17, Common Aura level. Charms, 9, Full level. Transfiguration, 6. Dark Arts, 10, Awakened. Divination, 4. Potions, 4. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring, level 1, Loot, level 1. Animagus, Black Panther. Skills, Occlumency, level 9, Fire Shield, level 9, Imperious Curse, level 9, Killing Curse, level 9, Transfiguration Spell, level 5, Cruciatus Curse, level 8, Sectum Sempra, level 1. Magic Items, Felix Felicis *2, Veritaserum *2, Mirror Crystal, Guardian Heart. Achievement Points, 150. Lucas took out the Guardian Heart from the inventory. This is a sapphire necklace with a protective alchemy array engraved in the gemstone, and it can withstand the full blow of the quasi-legendary level powerhouse. If the energy is exhausted, the Guardian Heart will automatically recharge for 1 day. As for the standard for quasi-legendary level powerhouses, see Dumbledore and Grindelwald today. Lucas probably had an idea of the strength of the two. Dumbledore and Grindelwald should have been legendary powerhouses in their heyday. But both of them are already 100 years old, and their magical powers are beginning to decline. It should be the pinnacle of the quasi-legendary level now. As for Voldemort, he should be at the legendary level during his all-time glory. Probably he won't be much different from Dumbledore after his resurrection. But as the Horcruxes were destroyed one by one, in the end, his strength should stay at the quasi-legend level, which is stronger than the elite aura. Lucas shuts down the system. He stood in front of the mirror and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, an elegant black panther appeared in the mirror. Panthers are slightly smaller than tigers, with a tail length of about 90 centimeters. The most amazing thing is that the eyes of the Black Panther are blue like stars. That's Lucas' Animagus form. No matter how many books you read, it's better to draw a lottery. Looking at the beautiful figure in the mirror, Lucas smiled with satisfaction. System, can I have another form of Animagus? Yes, due to your elven blood blessing, you can have 2 Animagus forms, including magical creature forms. Lucas returned to human form, raising an eyebrow. One of Animagus' taboos is not being able to turn into magical creatures. But now he broke that taboo. It made Lucas wonder what his magical creature form would be. Lucas, Mr. Malfoy is visiting. They are going to spend Christmas with us. I see, Aunt Vinda. Lucas changed clothes and walked out of the room. Standing on the stairs on the 2nd floor, he saw the Malfoy family in the living room at a glance. Merry Christmas, Mr. Grindelwald. Merry Christmas, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy. Draco's eyes lit up when he saw his friend. He was just about to say hello to Lucas when his father gave him a cold glance. Ahem, nice to see you, Mr. Grindelwald. Looking at Draco, who was acting all serious about noble etiquette, Lucas suppressed a smile and greeted him back. They all went to sit on the sofas. Lucius Malfoy said, "Please don't be offended that we took the liberty to visit without notice. As a neighbor and future partner, I think the two families should spend this beautiful Christmas together. Also, I think we should have a good discussion about going to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow, don't you think?" "Of course, I think so too." After dinner, Lucas took Vinda Rosier and Lucius Malfoy into the study and the three of them chatted until late at night. This made Draco very depressed, as he had planned to ask Lucas to open their presents together. "Okay, here's a deal, if by tomorrow at the same time we reach 500 power stones I will release 4 chapters instead of the usual 2. Chapter 57, Heading to the British Ministry of Magic. As promised, 4 chapters today. December 26th. When other children are still immersed in the cheerful atmosphere of Christmas, Lucas had already put on his luxurious wizarding attire and was about to set off for the British Ministry of Magic. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Hestia flew out of the window with a pink envelope in her mouth. "Thank you, dear." Opening the envelope, Hermione Granger's neat cursive handwriting appeared on the parchment. "Dear Lucas, I am walking with Cho Chang on the streets of London. The holiday is finally coming to an end, and I look forward to meeting you at King's Cross Station. P.S. Cho asked me to convey her thanks on her behalf. She liked your gift very much. Hermione Granger." Obviously, Miss Granger's frequency of sending letters is almost the same as passing small notes in class. She even sends letters while walking on the streets, which shows that she always carries writing supplies with her. Lucas smiled and wrote a reply, then handed it over to Hestia, who was bouncing around. "Hey girl, give her the letter." Hestia seemed to enjoy sending messages between the two. She clutched the envelope, spread her wings and disappeared into the sky. "Lucas, we are leaving, are you ready?" Today Vinda Rosier dressed herself very beautifully and coldly. She's also using the magic perfume that Lucas gave her. "Ma'am, you look so beautiful today." "You're looking handsome too, sir." Vinda smiled and took Lucas's arm, and the two walked out of the villa gate together. A dozen members of the Alliance immediately followed behind them. When they reached outside the manor, Lucius Malfoy and his son were already waiting there. Beside them, there was a very beautiful and charming lady. "Mr. Grindelwald, let me introduce you. This is Mrs. Zabini. She owns many shops in Diagon Alley." Lucas looked at Mrs. Zabini in surprise. "Oh Merlin, if it wasn't for Mr. Malfoy's introduction, I would have thought it was a young lady from some noble family. How rude of me, Mrs. Zabini." Mrs. Zabini raised her hand to cover her lips and smiled softly. Hearing that alluring laugh, Lucas even doubted whether the other party would have Vila blood. No wonder 7 husbands died one after another even after knowing of the danger ahead. Who can resist such a woman? "Mr. Grindelwald is really good at talking. Based on your few words, I will give you a fair price whether it is renting or buying a shop." After getting acquainted with each other, Lucas and Malfoy were walking in front while the others followed and walked towards the Ministry of Magic together. The British Ministry of Magic is also located in central London. It's just different from the high profile of Germany. The Wizards of England built it underground. The entrance is a dilapidated red phone booth. Obviously, Lucas wasn't going to squeeze into a phone booth. They operate directly into the main hall of the Ministry of Magic. This is the Real Gate of the Ministry of Magic. "Lucas, we need to go to the first basement, which is Minister Fudge's office." Lucas didn't say anything in answer, he just nodded. His attention was drawn to the dazed Draco beside him. "Draco, you don't want to throw up in the Ministry of Magic's atrium, do you?" "How is it possible? I just haven't adapted yet." Lucas turned to look at Lucius, who explained, "Draco is too young, he has traveled through apparition just a couple times." After that, Lucius gave his son a cold look, probably thinking how he was being an embarrassment to the Malfoy family. "Come on, Lucas, the main hall is on the 8th basement floor, we need to register our wands, and then take the elevator to the 2nd floor." Everyone registered their wands at the security check counter, then went to the inner elevator. It was Lucas' first visit to the British Ministry of Magic. The Fountain of Magical Brethren depicted a pair of wizard and witch surrounded by different magical races looking at them in awe, showing how much wizards think themselves superior to others. Leaving the atrium, everyone took the elevator to the 2nd basement floor. Visitors in the Ministry of Magic cannot take the elevator directly to the minister's office and the courtroom on the 10th basement floor. So Lucas and others need to walk to the 1st floor. The 2nd floor underground, it is the largest department of the Ministry of Magic, the seat of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Unfortunately, Lucas didn't have a great relationship with their deputy director or the head Auror. What's more unfortunate is that at this moment, these two people were walking from a distance, accompanied by people from the German Ministry of Magic. It's like fate. The so-called road to meeting enemies is narrow, is this what it means? Lucas regretted not looking through the almanac before going out today, although it is not popular in England. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Minister Orwell." Lucas decided to strike first. Orwell, who was originally in a good mood, immediately turned gloomy. "Mr. Grindelwald. Didn't expect someone like you to come to the Ministry of Magic." "Me. Maybe Minister Orwell doesn't know that I have decided to settle in England, so is there anything wrong with me coming to the Ministry of Magic? Lucas looked at him suspiciously. Before the other party could answer, he showed an expression of sudden realization. By the way, why did I forget? Minister Orwell's Ministry of Magic seems to be still rebuilding. I'm sorry, I just remembered. Vinda, remember to donate some galleons to the German Ministry of Magic later. Germany is an indispensable part of the magic world, and we are all responsible for rebuilding the Ministry of Magic. Orwell gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. He suppressed his anger and reminded himself that this was the British Ministry of Magic and there was no room for loss of courtesy. Thanks for your kindness, Mr. Grindelwald, but the funds for rebuilding the Ministry of Magic are already sufficient, but we appreciate the kind offer. Really, what a pity. Lucas said with regret. I still have something to do, so I won't bother Minister Orwell and everyone. I forgot to say it just now. I wish you all a Merry Christmas. Minister Orwell is really working hard. On such an important day as Christmas, he actually leads a team to visit other countries. It is really an example for us to learn from. After Lucas finished speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. At this time a Ministry of Magic employee ran to Pius Thickness' side. The two whispered and Pius said immediately, Mr. Grindelwald, please wait a moment, we have something to ask you. Chapter 58, Conflict broke out in the Ministry of Magic. Lucas turned to look at Pius Thickness, the famous Imperious Death Eater in the future, Minister for Magic appointed by Voldemort. He didn't understand what the other party meant by this. Deputy Director Pius, what can I do for you? Mr. Grindelwald, the staff of the Prohibition of Misuse of Magic office discovered that you used magic in your own home yesterday, Christmas Day, did you? Lucas looked at him in surprise. The magic world's monitoring methods for underage wizards are very poor. It was said in the original book that for young wizards from wizarding families, the Ministry of Magic handed over the supervision responsibility to wizard parents. Ron Weasley also said that as long as there are adult wizards around, little wizards will not receive warnings from the Ministry of Magic even if they use magic. That's odd, then, he's using magic at home, so why is Pius so sure that he violated the rules? Deputy Director Pius, maybe you made a mistake. Although I was at home yesterday, I never used magic. Maybe there is something wrong with your testing equipment. Pius sported a goatee and looked sullen. Hearing Lucas answer, he showed a cold smile, Mr. Grindelwald, please trust our staff. In fact, when you registered your wand, we have done a test and proved that the spell of Aguamenti was casted from your wand. Lucas narrowed his eyes, the smile fading from his mouth. To see him like this, Pius seemed very pleased. Rufus, take Mr. Grindelwald to the Misuse of Magic office. The head Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour, stepped out of the group. This stern fellow always follows orders. He led his Aurors towards Lucas, but before approaching, he was stopped by the acolytes who were guarding Lucas. Draco stood in the crowd, seeing that the two sides were at war with each other and their magic wands were out and prepared to start casting. He got scared. After all, this proud boy is just an 11-year-old. Lucius Malfoy wasn't involved. He believed that Lucas' ability was enough to handle such a small scene. Seeing his son's worthless appearance, he came behind him and lifted his head with his hands forcefully. Look carefully, you may encounter such a situation in the future, and see how your friend handles it, Draco. Draco followed his father's voice to Lucas and saw that the other party showed no fear, and even faced the eerie deputy director. See, Draco. This is what a leader should have, and you, as the future head of the Malfoy family, must become like him. Draco stared at the back of his friend. Ever since he got acquainted with Lucas, he knew that he was excellent. But he never imagined that his best friend would be so brilliant one day, which made him look at Lucas with a look of admiration. Pius walked up to the acolytes who were getting in the way of his objective. Looking at the young men surrounded by them, he said, Mr. Grindelwald, this is the Ministry of Magic. Are you sure you want this? After finishing speaking, he looked at the surrounding acolytes, and gestured to the wands in their hands. Vinda, put away your wand. Vinda Rosier slowly lowered her wand. The other members followed suit and put away their wands, but their eyes were fixed on the Aurors present. Lucas took a deep breath and smiled at everyone. As a member of the British magical community, it is my duty to cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Lucius Malfoy and Mrs. Zabini, and after expressing apologies to the two, he left with Rufus. Seeing his friend being taken away, Draco was extremely anxious. Dad, you have to figure out a way to prevent Lucas from being taken away. Draco, watch carefully, sometimes, being taken away does not mean that something will happen. Lucius looked around after speaking. When the conflict happened just now, the wizards around all touched their wands. Lucas must have noticed, so he chose to follow the other party away. This is the Ministry of Magic, he can't just do whatever he wants. While everyone was waiting, Lucius Malfoy told his son some truths by precept and example while the others were looking for places to sit and rest. It has to be said that the happiest person at this moment is none other than Orwell, Minister of the German Ministry of Magic. Seeing Lucas deflated, his bald head was much brighter than before. Have you all seen it? Deputy Director Thickness and Head Aura Rufus are the role models we should learn from, and we should be tough when dealing with dark wizards. Orwell appears to be lecturing the auras from his ministry, but his voice was so loud that everyone on the second basement floor could hear it. He seemed afraid that people would not know that Lucas was a dark wizard. Vinda Rosier's face gradually became gloomy, and her gaze at Orwell became very dangerous. And Orwell seemed to have just noticed her and said in surprise, "Oh, isn't this the charming Rose of France, Miss Vinda Rosier? I didn't expect to see you here, but your complexion looks very bad. Is it because you are worried about your little master? Let me guess, if a minor abuses magic, will his wand be broken? It's really exciting." Orwell's obnoxious voice echoed in the second basement. He had planned to leave, but now he wanted to see how Lucas will be punished in the end. Orwell knew very well that both Pius and Rufus hated dark wizards very much. At the same time, Lucas, who was brought into the office, heard the loud sound of the door closing behind him and his body immediately tensed up. "Grindelwald, what a disgusting surname." The voice behind him just fell and Lucas was pulled and turned 180 degrees. Immediately afterwards a wand was placed on his temple. Chapter 59, Rescuers Appear. There was an icy cold feeling in the temple which made Lucas' brain calm down quickly. He looked at Pius blankly and said, "Aren't you afraid that Director Amelia and Minister Fudge will blame you for treating an underage wizard like this?" Lucas' words sounded like a joke to Pius. "Mr. Grindelwald, do you think Minister Fudge will stand up for a dark wizard?" "Deputy Director Thickness, if you call me a dark wizard again, I will complain to your superiors." "Complain?" Pierce's eyes widened. The wand in his hand pointed even harder at Lucas' temple. "Do you need me to take your memory out and put it in a pensieve? Maybe then everyone will know about your group's conspiracy." He seems to think this is a very good idea, so he actually raised his wand, intending to extract his memories. "Dude, calm down." Rufus stepped forward and pulled him away. "You can't do that to an underage wizard, it's against the law." He pushed Pius towards the corner of the office. Rufus took over the other's job, seeing that Pius was being too emotional. "Mr. Grindelwald, we need to inspect your wand, please cooperate with us." Although Rufus spared no effort in fighting dark wizards, but he is very rigid. No matter what he does, he will strictly abide by the rules and regulations. This also makes Rufus' reputation with the Ministry of Magic mixed. Some people respect him while some others hate him. Lucas looked at the serious-faced middle-aged man in front of him, and the other party's information was recalled in his mind. "Sorry, Director Rufus, what if I don't want to cooperate?" Without waiting for Rufus to speak, Pius came to Lucas again. "Do you think we are negotiating with you? Even if you don't cooperate with us now, it doesn't matter. We will punish you with the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act, prohibiting minors from abusing magic outside of school. Need me to tell you the consequences?" Seeing that Lucas didn't speak, he whispered in his ear, "Usually, minors convicted of crimes will have their wands broken off and be expelled from Hogwarts. Mr. Grindelwald, I think some friends would be very happy to see you without the shelter of Hogwarts. For example, outside this door, and also those people staring at you from the shadowy corners. Oh Merlin, think about your fate." Facing the intimidation of Pius, Lucas just closed his eyes. Seeing his appearance, Pius immediately yelled out the door. "Charlie, immediately inform the Wisengamot and the courtroom that there is a gentleman here who needs to explain his problem properly." Outside the office, hearing Pius's voice, members of the Alliance immediately got up and walked towards the office. "Everyone stop." Vinda sternly stopped everyone. She looked at the wooden door of the office and chose to trust Lucas. Orwell laughed heartily and told his aurors to get ready. Once Lucas was expelled from Hogwarts, he would immediately bring him back to Germany. In the office, Lucas' laughter suddenly came out of the silent environment. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of mockery towards Pius and his companion. "Deputy Director Thickness, why do you think the Wisengamot will put me on trial?" "Huh?" Pius looked at the boy in front of him suspiciously. Before he could ask what the other party meant, the wooden door of the office was pushed open. "Deputy Director Pius, Head Aura Rufus, Mr. Grindelwald is the minister's guest. The minister has been informed of what's going on here and he thinks it's all a misunderstanding." It was a young man in his 20s who broke into the office. Entering behind him was Director Amelia Bones of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Pius, Rufus, I already know what happened. Please show evidence to prove that Mr. Grindelwald abused magic outside the school." "Director, as long as you get his wand and check it, everything will be clear." "Need I remind you, Pius? We can't force someone to surrender their wand without proof." Facing Amelia's tough attitude, they decided to reluctantly give in. Lucas smiled and held out his palm. "Thank you, Director Amelia, sorry to make you come here for such a small matter." "It's nothing, Mr. Grindelwald. My little niece, Susan Bones, has always mentioned you these days. I heard that you even gave her homework advice. I am very grateful." Lucas smiled and said it was nothing. Susan Bones, a student of Hufflepuff, was in the same class as Lucas. Her aunt is Amelia Bones, head of the Ministry of Magic's Law Enforcement Department. Lucas sent someone to investigate these materials after he came to England and met Amelia for the first time. After thanking her, Lucas looked at the young man beside him again. Nice to meet you, sir, my name is Lucas Grindelwald. Good morning, sir, my name is Pine Caro, assistant to Minister Fudge. Oh, the Caro family, one of the sacred 28 families, it's an honor to meet you. Hearing Lucas mention his family, Pine's eyes were full of pride. Mr. Grindelwald, the minister has been waiting for a long time, please follow me. Wait a minute. Lucas turned back and walked in front of Pius. He signaled the other person to bend down a bit. Once he was close to his ear he whispered, I don't know if those people outside the door and in the dark are happy now. But I can assure you, Deputy Director Pius, you will not be happy in the future, so better be careful. Once he was out of the misuse of magic office, everyone outside the door breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Orwell's astonished expression, Lucas smiled at him. He waited until everyone arrived at the corridor leading to the first basement floor. Lucas' expression immediately became cold and gloomy. Vinda, you know what to do next. Don't worry, I will arrange the most suitable person to do it. Her expression at the moment was no different from Lucas. It seems that this trip to the Ministry of Magic completely angered this proud lady. Sorry, boss, I was late. No, Pine, you came just in time. The voices of several people were very low. Mrs. Zabini, who was walking behind, could not hear what they were saying. Just thought Fudge's assistant was introducing Lucas to the Ministry of Magic. Soon, everyone arrived at the first basement floor, in front of Fudge's office. Chapter 60, The Ministry of Magic gave the green light. Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic. In fact, the stocky little man only took over as minister in 1990. That's right, this year is only Fudge's second year as minister. But that didn't stop Fudge from being obsessed with power and status. But it's a pity, on top of him is the greatest wizard of the century, Albus Dumbledore. Most of the time, Fudge and Dumbledore disagreed because the wizards at the Ministry of Magic preferred Dumbledore. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, long time no see. Fudge stepped out from behind his desk laughing. And when he saw the blonde boy standing next to Malfoy, he asked in surprise, this is Mr. Grindelwald, right? Nice to meet you, Minister Fudge. Lucas stepped forward to greet him. Fudge has a great obsession with power, which made him have a great affection for people from pure-blood families. He shook hands with Lucas cordially and invited everyone to his meeting room. Oh, I've heard what happened just now, and I feel really sorry for causing you all such trouble. Fudge said to Lucas apologetically. You don't need to blame yourself. On the contrary, for me who just entered the British magic world, such an impartial and law enforcement attitude made me feel more at ease. Upon hearing the reassuring words spoken in an elegant tone, Fudge looked at the blonde boy in front of him with a trace of gratitude in his eyes. Lucas continued, actually, my family and I had certain concerns before coming to England. Sorry, maybe you won't like what I say next, but I still need to say it. Fudge nodded understandingly, and held out his hand for Lucas to continue. We came here this time, in addition to planning to settle in England, we also planned to settle down the property, but before we came, we were still very worried about you-know-who. Hearing Lucas mention that man, the office suddenly became silent. Especially Fudge, he even trembled a little when he heard the words, you-know-who. Sure enough, just as the collected information said, the minister of the British Ministry of Magic is greedy for power and also a weak coward at the same time. Otherwise he wouldn't always be compromising with Dumbledore. Mr. Grindelwald, that man was wiped out more than 10 years ago. You and your family can rest assured. Of course, I believe your words very much, especially when I came to the Ministry of Magic this time and saw your subordinates enforce the law impartially, which made me more confident about settling here. After Lucas finished speaking, he looked at Fudge, with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Speaking of which, Minister Fudge is responsible for all of this. It's great that you were elected Minister of Magic. Hearing these words, Fudge's smile almost reached his ears and he looked at Lucas with growing satisfaction. But Lucas didn't intend to end it like this. He looked at Vinda behind him and said, Vinda, I remember your family is Rosier, right? Fudge looked at the beautiful woman standing aside in surprise. I didn't expect you to be from the Rosier family. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Vinda smiled charmingly and nodded to Fudge. That's not all. Lucas also mentioned several members of the Sacred 28 family working under him. So that Fudge knew that he could fully support his re-election as Minister of Magic. Lucius Malfoy also said at this time, Minister Fudge, Mr. Grindelwald and I are planning to fully cooperate, and I will trouble you more in the future. Fudge looked even happier. The Malfoy family, the top family in the British wizarding world. With their support, Fudge's voice in the Ministry of Magic will be further enhanced. Oh, what a wonderful fate, then I wish the two of you a happy cooperation. Of course, if there is any trouble, within the scope of my duties, I am willing to help you both. Lucas smiled at Malfoy. Then he took out a piece of parchment and said, Minister Fudge, in fact, we are here today because we need your help. We have plans to buy 15 shops in Diagon Alley, 6 of which are owned by the Ministry of Magic, so. 6 shops. This. Fudge gave Lucas a puzzled look. This matter is very big, and he cannot solve it alone. Lucas turned and shot a glance behind him at his subordinates who tactfully exited the office. Then, a new magical document appeared in front of Fudge. Madame Zabini also had a share in front of her. "This is," the two asked suspiciously. Lucas explained with a smile, "Minister Fudge's agreement is a dividend agreement. As long as you sign it, you will get 1% of the benefits created by these 15 stores in the future." "That's not good, I shouldn't." "Minister Fudge, don't worry, there are no strings attached to this agreement. If you are not at ease, we can still make an unbreakable vow." For a moment Fudge couldn't make up his mind. Seeing the other party lost in thought, Lucas looked at Mrs. Zabini again. "Beautiful lady, your agreement is for us to buy 9 of your stores with shares, and you can also get a lot of dividends every year. I can assure you that the annual dividends must be more than the rent you charge. How about it?" Mrs. Zabini signed the agreement without any hesitation, which greatly surprised Lucas. "What?" "Surprised?" Seeing Lucas nod, Mrs. Zabini smiled coquettishly. "It's just 9 shops, even if they are empty, it won't affect me, but I believe in you and I'm willing to take a gamble." "Thank you very much for your trust, ma'am." At this time, Fudge finished considering his decision and his greed won after all. Watching the other party sign his name on the agreement, Lucas held out his hand and said, "Let's have a good cooperation, Minister Fudge." Congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement, Fudge's appreciation, rewards, 100 achievement points, a map of the Ministry of Magic. With the help of Minister Fudge, the store procedures of Lucas and others went smoothly. Taking advantage of the gap in the formalities, Fudge also took Lucas on a tour of the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 61, Layout of Nocturne Alley, Pious Thickness was attacked. Congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement, exploring the Ministry of Magic, rewards, 200 achievement points, Prophecy Ball, 1. Under Fudge's leadership, Lucas took a tour of the Ministry of Magic. Although the all-important Department of Mysteries and the underground courtroom is only a cursory glance. But this does not prevent Lucas from getting the achievement. Speaking of the Department of Mysteries, Lucas was very interested. Except for the Prophecy Hall, which stores countless prophecy balls. Lucas is also full of curiosity about the Time Chamber and the mysterious stone door. Such a pity that these places are highly classified, so he can only visit them at another time. Soon, the 6 shops belonging to the Ministry of Magic were passed to Lucas. After getting the business permits for 15 stores, he led the crowd out of the Ministry of Magic. "Mr. Grindelwald, Mr. Malfoy, I'll go back and have the 9 shops sorted out." "Madame Zabini, thank you." Mrs. Zabini nodded, and then operated away with a crack sound. At this moment, Lucas looked at Patriarch Malfoy beside him. "How is it? Am I qualified to work with the Malfoy family now?" Lucius Malfoy raised his eyebrows, and stretched out his right hand gracefully. "It is an honor for the Malfoy family to be friends with you." The 2 hands are tightly held together and smiled tacitly at the same time. Before parting, Lucas handed over the layout of Nocturne Alley to the Malfoys. After all, the other party is the local snake rooted in the British magic world. Then the black market, the underground auction and the casino will be handed over to you, Mr. Malfoy. Don't worry, I just know that there are a few pieces of land in Nocturne Alley that are vacant, and I should be able to finish it before the next holiday. Lucius Malfoy left his son behind and went back to Malfoy Manor first. Seeing his friend with a frown on his face, Lucas joked, "What's wrong with our young Master Malfoy? Are you worried about something?" "Alas." Draco sighed. "I just found that I was very naive before. I had never thought about these things. I thought that as long as my father was at home, I would not be afraid of any problem coming my way." Lucas restrained his smile, looked at the people coming and going on the street and said, "Draco, if possible, I also hope that someone will stand in front of me and protect me from the wind and rain. Cherish your beautiful childhood. I'm afraid your life won't be so carefree in a few years." Lucas patted him on the shoulder and walked away. Back at Grindelwald Estate, Lucas sipped his freshly brewed black tea. In his hand, he was flipping through an encyclopedia of magical creatures. Reading the introduction to the basilisk above, he pondered the way to deal with the basilisk at Hogwarts in his mind. "Lucas, are you really going to hand over the Nocturne Alley business to the Malfoys? Know that the underground business will always make more money than the surface business. Of course I know, Aunt Vinda, when the time comes, you arrange some trustworthy people to help. I run underground auctions and trading venues just to collect some rare things. As for the casino..." Lucas stopped there, closed the book, went to the window and looked out at the dark night sky. "Aunt Vinda, have you seen the real face of a gambler?" "Gambler?" Lucas nodded. "Gambling is addictive, and sometimes a little bit of greed can make people fall into a situation beyond redemption. Arrange some people to enter the casino. If those gamblers are short of money, lend them. If you encounter something that needs people to do some dirty work in the future, leave it to those gamblers." The light in Vinda's eyes flickered. "I understand. Also, what you asked before has been done." After saying that, she took out a wooden box. Inside there was a wand broken into 3 pieces. Lucas just glanced at it, then asked, "Where's the man? Broken limbs, broken spine, even at St. Mungo's he will take months to recover." "Oh." Poor Pius. I had someone pretend to be an alcoholic then get into a conflict with Pius on the way home. Then he pretended to have injured him by mistake. No one should suspect it. Hearing Vinda's words, Lucas laughed and said, he just got into trouble with me during the day, and met a drunkard at night. This is too coincidental. Well, it's okay, even if they suspect foul play, there is no evidence, let those who did the work go back to Nurmengard to take care of father. Vinda nodded, turned and walked out of the room to make arrangements. Lucas took a deep breath and looked out the window at the night sky again. Pious Thickness, you are really troublesome. If I wasn't worried about Fudge's backing out of the deal because of fear, you would not have such a good life today. The next day, King's Cross Station. Lucas is still traveling light. Watching Hermione rushing up, Lucas greeted her immediately. Miss Cho Chang, long time no see. After accepting Hermione's greetings, Lucas greeted Cho Chang, who came next to him. Long time no see. It's only been 3 days. After she finished speaking, she handed her school trunk to Lucas and followed Hermione into the train. Lucas shrugged, and followed the two onto the Hogwarts Express. After hours of traveling, the students who returned home for vacation finally returned to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After sending the two girls back to the Ravenclaw Tower, Lucas also returned to the Slytherin common room in the dungeons. Just when he was about to continue looking through the Encyclopedia of Magical Creatures, the door of the common room suddenly opened and Draco ran in anxiously, pulled Lucas up and walked out without saying anything. Judging from his appearance, it seemed that something serious had happened. Chapter 62, Snape is the bad guy. And Draco actually believed it. T/N, from here on chapters become longer, this one is double the usual length, enjoy. Even if the matter is urgent, you still need to tell me what happened first. Outside the Slytherin break room, Lucas followed Draco suspiciously. Hurry up, you will miss it if you're late. What's the hurry? Dragon, the Norwegian Ridgeback is about to break its shell. Lucas shook off Draco's hand and stopped his steps. If it's watching a big lizard break its shell, then I'm not interested. Hey, that's rude of you, that's a dragon, not a lizard. Hearing Lucas describing the dragon as a lizard, Draco expressed great dissatisfaction. Just when he was planning to correct the other party's wrong thinking. Finding that Lucas, who was about to go back, stopped. What's wrong? Nothing, I just thought you'd cause trouble if you went alone, and that dragon is too dangerous at school. Then what do you mean? Lucas didn't continue to answer, but turned around and walked towards the exit of the dungeons. Seeing him like this, Draco couldn't understand. Wait for me, I'll show you the way. Lucas wasn't that kind. He just thought that Harry and the others would be punished and need to patrol the Forbidden Forest because of this incident. Such a great opportunity, of course Lucas didn't want to miss it. The Forbidden Forest is a great place, inside of it there are countless herbs and hundreds of magical creatures. It is simply a super big treasure chest containing countless treasures. Besides, he still has the achievement of exploring the Forbidden Forest to complete. To this end, Lucas also specifically called Hermione out. In the original, several people found Draco peeking from outside the window. Worried that Hagrid's secret of raising the dragon would be exposed, they had no choice but to send it away. But now Draco obviously won't do that. Then it's up to Lucas and Hermione to do the persuasion. The three came outside the castle and successfully joined Harry and Weasley. When he saw Lucas coming towards them, Ron subconsciously backed a bit. Although there was no evidence, Ron's intuition told him that last flying lesson, it was Lucas who put a spell on his broom. As a result, he lay in the infirmary for a day, and had to endure the pain of bone healing. Harry, what are they doing here? Looking at the unhappy expression of his friend, Harry smiled and comforted, come on, Lucas is Draco's and my friend. While speaking, Lucas' group had already walked in front of Harry and saw Ron Weasley's disgusted expression. Lucas frowned, Mr. Ron Weasley, is your injury healed? Be careful in the future, broomsticks are also very dangerous. You. Seeing Ron's flushed face, Draco covered his mouth and snickered, while Harry kept smoothing things over and trying to make jokes. The atmosphere on both sides became much more relaxed, so they walked towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest together. On the way, Harry mentioned the special gift he received during the Christmas holiday, the invisibility cloak, and about his suspicions about Snape. I was standing next to Snape that day, he couldn't see me because of the invisibility cloak, but I could hear him clearly, he was threatening Professor Quirrell. Harry, Snape is a professor of the school, he will not do anything that harms the interests of the school. Lucas couldn't help reminding him, but the stubborn Harry decided that Snape was the villain. No, Snape was too suspicious, and then I went out again at night, at the door of an empty classroom, and heard Professor Quirrell's cry from inside. He must have been unable to withstand Snape's torture, so he surrendered. Harry had just finished speaking when Ron went on to say, the last Quidditch match, it was Snape who cursed Harry's broom. He looked specifically at Lucas and Draco as he said this, there is also a hint of gloating on his face. Reminded by Ron, Hermione, and the others also remembered what had happened on the Quidditch pitch. So, Professor Snape was indeed suspicious, and it couldn't be a coincidence that Harry's broom immediately stabilized when we ignited his robes. Hermione looked at Lucas beside her after speaking, wanting to hear his opinion. Lucas, on the other hand, looked at Draco. He'd heard that he was also responsible for burning Professor Snape's robes that day. I don't really dare to believe it, but it is indeed a bit suspicious. When he said this sentence, his expression was very tangled. Merlin, Draco Malfoy, Snape and your father are good friends and he's even your godfather, is it really okay for you to doubt him so much? He complained silently in his heart. Lucas gave ambiguous answers. I reserve my opinion, sometimes those who look bad, actually have a good heart. And those guys who seem harmless to humans and animals, maybe they are murderous demons behind their backs. As soon as he finished speaking, Ron Weasley made fun of him. Oh, Lucas, you're very kind, and you look quite harmless. Fortunately, at this time, everyone had already arrived outside Hagrid's hut. Upon seeing Hagrid open the door, everyone tacitly stopped talking about Snape. Oh, you are here, come quickly, the little dragon is about to break its shell. For the arrival of everyone, Hagrid was very happy. This big man with a height of more than 3 meters likes dangerous creatures very much. He also called those dangerous creatures cuties, but if you think about it carefully, for his size, most dangerous creatures are cuties. Inviting them to take seats, Hagrid looked at Lucas and Hermione and asked, "Are you new friends?" "Hagrid, this is Lucas, and beside him is Hermione Granger." "Oh." Hagrid's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you Lucas Grindelwald?" Seeing Lucas nod, Hagrid smiled and said, "I've heard of you, or everyone at school has heard of you. Dumbledore also said that you are a very interesting little guy, nice to meet you, my name is Rubeus Hagrid, gamekeeper." After introducing each other, Hagrid couldn't wait to walk to the fireplace. A dragon egg the size of a football is stored there. He pulled it out of the fire when he heard a crack and put it on the table. Look, the little guy is about to break his shell. Everyone immediately stepped forward to stare at the dragon egg that kept moving on the table. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a crack appeared at the top of the dragon egg. Just when everyone was about to exclaim, a small dragon head broke out of the shell. "Oh, the little guy is out, Mommy is so happy, come on, crawl out of this eggshell hard." Lucas frowned, looking at Hagrid with distaste. He really couldn't stand a strong man 3 meters tall exuding maternal love for a palm-sized baby dragon. He even started crying with joy when he saw the baby dragon fully emerging from the egg. "Merlin, come and take this monster away." Thankfully, Hagrid's tears only lasted a short time. Soon he turned back to the old rough-looking guy. Looking at the Norwegian ridgeback in the palm of his hand, it was as if Hagrid saw a rare treasure. "Hagrid, let us see it too." Draco stood on tiptoe and looked up at the half-giant's palm. Hagrid smiled shyly, and put the baby dragon on the round table. "Merlin, it's so beautiful. How big do you think it can grow? What a beautiful cutie." The reactions of the three of them made Hagrid very happy. This strong man with giant blood is really innocent sometimes, stupid. Lucas and Hermione looked helplessly at the few people who had fallen into obsession. Listen to what they said. "Cutie. This little cutie will be able to swallow their heads in one gulp after a month. This little cutie can start a monstrous fire with just a breath." When he saw the idiot group still commenting on the young dragon, Lucas coughed deliberately. "Should we give this young dragon a name?" Several people suddenly realized. Draco looked at the baby dragon and said, "How about calling it Duke? I've been thinking about that name for a long time." "No." Harry shook his head, "I think Locke is fine. Obviously, this name is not recognized by everyone." Then Ron and Hermione had a few more suggestions, but they are all popular names. It is worth mentioning that Hermione named several of them and also included Crookshanks. It seems she has wanted a pet for a long time. As the master of the young dragon, Hagrid vetoed everyone's name. He thought hard for a long time, and finally said the representative name, Norbert. Lucas saw several people around the young dragon yelling Norbert and cooing at it. He patted his forehead helplessly. "Draco, are you reading all those books for nothing? This Norwegian ridgeback is obviously a female dragon, and the name Norbert is not suitable for her." Hearing what Lucas said, Hagrid immediately held the baby dragon in his hand to observe. Finally, he had to admit that Lucas was right. Seeing them falling into the trouble of naming again, Lucas sighed, "How about just calling her Noberta?" Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Dragon and Elf, reward, 20 achievement points. The baby dragon seems to like the name Lucas told. She let out a cry, and crawled along the table to sniff Lucas' elf scent. With the issue of naming resolved, now they need to discuss the fate of the young dragon. Hearing Lucas say to send Noberta away, Hagrid hastily shook his head and refused to agree. Even though Noberta burned his beard with a dragon breath, Hagrid did not put the dragon down. The same goes for Harry and others, who felt that it was too cruel to send the newborn Noberta into the wild. Hey, you have to understand that the Ministry of Magic has a clear regulation that no person is allowed to raise a dragon without permission. If found out, Hagrid may have to leave Hogwarts forever and could even be sent to Azkaban. Lucas' words made them all frown. Hearing them talking, Hermione immediately understood what they were thinking. Don't take chances. It only takes 1 month for Noberta to grow bigger than this house. At that time, what are you going to do with her? Oh no, Nobita, Mommy can't bear leaving you. Hagrid cried bitterly while hugging the baby dragon. Lucas' eardrums hurt from his crying, so he turned his head to the window, trying to distract himself. Coincidentally, there was a human face looking at them by the window. Who's there? Hearing Lucas yelling, the people outside the house immediately fled to the distance. Looking at that figure running away, Draco frowned. Oops, it's Angus Selwyn, my sworn enemy. He will definitely tell the professors about Norberta. Lucas stood up from his seat and said in a resolute tone, Hagrid, Norberta must be sent away, otherwise you both will be in danger. Lucas applauded the Selwyn boy in his heart. He appeared just in time. For fear of Selwyn's reporting what he saw, Hagrid was forced to agree to send Norberta away. But where to send her became the problem. They can't just find a place to throw her in the wild. Lucas actually knew the solution, but with the relationship between him and Ron, it is really impossible to say it. So he reminded him on the sidelines, it would be great if someone had the permission to raise dragons. Charlie. Ron's big brother Charlie Weasley raises dragons in Romania. Harry was quick to respond. When everyone heard his words, they looked at Ron. Ron, who was in the spotlight for the first time, immediately patted his chest and made a promise to Hagrid. On the way back to the dormitory, the trio of Harry and the two loudmouths were still chatting about dragons. Lucas noticed that the eyes of the people in the portraits were looking at them vaguely, trying to appear subtle but clearly paying attention to their conversation. Dumbledore should have known by now that his savior boy was in danger. So, is Dumbledore also involved in this matter? Lucas put the question to the back of his mind for a moment. All he needs to do is follow Harry and the others, and then they will be punished by being sent to the Forbidden Forest. Quirrellmort, we will meet again soon. Chapter 63, Lavatory and Myrtle, Angry Professor McGonagall. I'm still a bit drunk from New Year's celebration, so I'll give you more chapters later once I truly wake up. The reply from Charlie Weasley came sooner than expected. In the letter, he praised his younger brother Ron for his correct decision. Then he told them that a week later, on Saturday night, his friends would be waiting on the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. The next week. The idiot trio were happy because they could go to Hagrid's hut to play with the baby dragon Norberta every day. They can't be called the Golden Trio anymore because they lack the brain of the group, which leaves them as just three particularly stupid kids. Lucas is still the same, working hard at accumulating points. The emeralds in the Slytherin hourglass have increased a lot, and the students from other houses, every time they pass by the hourglass will show a frustrated expression. Everyone seems to have decided that this year's House Cup will continue to be won by Slytherin. The only one who might feel pain is Miss Hermione, because she keeps working hard trying to catch up. Oh Merlin, why does a week last so long? You don't know how painful it is to keep secrets in fear every day. Hermione frowned and complained to Lucas beside her. These days she was always worried that Hagrid's dragon would cause trouble. Fortunately, the day finally came to send the dragon away. Lucas took the little witch's hand and motioned for her to sit beside him. Relax, nothing happened this week. It should be said that you haven't seen anything happen. Have you even visited the dragon this week? Seeing Lucas shake his head, Hermione said angrily, she's grown to the size of a big dog, and it's only been a week, Merlin. Poor Fong is doing everything he can to stay far away from Norberta. Lucas, who has never been interested in dragons, was taken aback after hearing Hermione's description. It grows so fast. The second reaction is to think of the phrase, every dragon is full of treasures. If Professor Snape knew about this, the poor baby dragon would probably be dismembered. What? What does it have to do with Professor Snape? Nothing. Night fell imperceptibly. When the appointed time came, Lucas and Draco left their common room together, and not long after the two left, another thin figure left as well. Lucas didn't stop the little mouse behind them. On the contrary, he let him go so everyone will be caught tonight. Otherwise, how can they go to the Forbidden Forest as he wishes? They need the help of this little mouse. Lucas looked beside him and shook his head helplessly. Since dinner, Draco has been absent-minded. When he first came to school, Draco was not this reluctant to leave his parents, but now he's like this for a simple dragon. The two first came to the Ravenclaw Tower where Hermione has been waiting for a long time. You guys are so late, where are Harry and Ron? The two of them are responsible for bringing Norberta to the top of the tower, let's go first. Because Hagrid's size is too conspicuous, he is not suitable for such a covert operation, so he could only stay in his hut and grieve alone. The scenery tonight is very beautiful, with a bright moon in the sky and stars surrounding it. Lucas stood shoulder to shoulder with Hermione, looking up at the stars. It's so beautiful. If I draw this astronomical picture, Professor Sinistra will be willing to give me an O. My lady, please don't talk about school work, you are spoiling the fun under such beautiful scenery. Lucas looked helplessly at Miss Know-It-All beside him. Is she allergic to romance? Hermione smiled mischievously, she herself felt incredible. With such a beautiful scenery, the first thing she thought of was astronomy homework. Hermione took the blonde boy's hand and said, sorry sir, I won't do it next time. Draco was left feeling like a third wheel completely forgotten by those two, who were too busy role-playing to pay attention to him. He looked towards the entrance to the top of the tower several times, complaining why Harry was taking so long to arrive. This box is really heavy. Ron complained from the entrance. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Harry and Ron suddenly appeared on the top of the tower after taking off Harry's cloak. Compared to Draco, who rushed directly to the wooden crate, Lucas looked at the invisibility cloak falling to the ground. "Harry, can I see your invisibility cloak?" "Sure." Harry picked up the invisibility cloak and placed it in Lucas' hand. The first reaction to the invisibility cloak is that it is light, very light in weight. Lucas strokes the fabric carefully. Definitely something that is not currently on the market, or something that he has never seen in his cognition. Worthy of being one of the Deathly Hallows. It is detected that the host is holding the invisibility cloak, and a series of achievements will be opened. 3 Deathly Hallows, collect 3 complete and undamaged Deathly Hallows, and you will get a chance to draw the diamond lottery once. Note, the collection referred to here requires the Deathly Hallows to recognize the host as the master, so that it can be considered as an effective collection. Lucas frowned, and returned the cloak to Harry. This is yet another long-running series achievement that took a long time to complete. At the very least, during the early stage it is absolutely impossible to complete. Charlie Weasley and his friends finally made it to the top of the tower. Seeing this older Weasley flying from a distance swaggering on a broom, Lucas confirmed his thoughts even more. Without Dumbledore's permission it would be impossible for outsiders to come in like this. They gave the wooden crate to them, and under the reluctant eyes of Harry and others, Charlie and his friends flew towards the distance. The young dragon was sent away and the idiot trio seemed to have lost their beloved treasure. Along the way, no one spoke. Lucas stopped when he passed the bathroom on the 2nd floor. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked softly, and the eyes of the rest followed suit. Lucas shook his head. "It's nothing, I just heard from the seniors that there is a very interesting ghost in this semi-abandoned girls' bathroom." "You mean Moaning Myrtle?" Hermione immediately thought about who Lucas was talking about while the others looked confused. "Wait, who is Moaning Myrtle?" "It's me. I am Moaning Myrtle." A shout came from the side and a ghost wearing the school robes of Ravenclaw emerged from the wall. She circled around the crowd and approached Lucas shyly. "Hi, can you tell me your name?" "Lucas Grindelwald, nice to meet you." Hermione turned her head slightly displeased. She also doesn't know why even a ghost is trying to flirt with him. "Oh, Grindelwald. Myrtle said Lucas' last name as she spun around. Suddenly, her expression froze, she looked at Lucas in horror and shouted, "Grindelwald." Seeing Lucas nod, Myrtle immediately went back to her bathroom. Immediately afterwards, everyone heard the sound of heavy objects falling into the water. Others don't understand what's going on, but Lucas knew it in his heart. Myrtle died in a bathroom in 1946 and Grindelwald lost the duel to Dumbledore in 1945. That is to say, Myrtle has seen or heard about Grindelwald ravaging Europe. What's wrong with her? It's okay, maybe she suddenly remembered something else. Lucas looked back at Harry after answering Hermione's question. "Have you heard any strange noises lately?" "Strange noise?" Harry thought about it carefully, then shook his head in denial. Then everyone continued to move forward and Lucas glanced back at the bathroom. The exploration achievements of the 4 houses is still unfinished. He was wondering whether to go in and get the achievement points while the basilisk was still sleeping. But unfortunately, he doesn't speak Parseltongue. Lucas frowned slightly, and finally decided to find time to try it out. Maybe learning the pronunciation like in the movie can open the secret room. "Lucas, did you hear what I said?" Hearing Harry's voice, Lucas finally came back to himself. "What?" "I want to ask you, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Lucas turned to look at Draco. "Didn't you see the Christmas present I gave you?" Draco shook his head embarrassingly. "In fact, I was reading Guide to Raising Dragons during the holidays." Although he expected it, Lucas couldn't help but glare at him. "It's recorded in the Compendium of Famous Wizards of Modern Times that I sent to Draco for Christmas. Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist of the 14th century, is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, and he has lived to be more than 600 years old." "Oh, Merlin's beard, over 600 years old." Ron was marveling at the other's age. And Harry noticed the Philosopher's Stone mentioned by Lucas. Philosopher's Stone, Snape must want to get the Philosopher's Stone. Harry ignored everyone's doubts and started talking to himself about the cause and effect. "During the Christmas holiday, I used the invisibility cloak to travel at night. At that time, I met Snape, who was threatening Professor Quirrell. Later, Professor Quirrell hid in the empty classroom and cried." "We already know that, Harry," Ron reminded him. "Later, I went to the corridor on the 3rd floor. Guess what I saw there?" Everyone shook their heads. There was a trapdoor under the feet of a huge dog with 3 heads. I couldn't figure out what the 3-headed dog was guarding until Lucas mentioned the Philosopher's Stone. Before school started, when Hagrid and I went to Gringotts, Hagrid took something and said it was a task assigned by Dumbledore. That thing must be the Philosopher's Stone. I also saw that Snape's leg was bitten by something. He must have been trying to get in the trapdoor and got bitten by the 3-headed dog. Perhaps, even the mysterious thief who broke into Gringotts was Snape in disguise. The purpose of everything is the philosopher's stone that can make people live forever. Clap clap. Lucas couldn't help applauding Harry. Good guy, this analysis is exactly the same as Dumbledore's design. Dumbledore was probably too happy to sleep at this moment. His savior displayed extraordinary talents in front of everyone. Now he just needs to wait until Quirrell is defeated and the character of the savior will be completely tied to Harry. But, it's just that poor Professor Snape was wronged once again. Merlin. It's unbelievable. 5 people, 5 students wandering around the castle without sleeping at night after curfew. As soon as everyone reached the fork in the road, they heard Professor McGonagall's voice from ahead, and she looked very angry. Only Lucas noticed that the professor seemed to be waiting for them here. When I received the report letter, I couldn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. You are violating the school rules. I am so disappointed in you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, 20 points from Gryffindor, 20 points from each of you. Others did not escape the fate of being deducted points. Professor McGonagall looked at Lucas and said, Mr. Grindelwald, I always thought you were a steady and good student, but you are messing around with them as well. I'll deduct 40 points from Slytherin House, 20 points from you and Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall turned to Hermione one last time. The brave Miss Granger of yours has been hiding behind Lucas. She was like a good student who made a mistake for the first time and was caught, and she was too shy to face it. Miss Granger, I need to remind you that you are a lady and it is very dangerous to leave your common room at night, so 20 points will be deducted from Ravenclaw. Just like that, Professor McGonagall, in just a few words, a total of 100 points were deducted in total. This made everyone except Lucas bow their heads in shame. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the 5 of them. In addition, you will have detention under the leadership of the gamekeeper Hagrid. This is a punishment for your violation of school rules. Lucas' eyes lit up hearing this, the opportunity he's been waiting for has finally come. Chapter 64, A Trip to the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is just on the edge of the school grounds next to Hagrid's cabin and is under the jurisdiction of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Along with the development of Muggle technology, the living environment of magical creatures is constantly being compressed, causing more and more magical creatures to migrate here. To this day, Hogwarts has been unable to manage most of the Forbidden Forest. Lucas and others stood beside the entrance to the forest listening to Hermione recite the contents of the book she read about it. Looking at the nervousness of the children, Hagrid said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, actually the Forbidden Forest is not that scary, the magical animals inside are very friendly. That's just for you." Lucas thought silently in his heart. Thinking of the countless acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest is enough to make people terrified. Okay, now let's form groups first. Hagrid walked up to them with an oil lamp in his hand. Seeing Lucas and Hermione close together, he said understandingly. Lucas is with Hermione. Lucas, you must protect Hermione. After saying that, Hagrid winked at Lucas. Ron is with me, Harry is with Draco, do you have any ideas? Ron nodded as he looked at the dark Forbidden Forest. How about we just stay here? Looking at his appearance, he seemed very scared. Draco looked at the Neapolitan Mastiff aside, me and Harry will take Fong. Hagrid shrugged in agreement. But I need to remind you that Fong is a big coward. As soon as these words came out, Fong got everyone's attention. The big, docile dog tilted his head and didn't understand why everyone was looking at him. With everyone ready to go, they were led into the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid. A few weeks ago, a unicorn was killed in the forest. Our mission is to patrol to see if other unicorns are injured and maybe find what is hunting them. If you are in danger, remember to use your wands to send sparks to the sky, and I will rush to you as soon as possible. The road to the Forbidden Forest is not easy, the path is full of tree roots so they have to be careful where they step. While explaining the task, Hagrid held up the oil to illuminate the crowd. Once they reached a fork in the road, he pointed to the 3 roads and said, let's choose one road for each group, and just patrol around, don't go too deep, understand? Why? Ron asked, puzzled. A whoa. A deep and long wolf howl answered his question. Hagrid whispered mysteriously, there are not only werewolves in this forest, there are many, many unknown creatures, so you must listen to me. Seeing several little wizards nodding in fright, Hagrid's mood, which had been depressed because of the dragon's departure, was much better. Lucas wasn't about to waste time, so he took Hermione's hand, chose a random path and walked in. Just after walking a short distance it became extremely dark all around. Feeling his hand being held tightly, Lucas drew out his wand and pointed forward, Lumos Stella. Countless white light spots flew out from the tip of the wand and floated in midair, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Merlin, it's so beautiful, what is this magic spell? An improved version of Lumos, I will teach you when we go back. Lucas, you are a genius. Hermione looked at the dots of light around her, and her nervousness gradually eased. The two continued to walk forward under the starlight ring. Soon, they came to an open field where moonlight shone in through the trees. Looking at Hermione standing under the moon, Lucas took out the guardian heart. What a beautiful sapphire necklace. Like it? Hermione nodded. Lucas came behind her and put the protective heart on her. This is too precious. Don't take it off if you like it, this is a gift for you. Hermione looked at Lucas seriously, biting her lower lip lightly. She made a very important decision. Close your eyes. Lucas raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes under the other's shy gaze. The soft lips came up suddenly and brushed his cheek. Before Lucas could react, Hermione quickly backed away. Let's go, or Hagrid's task will not be completed. The little witch lowered her head and walked forward quickly. It's like Lucas behind her is some kind of scourge. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Kiss of Love, reward, 500 achievement points. Ron followed Hagrid cautiously. The two came to a bush and Hagrid stopped abruptly. Oh, that's bad. Come see what we found. He knelt down and ran his fingers across a puddle of silvery liquid. Hi, Hagrid, what is this? Unicorn blood, it seems that another unicorn has been injured, we need to find it quickly. Ron looked at the metal-like blood on the ground, and his voice became a little angry. What hurt the unicorn then? I don't know, maybe it's other creatures, maybe it's people, but the blood of unicorns can bring people back to life from the brink of death. But if you drink its blood, you will also be cursed to live a half-life. A few words from Hagrid made Ron's heart even more frightened and he tremblingly followed Hagrid into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Just when Hagrid and the others were struggling to find the unicorn, Lucas and Hermione were staring blankly at the creature in front of them. This is a golden pony. Lucas recognized it at a glance, it was a unicorn foal. The unicorn is a magical creature that is pure gold in its infancy and has no horns on its head. At about 2 years of age, the fur turns silver and they don't start growing horns until they are 4 years old. It's not until they reach adulthood at the age of 7 that their skin turns snow white and the signature horn on their foreheads is fully grown. Lucas tells Hermione what he knows, then he quietly backed away. It's well known that unicorns like to be close to women with pure hearts and dislike men. Not long after he stepped back, the little unicorn came to Hermione with graceful steps. Can I touch you? The little unicorn nodded slightly. Hermione dared to reach out and touch him. Hey Lucas, I found the unicorn, it's so cute. The little witch is full of joy. Even Lucas, who is a little far away, can clearly feel it. But soon Hermione became sad. Hermione, what's the matter with you? It's okay, I just feel its emotions, the little unicorn is very sad. The little witch looked at Lucas helplessly. Lucas stepped forward and stroked the little unicorn's forehead. Perceiving that he was not malicious, the little unicorn didn't dodge. A feeling of sadness welled up in his heart. Lucas probably understood what was going on in his heart. Something happened to its mother. Suddenly a strange voice came from the shadows of the forest and a centaur stepped out of the darkness. Hello, little wizard, my name is Ronan. Lucas and Hermione introduced themselves as well. Hermione looked at the unicorn foal and said, Mr. Ronan, you said something happened to its mother. Was it hunted? That's right. Ronan nodded. He looked into the sky and murmured, Mars is bright tonight. Little wizards, you should go back, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous at this moment. Just as he was talking, a centaur appeared from the darkness. Bane, have you found that guy? The new centaur looks much stronger than Ronan. The other party shook his head. Apparently, they were also looking for the guy who hunted the unicorns. At the same time Draco and Harry also walked deep along the forest path. Both of them were not timid, talking and laughing along the way. What's more interesting is that young Master Malfoy who always needs others to serve him on weekdays. At this moment, he was holding an oil lamp, leading the way for Harry Potter. The two had just walked through the tangled woods and Fong, who was walking ahead, stopped. What's the matter, Fong? Just when Harry was about to squat down and ask. Draco pulled his robe and said, Front, look ahead. Harry looked up, and what he saw was a unicorn lying on the ground. Next to the unicorn, there is still a humanoid creature lying on its stomach, but it is covered by a black robe and cannot be seen clearly. Harry, run away. The two turned and ran back, but Harry accidentally tripped over a tree root. Looking at the black shadow floating towards him, Harry was terrified inside. At the same time, he also felt a burning pain on his forehead which made his vision blurry. He reluctantly backed away, hoping to avoid the attack of the shadow. Come on. Hagrid, Lucas, come on. Wow wow. Fong's bark spread far away and at the same time, a red spark flew into the sky. Lucas, who was looking after the little unicorn, saw the sparks in the sky first. No, someone is in trouble. Lucas took Hermione's hand and rushed towards the direction of the signal. The little unicorn hesitated for a moment, then ran after the two of them. Others may not understand what happened, but Lucas knew that Harry must have met Voldemort. But he wasn't that worried because at this moment Voldemort really wasn't necessarily Harry's opponent. He came to suck the blood of the unicorn, which proved that he's extremely weak. While Lucas and Hermione were on their way, Hagrid and Ron also happened to be running from afar. Seeing Harry sitting on the ground, several people rushed forward to comfort him. Thank you very much for your help, Firenze. Hagrid came to the centaur to thank him. This Mr. Firenze will be the divination professor at Hogwarts in the future. In fact, every centaur has the ability to use divination. After Hagrid introduces a few people to Forenza, everyone asked Harry what happened just now. Harry said exactly what he saw, but he withheld Forenza's words. Because what the other party said was too unbelievable. Forenza actually said that the man in black robe floating around was Voldemort, and Harry, who always thought Voldemort was dead, couldn't believe it. "Harry, where's Draco?" Hearing Lucas question, Harry looked around quickly. Draco, who should have been behind him, has disappeared and only Fong was left squatting there. Hagrid's expression immediately became tense. The Forbidden Forest at this time is very dangerous, so they must find Draco quickly, or there is a good chance that something bad could happen to him. "Hermione, you guys go together to search for him, and I'll go the other way alone. Forenza, please can your centaur tribe find a platinum-haired boy, we would be really grateful," Lucas quickly said to everyone. After several people agreed, he drew out his wand and walked towards a certain direction where Draco had disappeared. Meanwhile, Draco shook his head as he awoke from a coma and remembered that Harry was in danger. He shouted to the surroundings for help, but seeing that no one came, he planned to go back to rescue Harry. He remembers that when he drew his wand, he seemed to be pulled by something behind him. Then he felt a huge force that made him fly backwards, and in the process, he seemed to hit a tree trunk and passed out. Hiss! He held the back of his head and sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking around, he found himself in a cave, and just as he got up and was about to find his way to leave, suddenly, he heard rustling sounds from all around, and immediately afterwards, countless tire-sized spiders appeared in front of Draco. Without waiting for him to scream, a deep voice came from the depths of the cave. Oh, welcome, little wizard." The voice just fell and a huge eight-eyed spider crawled out from the depths. Draco swallowed nervously. Responding quickly, he drew out his wand and pointed it at the giant spider. Chapter 65, Aragog the Acromantula. "Little wizard, don't be nervous, where are you from?" the giant spider asked Draco in a gentle tone. "I am a student of Slytherin House." "Oh, Slytherin." Draco didn't notice that when he said he was from Slytherin House, a cold light flashed through the eyes of the giant spider. This spider is an acromantula called Aragog and got this name from Hagrid. Yep, it's that guy Hagrid's pet again. Because of something that happened 50 years ago, Aragog has a strong hostility towards the Slytherins. These are things that Draco doesn't know. After he saw that the giant spider in front of him could communicate, immediately began to recall the content of the book, Monsters and Their Origins, in his mind in hopes to find a way to deal with giant spiders. After a minute or so, he suddenly made a strange movement. This is the action that acromantulas do when communicating and saluting. Surprisingly, the acromantulas in the cave all made the same gesture. Seeing this, Draco was relieved. "Dear Mr. Spider, I'm sorry to bother you, but I had already appeared here when I woke up. If you are willing to let me go, the Malfoy family will express their sincerest thanks and the richest gift to you." "No. I don't want any thank you, let alone the Malfoy family." Draco's heart sank at Aragog's answer, and the spiders gradually started shrinking the encirclement. A drop of cold sweat slipped down Draco's forehead. "Dear Mr. Spider, what do you need? As long as our Malfoy family can do it, you can ask for it." He was speaking, and at the same time his eyes were looking for anything he could use to escape. But there are spiders everywhere, even the top of the cave is covered. Aragog saw through Draco's little trick, and laughed softly. "Little wizard, I have lived in this forest for 50 years. I promised Hagrid that my children and I would not take the initiative to go out of the forest to hunt. However, I never said that I would let off the prey that intruded into my territory. My children have been hungry for a long time, little wizard." Looking at the spider swarm approaching him, Draco immediately pointed his wand at the ground, Incendio. The raging flames immediately surrounded him, and the surrounding spiders retreated one after another, which gave him a brief respite. "Dear Mr. Spider, the Hagrid you are talking about is Rubeus Hagrid, that half-giant." "That's right." "Oh Merlin, that's great, I'm friends with Hagrid, he's nearby, if you don't believe me I can find him." Draco seems to find hope. Little did he know that what greeted him was complete despair. "Little wizard, you shouldn't mention Hagrid's name. Although I ordered my children not to hurt him, you don't naively think that I will obey his order and let you go." "Oh, I've said enough, my children are hungry, and since you said Hagrid was nearby, I can't waste my time." Aragog let out a hum when he finished speaking. This is the unique language of spiders. The little spiders around became irritable upon hearing it and rushed at Draco. Facing the little spiders rushing towards him one after another, Draco waved his wand again and again, Diffindo. Conf Ringo. Incendio. Looking at the spiders that can't be killed, he suddenly felt remorse in his heart. If he learned more spells on weekdays, he would not become so helpless in times of crisis. Whether it's a cutting spell or a crushing spell, it's fine against a single spider, but he faced too many spiders, too many to count. The surrounding flames gradually became smaller, and it won't be long before they go out. He knows that when the flame is extinguished, it is the time of his own death. A breeze blew through the cave and the last flame was completely extinguished. Draco put down the wand in his hand, as if intending to give up resistance. Knowing the end of his life was coming, he thought of his good friends Lucas, Pansy, Blaze, He also thought of the professors at school. Finally, of his parents at home. What are his parents doing at this moment? If they get the news of his death, his parents should be very sad, right? In the end, he thought of Harry. He didn't know if Harry was out of danger or not. He looked around, and countless spiders swarmed. It turns out that this is the feeling of dying. He suddenly found himself hallucinating because in front of his eyes he actually saw an elegant black panther among a group of spiders. The panther's roar shook off the little spiders around and Draco rubbed his eyes. Realizing that this is not an illusion, and in front of him, a black panther really appeared. Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall walked into the headmaster's office with a nervous expression on her face. Professor Dumbledore, something serious happened. Dumbledore, who was reading a book, looked at her puzzled. Only then did he notice that behind Professor McGonagall were Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape. The presence of the heads of the 4 houses made Dumbledore even more curious. Calm down, Minerva, tell me what happened. Hagrid has word that they have found unicorn poachers in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Not only did he know there were poachers, he also knew that someone is hunting unicorns. Tonight he punished Harry and others by sending them to the Forbidden Forest. He just hoped that Harry could learn the news that Voldemort was not dead through the mouth of the centaurs. In this way, when he faced Quirrell, he would not be frightened by Voldemort's sudden appearance. And then, what happened? Draco Malfoy is missing. He's gone missing in the Forbidden Forest. Snape went straight to the point. Upon hearing his words, Dumbledore stood up from his seat immediately. What? Dumbledore looked very surprised. This was clearly not what he had planned. The status of the Malfoy family in the British wizarding world is not ordinary. Many officials of the Ministry of Magic have a close relationship with Lucius Malfoy. And the Malfoy family is also one of the trustees of Hogwarts. In the case of Draco Malfoy, if something happened to the future heir of the Malfoy family, that would be really bad. We meet at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore looked aside at his Phoenix Fox. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, he and Fox disappeared with a wave of fire. Hogwarts School doesn't let people apparate, but it can't stop the phoenix from teleporting. Entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, who had already received the news, was waiting here with a few young wizards. Flames flickered and Dumbledore's figure appeared. Hagrid, how's the situation? Hagrid shook his head and said, we have searched around the accident site, but there is still no sign of Draco Malfoy. And Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then continued under Dumbledore's gaze. And Lucas Grindelwald, who went looking for Malfoy, is gone. Headmaster Dumbledore, please, you need to find them both. Hermione said anxiously. Harry also had an anxious expression on his face, and as for Ron, it was considered polite of him not to snicker. Dumbledore reassured everyone. When he heard that Lucas Grindelwald was also missing, for some reason, his heart suddenly relaxed a lot. This is very strange. In this time of crisis, Dumbledore chose to believe in the cunning blonde boy. Don't worry, I'll go in now to find their whereabouts. Hagrid, wait a moment, the other professors will come and you need to tell them what you know. Getting an affirmative reply from Hagrid, Dumbledore glanced at Fawkes in the sky. Under the leadership of the Phoenix, his figure quickly disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. The panther roared again, then it changed back to human form under Draco's astonished eyes. Lucas. Seeing his friend appear in front of him, a tear appeared in Draco's eyes. Look who is crying. Oh, it's our Master Malfoy. Should I tell Peeves about it? I believe that with his help, the whole school will know how embarrassing you are by tomorrow. Lucas' teasing succeeded in provoking Draco's anger. Seeing the other party's pale face return to rosy, only then did Lucas look at the giant acromantula in the cave. Oh, I'm so lucky today, more prey came to my door on its own initiative. It turned out to be you, Aragog. How come you, who only dared to hide in a box 50 years ago, are in the Forbidden Forest now? Lucas looked at the little spiders around and said, Merlin, these are not your children, are they? His surprised appearance made Aragog very proud. Spiders know how to be proud as well. Just when it was about to reply, he heard Lucas say again, but I heard that you seem to be the only acromantula in the Forbidden Forest. Then the question is, how did you lay these eggs? And who did you lay them with? Shut up already, my children, kill him. Aragog was furious, and the little spiders around him became more violent than before. Lucas put a teasing smirk on his face, but his eyes stared coldly at the acromantula opposite. Big words. At this moment, a small spider suddenly jumped out from one side and its fangs gleamed coldly as it performed the sneak attack. Lucas swung his wand holding right hand at the spider and a silent shattering curse was shot. The little spider was smashed into pieces by the spell in the air. And that's not all, the spell carried a powerful magic power and continued on its path, smashing all the spiders on a line into mush. It is detected that the host is completing the achievement, Spider Killer. Every time you kill an acromantula, you can get 1 achievement point, and you can get 500 achievement points for killing the Spider King Aragog. Achievement points accumulated so far, 11. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Aragog suddenly felt that the blonde human in front of him was different from before. The other party looked at his eyes just like he used to watch those prey. A sense of crisis rose in Aragog's heart. Seeing Aragog retreating, Lucas sneered and said, "Now you know how to be afraid. It's a pity that it's too late." Protego Diabolica. Followed by a second wave of his wand, the blue fire changed the form of presentation. With Lucas' wand waving overhead, the flames instantly engulfed the little spiders around. Several professors who were looking for the whereabouts of the two in the Forbidden Forest heard a loud noise in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a blue python soared into the sky. Dumbledore was all too familiar with this magic. He looked at Fawkes in the sky. The phoenix understood and immediately flew to the front to lead the way. At the same time, Voldemort, who was wandering in the Forbidden Forest, also sensed the powerful magic not far away. Looking at the familiar blue fire made him furious. "It's that bastard, idiot, hurry over there immediately, I will never let him go this time." Voldemort, who had just drank the blood of the unicorn, was bursting with confidence, and Quirrell didn't dare to resist his master's order, so he could only rush towards where the fire was coming from quickly. "I will release 2 extra chapters if we reach 500 power stones by Saturday. If we reach 1000 it will be 5 chapters. Chapter 66, Voldemort appears. The blue python raised its head to the sky and opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to swallow the whole sky. Such a spectacular sight immediately attracted the attention of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students whose common rooms were in towers. Cool. Is that some magical creature? The direction is the Forbidden Forest. Merlin, how many unknown secrets does our school still have? The Weasley twins looked at the scenery outside the window, and their minds started to wander. Hey Fred, you should know what I'm thinking. Of course George, explore the Forbidden Forest, and we'll find creatures that cast magic. Oh. Exciting and thrilling trip to the Forbidden Forest. The twins had their arms outstretched, with an intoxicated look on their faces. In the common room, the Gryffindors who hadn't gone to sleep yet were amused by the appearance of the two of them. Neville Longbottom said at this time, "Harry and Ron are still in the Forbidden Forest, will they be in danger?" "Don't worry, the school will definitely be responsible for such a big incident. Perhaps now Headmaster Dumbledore is leading the professors to solve problems in the Forbidden Forest." The words of the twins reassured everyone a lot. But if you observe carefully, you will find that the twins' eyes are full of worry. Ron Weasley, even if they bully him all the time, he's still their brother. At the same time, Cho Chang in the Ravenclaw Tower is also worried about her friend. Looking at the fire snake raging in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, her thoughts went to a certain blonde boy. She didn't know when her feelings for that boy changed. Maybe when she saw him flying past on a broom to grab the golden snitch that was close to herself. She couldn't tell either, but she knows that right now she's afraid that something might happen to him. "Merlin, why did it become like this?" "Cho, what's wrong with you?" Her friend Marietta asked worriedly when she saw her rolling on the bed with her hands covering her face. "Nothing, I'm fine." "Since you have nothing to do, come here quickly, we are discussing whether this vision is related to the school motto, 'Don't disturb the sleeping dragon.'" Cho looked at the giant python above the Forbidden Forest again and said, "But isn't that a snake?" "Entrance to the Forbidden Forest." Hermione and the others saw the snake head waving in the sky from a distance. The few of them are closer than the students of the castle so they can see it clearer. A wave of heat came from afar and Hermione could even smell the burning scent in the air. "Merlin, what happened? What is this blue flame?" She looked at Hagrid behind her, hoping that this adult wizard can give her an answer that satisfies her. "Sorry, Miss Hermione, I've never seen a flame like this either." "Damn it, Lucas, you must be fine." Fearing for Lucas' safety, Miss Hermione, who has always advertised herself as a lady, made an exception and uttered the first swear word in her life. And in the Forbidden Forest, the professors who were looking for Lucas and Draco also stopped to look. Although Snape was shocked by the picture in front of him, he was more worried about Draco's safety. Few outsiders know about it, but he has an excellent relationship with the Malfoys. When Snape first entered Hogwarts as a student, Lucius Malfoy happened to be the senior in the 6th grade. As a half-blood wizard, Snape was often bullied by Slytherin students in that era and every time it was Lucius who helped him out. He is a man who knows how to be grateful, it's just that he hides his emotions very deeply most of the time. "Everyone, now is not the time to watch the fireworks. Those 2 reckless idiots haven't been found yet. Please don't stop walking and keep moving." As soon as Snape opened his mouth, it was the familiar insulting style of speaking. Professors Flitwick and Sprout came to their senses and followed Snape to continue searching. Only Professor McGonagall remained where she was standing. "Professor McGonagall, what's the matter with you?" "Stop looking for them, I know where they are." "What?" Because Professor McGonagall's voice was too low, no one heard what she said. "I said, don't look any further, I already know where they are." There was a ripple in Snape's empty eyes. "Where?" Professor McGonagall took one look at him, then raised his wand and pointed to where the blue fire python was raging. "Over there." "Oh Merlin, aren't those 2 children a bit too unlucky?" The eyes of Flitwick and Professor Sprout were full of concern. Only Snape was watching McGonagall because he knew that she must have something else to say. "Fire shield." "What?" Snape asked in bewilderment. "The name of this magic is Fire Shield." The blue flame you see is something similar to fiendfire in terms of power. Hearing the word fiendfire, a trace of fear flashed across the faces of several professors. No one knows fiendfire's horrors better than these professors. A fire from hell that will never go out as long as there are items that can burn. Moreover, fiendfire is so powerful that if a person touches it, they will be burned to ashes almost instantly. Therefore, fiendfire has always been one of the extremely dangerous dark arts. How could something like that appear in the Forbidden Forest? Merlin, the children in the castle may be in danger, we must stop it. Compared to the anxiety of the other two professors, Snape was much calmer. He looked at the terrified McGonagall and asked, Professor, do you know the origin of this magic? At this moment, Professor McGonagall seemed to recall the elegant and flamboyant man decades ago. Hearing Snape's question she sighed, the fire shield was created by Gellert Grindelwald. Her words stunned the others. Gellert Grindelwald, leader of the Alliance, Dark Lord Extraordinaire. An incredibly powerful dark wizard from decades ago. Even a junior like Snape, who was born late, had heard of the other party's legendary feats. Professor Flitwick looked at the flames soaring into the sky in the distance and stretched out his hand to feel the hot temperature in the air. So, at this moment, the one casting the fire shield in the distance is the kid Lucas Grindelwald. Professor McGonagall nodded, leave everything to Headmaster Dumbledore. We guard the surrounding area. If the fire goes out of control we must work together to stop it. This is the only way to stop such powerful flames. Snape and the others nodded solemnly. Then, under the leadership of McGonagall, they all moved quickly. The cave of the Acromantula. At this moment, Blue's flames were everywhere in the cave. Lucas and Draco stood in the central area of absolute safety and looked at the little spiders that were constantly turning into ashes. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Acromantula *1, reward, 1 achievement point. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Acromantula *1, reward, 1 achievement point. Congratulations to the host for destroying the Acromantula *1, and get a reward, achievement points. The system's notification tone kept ringing in his ears, which made Lucas turn off the system notifications for a while. Watching the attempt of Aragog to escape, a small flame ignited in Lucas' deep blue eyes. The python that was roaring towards the sky fell down, and the position happened to be the direction in which Aragog was escaping. Draco, come to me. Draco swallowed his saliva and hurried to Lucas. That's cool. What's this trick called? Can you teach me? Fire shield, it's no problem to teach you, but first of all, your magic power must reach the level of the 5th grade, otherwise it's easy to lose control. When Lucas practiced the fire shield, he was accompanied by powerful wizards such as Vinda and Abernathy. He would never practice it without someone watching him. Lucas made such a request to Draco. The main reason is that he is worried that this brat will use it indiscriminately after learning it, and if it gets out of control, the consequences will be disastrous. It's a deal, when my magic power reaches the standard, you must teach me. After speaking, Draco looked around and saw countless spiders coming from all directions. How many spiders like this are there in the Forbidden Forest? Why do I feel like we can't kill them all? I don't know, but there must be tens of thousands. The number of eggs laid by spiders is not fixed, and some spiders can even lay more than 1,000 eggs at a time. The Acromantula is even more of a magical creature. I'm afraid only Merlin knows how many children this guy has given birth to. Watching more and more spiders coming up, Lucas raised his wand again. He waved his wand in a circle above his head and the giant fire python immediately coiled into a ball. At this time, Lucas thought of the picture of Dumbledore using a firestorm to clear the way in the cave full of inferi and thought about giving it a try. So he waved his wand, pointed to the exit of the cave and controlled the flames. A passage suddenly appeared in front of Lucas and Draco lined with towering walls of flames. Any spider that tried to attack the two would be reduced to ashes by the blue flames. Before leaving, Lucas also glanced back into the depths of the cave and saw a big hole there. Obviously, Aragog had just escaped from the hole. What a crafty fellow. After saying that, Lucas took Draco and walked away. At the same time, the Acromantulas that were attacking around also fled into the distance. The massacre is over. Not that Lucas didn't want to continue, but while the fire wouldn't burn them directly, it still raised the surrounding temperature after all the things it burnt. If this continues, Draco will end up becoming a roasted ferret. Leaving the fire's range, Lucas swung his wand to extinguish the flames. The Acromantula's lair has become flat, wherever the fire raged, not a single weed was left. Congratulations to the host for killing 13,682 Acromantulas *, earning a total of 13,682 achievement points, winning the title of Golden Spider Killer. Golden Spider Killer, wearing this title increases damage by 30%, defense by 50%, and poison resistance by 20% when facing all types of spiders. Just one big fire gave Lucas more than 10,000 achievement points, it's just a pity that Aragog managed to escape. But that's fine too. Looking at the prefix of this title, there should be platinum and diamond grades after that. Keep Aragog, let it continue to have babies. Ha. I'm alive. Draco took off his wizard robe, and sat on the ground without a trace of his usual grace. Thank you for saving me, Lucas. Ah. Lucas chuckled, and sat down beside him. Just when the two relaxed their vigilance and enjoyed the coolness brought by the breeze, a green light suddenly hit Draco's body. Seeing Draco's skin gradually pale, Lucas immediately looked to the dark corner behind him. A figure wearing a black robe walked out slowly. It was Professor Quirrell being possessed by Voldemort. The light in Lucas' eyes disappeared. He turned his head to look at Draco beside him. The other party was about to sit down and rest at this time. Huh. I'm alive. Thank you for saving me, Lucas. Stand up. Lucas pulled Draco up from the ground. At the same time, with a wave of the wand, the scarf around his neck turned into a copper shield. The unique green light of the killing curse flew from a distance and the impact made a crisp ding on the shield. Clap clap clap. There was a burst of applause behind him. Lucas took advantage of Draco's inattention and hit him with a stupefy. After doing that he turned to look at the men in black behind him. I thought it would be a long time before you came out, Professor Quirrell. This Saturday I will give extra chapters depending on the power stones, up to 5 extra chapters for reaching 1K, so don't forget to vote. Chapter 67, Voldemort's Invitation. Perimeter of the Forbidden Forest. The professor saw the blue fire disappear and understood that Lucas and Draco are out of danger. Snape walked so quickly it can be seen that he is very worried about his godson's safety. Seeing this, the other 3 professors could only speed up their pace to keep up with the figure in front of them. This is a pain for Professor Flitwick, who has short legs because of his goblin heritage. Back at the entrance to the Forbidden Forest, Hermione was looking up at Hagrid. Please Hagrid, take me in, I'm worried if I don't see Lucas. But Dumbledore has ordered you not to be involved. Hagrid was in a dilemma. If only Hermione begged he could still ruthlessly refuse. But it could be seen that Harry was also staring at him beggingly, which made him hesitate. Seeing that he had shaken a bit, Hermione continued. Headmaster Dumbledore was worried that we would be burned by the flames, but now the flames are out, aren't they? Hagrid, Draco is missing because of me, please. Hagrid looked back and forth at the 2 young wizards in front of him. At last he sighed and said, when you go in, you must follow me closely. The 2 of them nodded quickly. Seeing this, Hagrid picked up the oil lamp and walked towards the entrance. Wait, I suddenly feel sick to my stomach, why don't I wait here with Fong for you to come back? They didn't force Ron to follow and agreed to his request. Hagrid led Harry and Hermione into the Forbidden Forest again. And their direction is also the position where the giant fiery python raged just now. As for the nearest Dumbledore, at this moment, he was almost at the Acromantula's lair. He was most worried about Lucas meeting Voldemort. As Voldemort's teacher, even as a guide, Dumbledore knew how powerful the other's persuasion could be. How did you know I was around? Quirrell asked suspiciously. He thought he was very careful about lurking, there should be no trace. Quirrell didn't have the slightest bit of submissiveness that he showed in class at this point. His eyes were cold and his face was bloodless, he almost looked like a dead man. Lucas first helped the unconscious Draco to a safe position. Professor Quirrell, the wind in the forest brings with you that sickening smell of garlic. However, I'm curious, what is the professor doing in the Forbidden Forest at this time of the night? Lucas looked very relaxed, but his standing position put Draco firmly behind himself and the hand holding the wand did not relax for a moment. Let me talk to him, idiot. A low, raspy voice came from the back of Quirrell's head. Lucas raised an eyebrow and the wand in his hand tightened again. As Quirrell turned, he took off the hood of his cloak and an old face appeared in front of Lucas. How to describe it? Although Voldemort at this time is better than the noseless image in the future. But that's all. He looks like a rumpled monkey now. Oh. That's amazing, Professor Quirrell, you're conjoined twins. Didn't think we'd meet again, little Grindelwald. Sorry, I don't remember knowing a friend like you. Voldemort wasn't offended by Lucas' words. This surprised him a bit. He had thought that as the number of Horcruxes made increases, the user loses his mind and becomes more aggressive. Before he could figure it out, Voldemort's deep raspy voice sounded again. No, we met just a few months ago in Gringotts. Let me introduce myself, I am Lord Voldemort. In the silent night, the breeze blows through the forest. Lucas looked at him calmly. Voldemort also silently stared at the boy in front of him. It's really unexpected, you are one of the few people who are not afraid to hear my name, and I did not misread you. Young man, follow me, I can give you supreme glory, surrender at my feet, kiss the corner of my robe lightly, and honor your loyalty. Ahem. Lucas waved his hand and said, sorry. He took a few deep breaths, suppressing the smile in his heart. Mr. Voldemort, I don't know how you gained the loyalty of the Death Eaters, but I think no normal person would be willing to kneel down and kiss your dirty robe. What sort of name is Voldemort anyway? As for following you. Oh Merlin. Could you please find a decent body first? Your state is really unconvincing. Follow you. When your physical body was destroyed by a baby. What kind of person even tries to kill a baby? Another reminder, Mr. Riddle, my spell made such a big commotion just now. The professor should be on their way at this moment, and Dumbledore might be among them, are you sure you want to stay? Bastard, you are not allowed to mention that last name. Voldemort waved his wand angrily. The red light of the Cruciatus curse flew towards Lucas. Expelliarmus. Lucas countered quickly and his spell was quickly wiped out after colliding with Voldemort's spell. The imagined scene like Harry Potter didn't happen. Bombarda. Avada Kedavra. Conf Ringo. Crucio. Afflicto. Imperio. The spells of the two were thrown out one after another. The three unforgivable curses were used very skillfully in Voldemort's hands. Lucas didn't budge either and every spell used carries a mortal threat. The curse exchange between the two lasted for about a minute. Just then Lucas staggered suddenly. Expelliarmus. Voldemort seized the opportunity and successfully knocked Lucas' wand into the air. He floated in front of Lucas. The wand in his hand pressed against the opponent's chin. I'll give you another chance. Surrender to me, I'll allow you to become my subordinate. Suddenly a few chuckles sounded. A strong wind blew from the depths of the cave and the robes of the two of them were blown loudly. A bad premonition suddenly appeared in Voldemort's heart. Just as he was about to step back, the blond boy in front of him suddenly raised his head. In the deep blue pupils, there are currently two clusters of dark purple lights dancing. Plunder. Ancient elf magic is activated. There is a mysterious attraction in the palm of Lucas' left hand. Quirrell's magic power was sucked out of the body, and it continuously gathered in Lucas' palm. The purple color of the magic gives people a mysterious beauty, which is fascinating. But Voldemort was very panicked at the moment as he was desperately trying to break free from Lucas' grip. But the opponent took the first step to control the wand. Only then did Voldemort understand. The boy in front of him deliberately let him knock his wand away just now. It was a bold move. What if it was not the disarming charm that was uttered at that time, but the killing curse? The result would be quite different. Even Voldemort was terrified at this moment by the horrific scheming of the young man in front of him. How were you so sure I'll use the disarming charm? Of course, because my surname is Grindelwald, you must not let go of the opportunity to make me surrender, because if I am alive, I can bring you greater benefits. At this time the looting magic is drawing to a close. Voldemort broke free from his restraints and fled backwards. Lucas looked at the purple magic power in his palm, and slowly absorbed it. A faint light flashed in his blue eyes. Lucas could clearly feel that his magic power had become much stronger. He reached out and recalled his wand. Lucas looked at Voldemort who was wary of him. Just as he was about to start the second round of duel with the opponent. Several people's calls came from the forest in the distance. Lucas, Draco, where are you? Merlin, you must be careful. Lucas. It was the voices of Hagrid, Hermione, and Harry. Lucas shrugged his shoulders to Voldemort. It seems that the professor should be here soon. Mr. Voldemort, are you sure you don't want to leave yet? Bastard, I will remember this. Dare to reject the great Dark Lord. When I return, I will definitely not let you go. Lucas nodded perfunctorily. Yes, that's right, the great Dark Lord Quarrelmort is awesome, you're welcome to try again next time. The voice just fell and he raised his wand. Expelliarmus. Voldemort manipulated Quirrell's body and raised his wand to block it. But he didn't know that this spell was not as simple as a disarming spell. Voldemort looked in amazement at the wand that was gradually cracking and finally falling apart. He couldn't figure it out. Why would the disarming charm cause such a result? But he has no time to stay and study carefully. Voldemort threw down the broken wand in his hand, turned into a cloud of black smoke and flew into the depths of the forbidden forest. It wasn't until the other party left for some time that Lucas finally relaxed his grip on his wand. If it weren't for plundering part of Quirrell's magic he probably couldn't hold it anymore. The fire shield from before had cost him a lot of magic power. It is already not easy to fight Voldemort, even as weak as he currently is. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Repelling the Darkness, reward, 200 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate achievement. Ultimate achievement. Lucas immediately turned on the system, ready to see what the ultimate achievement is. Don't forget to vote with Power Stones. This Saturday there will be up to 5 extra chapters if we reach 1k, 1 CHP for every 200 stones. Chapter 68, The Ultimate Achievement. Dumbledore appears. Ultimate achievement, Unique Demon King. Ask the host to collect and destroy all Horcruxes, and defeat Voldemort head-on to win the title of Dark Lord. Once you complete it, you will get a chance to draw a legendary lottery. Note, this achievement requires the host to complete, Unify England, and avoid the deaths of Harry Potter, Albus Dumbledore, and Severus Snape during the execution. It turns out that the higher reward than the diamond draw is legendary. Although Lucas has not won a diamond draw so far. But with Slytherin's house points at the moment, as long as Dumbledore doesn't play tricks, taking the house cup shouldn't be a problem. As long as he gets the house cup, Lucas can taste what the diamond lottery is like. System, what can I get from this legendary lottery? Response to the host, the items obtained from the legendary lottery can make the host transcend this world or increase the dimension of this world, which is a super standard reward. Lucas took a deep breath. It seems that this achievement must be completed perfectly. Reading carefully the requirements for the achievement. The achievement of unifying England is mainly achieved by ruling the Ministry of Magic of England and obtaining the approval of more than half of the wizards in England. Lucas has already arranged for manpower to enter the British Ministry of Magic. But if he wants to put his own people in all the important positions, it may not be possible to complete it in just a few years. The good news is that he still has plenty of time. As for the approval of more than half of the wizards in England, this is actually very simple. Just stand on the opposite side of Voldemort, and lead the people to resist with a strong posture after Voldemort returns. Therefore, Voldemort must be resurrected according to the original plan, even if Lucas has to help him resurrect. The really hard part was destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes. And among the Horcruxes, the first thing that bothers Lucas the most is the Resurrection Stone Ring. The curse was so powerful that not even Dumbledore could resist it. And not even Snape, the potions master, could do anything about it. But the achievement requires Dumbledore to be alive, which is a bit troublesome. Lucas didn't intend to let the old man die. Instead, he was thinking about taking Dumbledore back to live in Nurmengard. As for Harry Potter, this accidental Horcrux. Like Dumbledore, it is necessary to destroy the Horcrux in his body while ensuring his life is preserved. The only thing Lucas can think of at the moment is the method in the original book. Make Harry the master of the Elder Wand, then give the Elder Wand to Voldemort. The Elder Wand does not kill its master, but it would kill the Horcrux fragment in Harry's scar. But Lucas still has the achievement of collecting the Deathly Hallows to complete. The achievement is very clear, he must get the Deathly Hallows to recognize him as their master before it is considered complete. Lucas frowned. It's over. My head is so itchy, it seems like my brain is about to fall out. Forget it, better start with the easy ones and look for opportunities to go to the Room of Requirement to get Ravenclaw's diadem first. He didn't expect it either, just in his first year, and he already triggered so many long-running series achievements. It seems that I need to make a plan when I go back. This is really a thrilling and exciting challenge. There was a strong confidence in Lucas' eyes. Challenges are more fun. If he always follows the steps, wouldn't he become more and more boring? Letting out a long breath, he turned to look at a big tree behind him. Professor Dumbledore, are you there? Clap clap. What a wonderful spell, if Professor Flitwick sees it, he will be proud of having an excellent student like you. Dumbledore was wearing a colorful nightgown and a pointed hat with stars and moons on his head, looking like a caricature of Merlin. Long time no see, Professor, we haven't spoken since Halloween, and I haven't asked you, did you like my Christmas present? Seeing the smile on Dumbledore's mouth soften, Lucas felt much better. Oh, of course I do. Wool socks and sweets are my favorites, and thanks for the game console, even though I don't know how to use it. By the way, have you read the book I gave you? Lucas nodded his thanks. Then the two fell into a brief silence. Dumbledore stared at the boy in the moonlight, mentally comparing him to Grindelwald. Soon he found out that Lucas is much stronger than the young Gellert Grindelwald. At least with such a large fire shield, Gellert couldn't do it when he was young. Lucas was also wondering at this moment why Dumbledore had come. He didn't know how long Dumbledore had been here. Even more uncertain about the purpose of the other party coming alone. Was he really worried about him and Draco? Lucas shook his head mockingly. Maybe he was, but definitely not much. Lucas, I think we should have a good talk, what do you think? Of course, Professor. Lucas didn't refuse, as he would like to hear what the old bee was up to. Seeing Dumbledore motioning for himself to approach, Lucas looked worriedly at Draco lying on the ground. Don't worry, Snape and the others will be here soon, and Mr. Malfoy will be fine. Oh well. Lucas and Dumbledore disappeared from the Forbidden Forest under a flash of phoenix fire. Not long after, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from afar and the teachers arrived soon after. Looking at Draco Malfoy lying on the ground, Professor Snape ran forward to check his condition. It's okay, it's just a stunning spell. Enervate. A white light flashed along with the wand, waking Draco from his sleep. Professors. Draco, what happened? Where is Lucas? Hermione anxiously asked about Lucas' whereabouts. Lucas. Draco shook his head. Remembering the picture he saw before passing out. We escaped from the Acromantula's lair, and someone attacked us. It was the killing curse. Oh Merlin, are you sure you saw it correctly? Is it really the killing curse? Draco looked at Flitwick with a serious expression. He was very sure that he was right. The expressions of the professors immediately became serious after hearing this. The 3 unforgivable curses are called unforgivable curses for a reason. It is because they are too powerful and cruel. Whether it is the killing curse's instant death, being tortured by the Cruciatus curse, or controlled by the Imperius curse. It is unbearable for ordinary people. The Ministry of Magic expressly forbids their use, and anyone who's found using them will be immediately sent to the wizard prison of Azkaban. By the way, where is Lucas? I saw him fighting against the opponent before I passed out. Snape said in a low voice, you were the only one here when we arrived. Sobbing came from behind. Hermione was crying behind Hagrid's back. It was obvious that she was very worried about Lucas' situation. Professor McGonagall stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry, Mr. Grindelwald is the most excellent and powerful little wizard I have ever seen. He will be fine, trust me. Maybe he just left with Headmaster Dumbledore first, and everything is still unconcluded. Don't be sad. Hearing Dumbledore being mentioned, everyone thought of the centenarian. Although he is old, he is stronger than anyone present. Since he hasn't appeared, maybe he was really with Lucas. While everyone was worrying about Lucas. At the moment, he is sipping hot black tea on the sofa in the headmaster's office. He and Dumbledore had been back for a while. Neither of them spoke first. Each person has a cup of black tea, as if they intend to dispel the chill from their bodies first. Lucas, I am surprised by your strength. If I read correctly, the fire shield just now should require the level of an adult wizard to cast it. Lucas didn't give a precise answer. In fact, because it is a combination of fire shield and other spells, Lucas consumed much more magic than he imagined. But Dumbledore didn't know it, and thought it was Grindelwald's improved fire shield charm. But this is also good, just to confuse the old man. Seeing that Lucas didn't speak, Dumbledore thought he was right. He couldn't help saying with emotion, "You are the most powerful little wizard I have seen in the past few decades. Your power is beyond doubt, and your talent is even more enviable." Lucas was drinking black tea, thinking silently in his heart. Maybe he's more powerful than most wizards now. But after all these years in the wizarding world, what kind of people hasn't Dumbledore seen? Let's not talk about it. Let's just say that Voldemort was decades ago. Wasn't he excellent enough when he was in school? Seeing that Lucas didn't respond, Dumbledore knew it too. Facing the young men in front of him, the usual methods of fooling the little wizards were useless. He needs to talk to the other person as an adult. Dumbledore put down his teacup, with his glasses reflecting a bright light. "Lucas, how about we do another deal?" Hearing this, Lucas immediately raised his head, with interest in his eyes. "Don't forget to vote with Power Stones, up to 5 extra chapters on Saturday at 200 stones each one." Chapter 69, The Deal is Done, Dumbledore is Schemed. We're at almost 800 Power Stones, so I will give 4 extra chapters. If we still reach 1K before they reset the Power Stones tomorrow, I will give the other extra chapter then. With that said, there's 5 chapters today, enjoy. Seeing he got Lucas' interest, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't understand why he did this either. Since the Halloween talk, he always felt a little bit of pressure when facing the young men in front of him. He is already over 100 years old, just arranging for Harry and Voldemort had taken up most of his energy. He didn't want to have to worry about Lucas scheming against him every time he talked to him, so the best way is to not meet each other. But this time is different. Harry still lacked someone who would guide him all the time. Dumbledore had previously planned to have the clever Miss Granger befriend Harry, but it was destroyed by Lucas at the beginning of school. Draco later became friends with Harry. After observing for a long time, Dumbledore came to a conclusion. Draco Malfoy was a spoiled child who couldn't help Harry in critical moments. On the other hand, Lucas Grindelwald is a good candidate. Excellent, powerful, calm, shrewd. Such a person is too suitable to be Harry's guide and help him to the final victory. Dumbledore took a deep breath and asked, "Lucas, what do you think of Muggles?" "Muggles? No opinion. I like Muggle technology, but I prefer to make their money. But it is undeniable that Muggles are really powerful. Since the last war, they have become more and more oppressive. I don't know when we will be discovered by Muggles in the future, but I think when Muggles discover us, it may be the beginning of a new round of witch hunting." Listening to Lucas' statement, Dumbledore was silent for a long time before speaking again. "So you agree with the Muggle threat theory?" "It's true, Professor. Muggles are indeed much stronger than we imagined, and their individual weapons can even shoot us from a mile away. But what about our spells? Can they hit enemies a mile away? They can shoot us before we even know it." Dumbledore was silent again, and then retorted, "The fact is that the Muggle Prime Minister knows about wizards." Lucas sighed inwardly. He is actually very clear. Many wizards in the wizarding world look down on Muggles, especially the pureblood wizards. If these words were spoken to Lucius Malfoy today, the Blondpons would probably scoff. As a canary in a cage, many pureblood wizards also believe that a single wand is invincible in the Muggle world. Dumbledore doesn't have that old concept though. But as the greatest wizard of the century, he doesn't feel any threat. Seeing Dumbledore wanted to talk about it, Lucas sighed, "Forget it, let's not talk about this topic, we will talk about the future. You just need to know that I don't look down on Muggles, on the contrary, I would like to make friends with them. In my company in the Muggle world, more than 90% of the employees are Muggles, and we get along very well. So, now can you tell us about our deal?" Dumbledore nodded, and took out a new box of candies to place on the round table. "Lucas, I'm old, I don't have enough energy to do many things. Did you see him today?" "Voldemort?" Lucas asked. Dumbledore nodded. "You are more courageous than many wizards. Many people in the wizarding world dare not call Voldemort by his name directly, and only dare to use you-know-who instead. Since you have met Voldemort, you also know that he is not dead, or that he has not reached death in the true sense." Seeing Lucas nod, Dumbledore continues, "Professor Sybil Trelawney made a prophecy 11 years ago. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Harry? Lucas asked, pretending to be surprised, and Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. Lucas, I can feel my power fading, and I'm afraid there will be surprises in the future. I can't always be by Harry's side. Harry also needs someone to guide him on the right path, so you chose me, didn't you? Dumbledore nodded, waiting for Lucas' reply. Sorry, allow me to refuse. Lucas, you. Please hear me out, Mr. Headmaster. Lucas interrupted. You should know who I am. Harry and I are always together, which will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble and suspicion. I really hate trouble. Secondly, no one knows when Voldemort will return, considering his current state. With all due respect, any elite Auror could take him down as he is now, and there's also no way I would protect Harry for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Dumbledore hastily interjected, it doesn't need a lifetime, just 7 years in school. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucas shook his head. Impossible, 7 years is too long, 2 years at most, and these 2 years include this year. Professor Dumbledore needs to help me solve the seized properties in Paris and Berlin, and ensure that the shops can reopen. This. Dumbledore frowned. What? This should be a small problem for you, and with your prestige in the 2 countries, it can be easily done. I didn't mean that. It's just that the protection period is too short. How about 5 years? When Harry enters the 5th grade, he should have the power to protect himself. 2 years, only 2 years. Lucas said with a firm tone. To do business, of course, it is the most cost-effective to sign a short-term contract. As long as the service is good, if you want to sign another contract next time, it will be another price. Mr. Lucas the Profiteer Grindelwald's little plan was clinking. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. Looking at Lucas sincerely, my energy is getting worse day by day, since I am an old friend of your father, how about 3 years? Oh who? Playing the emotional card. Professor, as far as I know, the reason why my father didn't step out of the Tower of Nurmengard was because he lost to an old friend and kept the agreement between them. Lucas finished speaking, making Dumbledore freeze. Although he knows it's not good to say that in person, he couldn't help himself. Oldby has been enjoying Hogwarts every day all these years, while his father locked himself in a room on the high tower of Nurmengard. Just thinking about it makes him angry. Lucas took a deep breath, and was about to ask if he wanted to continue the transaction. But listening to Dumbledore's lost tone. In order to fight against Voldemort, I set up a non-governmental organization called the Order of the Phoenix. If you agree to help Harry, I will give it to you. People in the organization will also help you to assist Harry, so that you don't have to work too hard. How about it? Lucas didn't reply right away, and alarm bells were ringing in his mind. I can't, the Oldby has no good intentions, he's digging a hole for me. Not to mention that the Order of the Phoenix was built on Dumbledore. Even if it was handed over to Lucas, those in the Order of the Phoenix would not obey his orders. Secondly, just relying on the few unreliable people of the Order of the Phoenix, he wants to exchange for the help of his entire alliance. Dumbledore's little scheme was just too much. Sorry, Professor, I don't want to be the leader of some non-governmental organization, you should hire someone else. However, if you promise me 2 conditions, 3 years is not impossible. Originally, Dumbledore was a little disappointed, but unexpectedly, Lucas chose to extend the deal. What? Looking at Dumbledore's curiosity, Lucas said with a smile, during the holiday, the reopening of my stores in other 2 countries will be held in the French trial court. I need you to accompany me to attend. Dumbledore frowned slightly, and in a few seconds, he readily agreed. Anyway, he had made a move to protect Lucas last time. The first time is raw and the second time is cooked, this time is not bad. Second point, I am more interested in the Philosopher's Stone, I need to study it for a day, don't worry, I promise to return it to you intact. Okay. It's a deal. Dumbledore agreed more readily this time. With the deal done, Lucas had the Phoenix Fox send himself back to the Forbidden Forest. When Lucas left the office, Dumbledore changed his disappointed expression from just now. Just providing a shelter and a stone that was about to be destroyed, in exchange for Harry's peace of mind for 3 years, this deal is a good deal. Dumbledore seemed quite pleased with his performance. But he doesn't know that because of the ultimate achievement, even if he pays nothing, Lucas still needs to keep Harry alive until the finale. Not only Harry, but even Dumbledore himself was under protection. Forbidden Forest. Accompanied by a flash of fire, Lucas returned to the Acromantula's lair. At this time Snape and the others had already left. Lucas stretched and was about to go back when he heard Hermione's sobbing call not far away. Lucas, where the hell have you been? Chapter 70, Impure Parseltongue Cursing. Going back to the moment after Lucas disappeared from the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall led the crowd to look for Lucas' whereabouts. Several people turned the Acromantula's nest upside down but still found no trace of Lucas. Hagrid, are you sick? Why are you sweating so much? No, it's nothing. Hagrid was very worried, he is too familiar with this place, it is the territory of his pet Aragog. The thought of Lucas fighting Aragog disappeared. He was more worried about the recurrence of the events 50 years ago. In fact, until now he still has a record in the Ministry of Magic, and if it is confirmed that a student had an accident in the Forbidden Forest, the Ministry of Magic would probably think of him first and put him in Azkaban without even giving him a chance to defend himself in a fair trial. After all, he is a half-giant, so he has very little rights in the wizarding world. Harry looked at the guilty Hagrid very puzzled, then he realized that it was Hagrid who led them into the Forbidden Forest today and he may be afraid of being punished. Hagrid, don't worry, Lucas is strong, he will be fine. After searching for a while, Professor McGonagall suggested going back to the castle first. Maybe Lucas had already gone back with Dumbledore. Hermione was still worried though, but seeing that the professors nodded in agreement she had no choice but to follow and go back to the Ravenclaw Tower. Hermione, are you all right? What happened in the Forbidden Forest just now? You're worrying me to death. Hermione had just returned to the Ravenclaw common room and Cho greeted her with a worried face. Cho, I'm fine. Hermione doesn't look like she's okay right now. It's just that everyone thought she was just frightened, so they didn't continue to ask. Another hour or so passed and the students in the common room also returned to their rooms to rest. Hermione came out of the dormitory fully dressed, and holding a wand in hand, she returned to the Forbidden Forest. Lucas. Can you hear me? Oh whoa. The howling of wolves in the distance startled the little witch since she had long heard that there were werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. But thinking that there is still no news of Lucas until now, she suppressed the fear in her heart and with firm eyes, walked deep into the Forbidden Forest. Lucas, where the hell have you been? My beautiful lady, may I help you? A familiar voice behind her made Hermione stop. She turned around sharply and saw that the person she was worried about was standing under a big tree and looking at her. She didn't know why, but seeing the smile on his face, Hermione, who was still worried, became very angry. She didn't say anything but walked towards Lucas step by step. Just as Lucas was about to tell Hermione that he was fine, he was staggered by a huge force. Laughing. I'm almost dying of worry, but you're still laughing. Where did you go? Why didn't you show up until now? Do you know how worried I am, you bloody bastard? The little witch's anger took Lucas by surprise. Fists rained down on him and he had no choice but to admit his mistake and apologize first. Looking at the tears in Hermione's eyes, Lucas pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry, I shouldn't just disappear without saying anything. I promise to tell you first no matter what I do in the future. Hermione struggled twice, then relaxed in his arms when he didn't let go. You bastard, you really make people worry. Hearing the little witch whimpering, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her anger was gone. I'm sorry, I won't do it next time, and thank you for coming to find me. The two embraced and stayed like that for a long time. Oh, so our Mr. Grindelwald knows how to go back to school. A low, monotonous voice came from the gate of the castle. Watching Snape walk in front of him with a sullen face, Lucas said with a wry smile, Professor Snape, haven't you slept yet? Thanks to some stupid, arrogant guy, the heads of the 4 houses can't rest until now. Mr. Grindelwald, what do you think I should do with him? I'm sorry, Professor. No, you don't need to apologize. As punishment for almost burning the Forbidden Forest to ashes, Slytherin will lose 2 points. In addition, because of your stupidity and arrogance, you have delayed the normal rest of the professors, so another 3 points will be deducted. Now, go back to your dormitory immediately, or I will have to continue deducting points from my house. Lucas was about to nod when he suddenly remembered Hermione sleeping in his arms. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Snape added, send this dunderhead who trespassed in the Forbidden Forest back to where she should be, and then go back to your dormitory. After he finished speaking, he turned around and entered the castle with his robes billowing dramatically as he walked. After sending Hermione back to the Ravenclaw Tower, Lucas walked down the stairs to the dungeons. Hogwarts at night is very scary. At this time there is no light in the deep corridors and from time to time, the hooting of owls could be heard coming from the darkness. Lucas held his wand all the way to the 2nd floor where he faintly heard someone crying. Following the sound of the cries, he came to the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Since I'm here, why not try to see if I can open the Chamber of Secrets? Lucas pushed open the bathroom door. Moaning Myrtle was weeping as always. Being suddenly interrupted, she got angry very fast. But when she saw the person who broke in, she immediately shouted in horror, Grindelwald. As soon as the words fell, she turned into a stream and fell headfirst into the toilet in the cubicle. Lucas ignored Myrtle's surprise and came to the round washbasin in the middle, looking carefully for the faucet with the engraved snake pattern. Soon the faucet appeared in front of his eyes. Ahem. Hiss. Lucas practiced the sound of a snake. Then tried imitating the voice in the movie and said, open. He waited about 30 seconds but the mechanism of the washbasin did not respond at all. Lucas said again in disbelief, open. Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Salazar, Lord of the Slytherins. Salazar is an ugly monkey. Stupid, pompous Slytherin. If Lucas tried to open the Chamber of Secrets in a serious manner at first, then the latter words are purely scolding. It turns out that Parseltongue doesn't work just by imitating it. Even Dumbledore can only understand Parseltongue but not speak Parseltongue. As for Ron, well, he's an exception. Maybe he's a secret Parseltongue and never told anyone, or Dumbledore might have done something to the entrance. Mr. Lucas Grindelwald. Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind. Lucas turned and raised his wand, but seeing Cedric appear at the door, he was relieved. So it's you, Cedric, what are you doing on the second floor so late? Cedric turned to look at the girls' bathroom sign hanging outside. The expression on his face was tangled for a long time, not knowing whether to ask or not. I'm hungry and looking for something to eat, you. Cedric glanced at Lucas, then at the sign on the door. Also, don't get me wrong, this bathroom has been abandoned long ago, and no one usually comes here. Cedric nodded, but he didn't look very convinced. Lucas didn't explain any more, he walked to the door and looked at the Hufflepuff boy curiously. Cedric, I remember correctly, you should be a third grader. That's right, what's wrong? Lucas shook his head, I'm just curious, you've been in Hogwarts for so long, and you don't even know where the kitchen is. As he spoke, he led Cedric to the basement. The Hogwarts kitchen is actually not far from Hufflepuff's dormitory. The two came to a portrait of fruit and Cedric looked at Lucas puzzled, only to see that Lucas reached out and scratched a pear in the painting. The pear actually giggled and immediately afterwards it turned into a doorknob. Lucas opened the door and they saw hundreds of house elves busy making breakfast for the next day. Oh! A distinguished guest has come to the kitchen. Hello, what can Beachy do for you? Give me a cup of black tea, please, and prepare something for this gentleman to eat. After Lucas finished speaking, he looked at Cedric behind him who hadn't recovered yet. When he reacted, several pieces of cake and bread had appeared in front of him. Thanks. Oh Merlin. The distinguished guest actually said thank you to Beachy, Beachy is so moved. The house elf cried with teary eyes. His appearance made Cedric a little bit uncomfortable. Lucas was accustomed to the elves' weird behaviors and was calmly drinking black tea. By the time the two left the kitchen, it was already half an hour later. Looking at Hufflepuff's common room not far away, Cedric said nervously, want to come to our common room? Of course I will not refuse such an invitation. Speaking of which, Lucas hasn't entered Hufflepuff's common room after so long. It seems that he will get another achievement tonight. Chapter 71, Hufflepuff's Secret. The Hufflepuff common room is just to the right of the kitchen hallway. There was a large pile of wooden barrels stacked there and behind these barrels is the common room. The entrance to Hufflepuff is the only one of the 4 houses that does not require a password, but the entrance is equipped with a resistance device. Anyone who wants to get into the Hufflepuff dorms is required to tap the bottom of the second barrel in the second row in the unique rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff, and if they were to get it wrong they would be doused with vinegar. Lucas watched as the lid of the barrel opened somewhat puzzled and asked Cedric to look. Please. Climb in. Cedric nodded. Lucas had no choice but to bite the bullet and climb inside the barrel. Hufflepuff's common room is full of nature, herbs and specimens are everywhere. No wonder Hufflepuff students are doing well in herbology. The whole room is dominated by yellow and black and there are also several circular windows on one side of the wall. Standing by the window, you can just see the green grass and dandelions outside the castle. This place is really nice and warm. Just sit down if you like it, I'll get some drinks. After Cedric left, Lucas wandered around the place. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Hufflepuff Common Room, reward, 100 achievement points. Same as before, there are only exploration achievements in the common room and the overall exploration progress of Hufflepuff House has not been completed. Lucas carefully looked for hidden mechanisms in the room. Lucas, there's only some juice in the dorm, do you mind? Juice is fine, thanks. Lucas took the cup, looked around and praised, I've been to Ravenclaw's common room, it's full of books, it's like a small library. The common room in Slytherin is not that good either, it's too dark, because we're under the Black Lake. Your common room is way better, even though it's also a basement, but the sunlight can shine in through the windows, and there are so many plants, it's really cozy. Hearing Lucas' praise, Cedric was very happy. Actually, it's not as good as you said. Many of these flowers and plants were brought back by Professor Sprout, and others were planted by some students according to their preferences. While they chatted, Lucas' eyes kept scanning everything in the room. Until he saw the portrait above the fireplace. Is that Miss Helga Hufflepuff? That's right, the founder of our house. Cedric looked at the portrait with pride written all over his face. The witch in the portrait is slightly fat, wearing a yellow and black wizard robe, but the most eye-catching thing is her smile. Helga Hufflepuff is a very gentle witch and everyone who ever met her will have a good impression of her. Every time the other 3 founders quarreled, Miss Helga Hufflepuff would come forward to mediate. Miss Hufflepuff, she looks like a really nice person. As soon as Lucas finished speaking, several voices came from the direction of the boys' dormitory. Cedric put his glass down shyly, apologizing before walking towards the boys' dormitory. Lucas, seeing that he is again alone in the common room, went to the fireplace. He looked at Miss Hufflepuff's raised left hand in the portrait. In her hand, she was holding her own golden cup. Lucas had the idea of taking out the Hufflepuff gold cup. When he brought the real gold cup close to the portrait, the 2 golden cups coincided miraculously. Then came a sense of dizziness, and when Lucas finally came back to his senses he was already in a stone room, with the gold cup still in his hand, and in front of him was a square stone platform. Lumos. In the light of the wand, Lucas approached the stone platform cautiously. There is only a chiseled dent in the stand, which seems that it should be used to place the gold cup, so he put the gold cup into the dent and the stone platform emitted a white light. Helga Hufflepuff's name slowly appeared on the platform. Lucas stared at it for a long time. Unsure, he wrote his name on it with his wand, and a sudden sense of weightlessness overcame him. He felt like he had been thrown into the washing machine and didn't know how many times he spun before he fell on a lawn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden, reward, 500 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, Exploring Hufflepuff House, reward, 2000 achievement points. Lucas was not happy about the sudden 2,500 achievement points because he could not care about checking the system at all at the moment. What appeared in front of him was a vast grassland. Not far from him, a group of diricals, or dodos as they are called by muggles, walked by in a line. Upon seeing an unexpected guest they teleported away one by one. Lucas looked around. Whether it is caves, woods, snow mountains, swamps, it all can be seen in this space. Even day and night can appear at the same time. It's like Newt Scamander's suitcase. But Lucas can assure you, the space here is infinitely larger than Newt's. He didn't know how Ms. Hufflepuff managed to accomplish this feat in the first place. He just couldn't imagine what level of extension spell could create such an environment. Picking up the gold cup that fell on the ground, he suddenly found an extra mark on his arm. A message came from the mark. It turns out that this imprint is equivalent to a door key, allowing Lucas to freely enter this space for the first time after Helga Hufflepuff. He became the second owner of this space. That's pretty cool. Although it has long been suspected some secret room existed from each founder. But actually finding Hufflepuff's chamber, Lucas was still shocked inside. That being the case, Ravenclaw and Gryffindor must have left their own chamber of secrets back then. Almost instantly, Lucas remembered the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in the Ravenclaw common room. Statue. Crown. He seemed to understand something. Looks like I need to go to the room of requirement as soon as possible and get Ravenclaw's diadem out. Putting the gold cup away, Lucas began to visit the secret garden that now belonged only to him. The magical animals here have formed a complete food chain. From the information he got, this space was originally created by Helga Hufflepuff to protect the magical animals that were hunted. At the beginning, the ancestors of these animals signed a contract with the place. Any magical animal that lives here must obey the orders of the Space Master. Lucas thanked Ms. Hufflepuff in his heart. Isn't this sending him an army of animals? He saw it all. There are Nundus and horned serpents. There are also Akamis that can grow and shrink, and thunderbirds that can summon thunderstorms. There are unicorns that cleanse poison, and so on and so forth. More than these. There are many herbal medicines in the space, and there are even plants that have long been recognized as extinct. Lucas took a deep breath. He is going to get filthy rich. When Lucas returned to the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric hadn't come back yet, so he decided to leave. Lucas tossed and turned in his bed. Tonight was very rewarding for him. First, he got more than 10,000 achievement points from the Acromantulas. Then there was a second confrontation with Voldemort where he absorbed part of the magic power from the opponent to strengthen himself. After that, he signed a 3-year short-term contract with Dumbledore. Then he confirmed his conjecture regarding the entrance to Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. And finally he got his own personal space full of magical beasts and plants. Oh Merlin. Hogwarts is such a place full of surprises. Early the next morning Lucas left the Slytherin quarters before dawn. He came to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest and released his elf presence with all his strength. Not long after, a gold pony came running towards him. Chapter 72, In Search of the Diadem. Baby unicorns love being around Lucas. Professor Kettleben would have been surprised to see this. Little guy, come with me, and I will take you to a safer place to live. As a magical creature, even if the unicorn is very young, he could already understand what Lucas wanted to express. It took a few steps forward and placed its forehead in Lucas' palm, and with a soft sound, one man and one beast disappeared in place. Hufflepuff's Secret Garden. Lucas appeared in a forest with the little unicorn. A group of unicorns are playing leisurely not far away, and sensing his arrival, gathered around Lucas one after another. I brought a new friend for you. Lucas showed the little unicorn behind him. It looks a little scared, always trying to hide behind Lucas. At this time, several unicorns who were also young came up to meet them. Just like human children, with a playmate, the little unicorn's fear of unfamiliar environments has eased a lot. Waiting until the little unicorn is fully acclimatized to the new environment, Lucas left the secret garden. It has to be said, the space that Ms. Helga has created is really amazing. After the test just now, Lucas found that as long as it is a magical animal that enters the secret garden, a contract will be automatically signed. Having verified his idea, Lucas took another look at the Forbidden Forest in front of him. His exploration of the Forbidden Forest was only a small part completed. But right now there are more important things to do. The 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Lucas stands in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls to dance ballet. He paced 3 times back and forth while thinking, I need a place to hide my stuff. Perceiving his needs, a door gradually appeared on the wall. Pushing the door and entering, Lucas immediately froze in place. He was sure that the diadem of Ravenclaw must be hidden here, because the layout of the room is almost the same as the original. But he never imagined that this hidden room was actually so big. Lucas looked across the endless room and immediately felt a little headache coming. Accio Ravenclaw's diadem. Even though he knew it's useless, he still used the summoning charm to test his luck. A few minutes passed, and there was no movement in the room. Harry truly deserves to be the person who has the aura of the protagonist, since he can find the diadem in such a cluttered and enormous room. This secret room was probably used as a storage place for waste items. Dilapidated boxes, old portraits, and broken tables and chairs can be seen everywhere. He even saw a few broomsticks used by medieval wizards. Maybe it's because there's more and more scrap that the room of requirements also expands the area of the room repeatedly. Until now, the entire secret room is almost the size of 3 football fields. It was a real trial to find a specific object in such a large place. Lucas put away his wand and followed the road into the mountains of waste. 2 hours later he walked out of the room of requirement. Seeing the dust on his robes, he waved his wand to give himself a fresh clean. Damn it, where did Voldemort hide the diadem? Lucas' tone was tinged with irritation. With such a large area, he may not be able to find it in 1 year. Lucas. Hermione's voice came from the stairs beside him. Looking at the little witch holding a thick book in her arms, Lucas asked, going to the library again. That's right. Exams are coming soon. I heard that Hogwarts exams are scary. Hermione seems to be suffering from exam phobia recently. He didn't know who spread the rumors, but it is said that the Hogwarts exams are very scary and very difficult. This made Our Lady Know-It-All very anxious, and these days she's either attending class or reading books in the library. Lucas originally thought that after yesterday's trip to the Forbidden Forest, she could be somewhat relieved. But now it seems that the effect is not that great. My dear, the exams at Hogwarts are just like Muggle schools, and you are so excellent, you don't need to worry at all. Upon hearing Lucas' address, Hermione's face seemed to be covered with a red glow. She said coquettishly, what nonsense are you calling me? There are people everywhere. Maybe the exam is just not difficult for you. During the conversation the two arrived at the library. The exam is approaching, and the library is full of young wizards cramming, so they had a hard time finding an empty table. Looking at the little witch who was studying hard, Lucas, who had nothing to do, found a biography book at random. After a while, he found out that the biographies of the wizarding world are actually no different from novels. By the way, Harry and Draco came to see me just now. They seemed to be investigating the Philosopher's Stone and asked me a few questions. After Hermione finished speaking, she looked at Lucas eagerly. In fact, she was still very interested in the Philosopher's Stone. Lucas, can the Philosopher's Stone really make people live forever? Didn't Nicholas Flamel confirm it? Lucas closed the book in his hand. However, it only prolongs people's lifespan, and their physical functions will still degrade with time. Clever as Hermione was, she understood what Lucas meant right away and lost interest in the Philosopher's Stone. Speaking about it, during this time, Draco always followed Harry to investigate the Philosopher's Stone. Maybe they have already been to the corridor on the 3rd floor. Merlin's beard, I finally found you. Speaking of the devil. Draco, Harry, and Weasley came from the door. Because Draco spoke too loudly, he also got a glare from Mrs. Pants. Lucas saw the books in their hands and his expression was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, these guys would also come to study. They all came to Lucas' empty table and sat down, accidentally making a loud sound when they moved the chairs. Harry looked back at Mrs. Pants behind him and not surprisingly, he once again received Mrs. Pants's patented glare. Lucas, after what happened in the Forbidden Forest last night, I probably already understand what's going on. Harry's words attracted the attention of Lucas and Hermione. Seeing the 2 top students acting like they were listening, Harry felt a little smug. At first I thought that Snape was going to steal the Philosopher's Stone and sell it, but now I have overturned this conclusion. You may not know it, but I met that man in the Forbidden Forest last night, Voldemort. When Harry mentioned the title Voldemort, his voice was very low, as if he was afraid that the people around him would hear him. Ahem, Harry, it's Professor Snape. Harry looked at Lucas strangely. He's talking about something important and Lucas cares more about how he addresses Snape. Harry took a deep breath and said again, it should be like this, Snape. Seeing Lucas glance over at him, he quickly changed his words. Professor Snape's purpose was probably to steal the Philosopher's Stone under the trapdoor, but with the 3-headed dog guarding it, he failed. But I believe that Professor Snape will not give up. When he gets the Philosopher's Stone, he will deliver it to Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. Harry, can you stop saying that person's name? Ron said with a look of fear on his face. Harry ignored it, but looked at the crowd and continued. Then Voldemort can live forever, regain his strength, and then he can come and kill me. At the end, Harry's voice couldn't help but rise. After he finished speaking, Mrs. Pants's voice sounded behind everyone. If I hear loud noises from you guys again, I will have to kick you out of the library. Sorry, Mrs. Pants. Hermione apologized hastily, then looked at Harry. Once Mrs. Pants left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione turned her head to look at the worried Harry and said, "Your worry is a little too much. This is Hogwarts, and there is someone who is protecting the stone and can stop you-know-who." Seeing Harry pointing at himself, Hermione said helplessly, "Dumbledore, it's Dumbledore. As the greatest wizard of this century, he's the only person Voldemort is afraid of, so what are you worried about? You're safe in Hogwarts. But we can't just watch Snape steal the Philosopher's Stone." Seeing Lucas look at himself again, Harry added, "Professor Snape. It's rare that Draco and Ron don't make fun of each other and coincide in something." The two nodded in support of their friend, thinking that Harry was right. At this time, Lucas, who had finished reading the biography, raised his head to look at them. Whether Harry is right or not, these things have nothing to do with us for the time being. It's only a few days before the exam, and I can assure you that if one of the three of you fails in the exam, it will end badly. It will even affect whether you can enter the Quidditch team next semester. When Lucas said this, he kept looking at Draco. Mr. Malfoy was still waiting for his son's results to show off to others. If Draco fails a single exam, Lucas can guarantee that Mr. Malfoy will be more dangerous than the three-headed dog. And, he didn't want them to continue the investigation at this moment. Everything has to wait until the end of the exam. This exam is the key to whether Lucas can successfully get the Diamond Lottery. Whoever dares to cause trouble at this time will have to deal with him. Even Voldemort and Dumbledore. Chapter 73, The Final Exam is Coming in the Howler. Final exams are finally here, causing the first-year freshmen to look nervous. The senior students looked at them with evil grins, enjoying their fear as they kept telling them how difficult the exams were going to be. Before entering the examination room, Lucas stood in front of Slytherin's first years. "I won't say anything superfluous, please remember the honor of your family and Slytherin. If I find out that you have done something harmful to Slytherin, don't blame me for being too harsh." "Don't worry, Lucas, how could we cheat like that?" Blaise Zabini's voice came from the crowd. Lucas turned his head to look at the boy. "The thing I'm most worried about is you, Mr. Zabini. If you can shift your energy from looking at girls to studying, I won't be so worried." The little snakes of Slytherin laughed out loud while Zabini looked at Lucas with embarrassment and a hint of annoyance. Hogwarts exams are divided into two parts, written and practical. The written test is the same as the Muggle school, it is all theoretical knowledge. They entered the classroom and saw that the professors had already set parchment and new quills on the tables. There is also an anti-cheating spell cast on the quills. It seems that the means of preventing cheating in the wizarding world is indeed much more convenient than that of Muggles. It's early summer now, so the huge classroom was unbearably stuffy, and many young wizards were taking the exams while wiping off their sweat. Lucas was the first to complete the test in record time. In front of everyone's astounded eyes, he handed his parchment into the hands of Professor McGonagall. "Oh, very beautiful words, very wonderful answers." Professor McGonagall carefully glanced at the answers on the parchment, showing a rather satisfied expression. "Looking forward to your practical performance, Mr. Grindelwald." After the written test was over, the little wizards fled from the stuffy classroom one after another. Feeling the cool wind outside, one by one they seemed to be reborn. Soon, the practical exam started and the first subject was transfiguration. Professor McGonagall stood on the podium and looked at the crowd and said, "The content of this practical assessment is to turn mice into snuff boxes. The more refined and detailed you make them, the higher your score will be, and vice versa. If your box still has whiskers, consider yourself failed." Professor McGonagall waved her wand, causing dozens of mice to fly from their cages toward the little wizards. Getting the mouse, Lucas didn't cast the transfiguration spell right away. Turning mice into dead objects is very simple for him, but to make something beautiful, he still needs to think carefully. On the podium, Professor McGonagall nodded when she saw Lucas' performance. This is an exam, not a class, and there are no house points, so being the first to perform the spell will not help. Just then, Professor McGonagall saw Lucas pull out his wand. As a light shot from his wand, a snuff box with exquisite shape and bright colors appeared in front of Lucas. There is a layer of crystal on the outside of the snuff box, and on the crystal there is a beautiful ink painting of mountains and rivers. The plants and trees in the painting are vivid, as if they exist for real in the box. "Oh, very beautiful oriental snuff box. Mr. Grindelwald, I think your test result this time should be an O." "Thank you, Professor." The conversation between the two attracted the attention of others. Looking at the snuff box on Lucas' desk, Ron waved his wand out of jealousy. The mouse in front of him immediately turned into a kettle, but the mouth of it is the mouse's head. Hearing the screams of mice, Professor McGonagall looked at Ron and shook her head. "Professor McGonagall, please give me another chance, this was an accident." Obviously, Ron's reckless behavior brought him very bad grades. When the transfiguration exam was over, everyone went to the examination site of the charms class. Professor Flitwick had long been standing on a thick stack of books waiting. "Very good, have you seen the pineapple in front of you?" Seeing everyone nodding, he continued, Isn't it very simple to let this pineapple tap dance across the desk? He had just finished speaking when he heard a tapping sound. Lucas waved his wand and directed the pineapple in front of him to dance gracefully. For good looks. He even gave pineapple a hairstyle, and the shoes needed for tap dancing are made from the peel of the pineapple. Tap tap tap, his pineapple was like a real tap dancer moving around his desk. Oh ho! Great show, Lucas, you never disappoint. Oh, your grade is O. Professor Flitwick shouted and announced Lucas' grades. This made the little wizards in the examination room envious. Once the charms practical test was over, it was lunchtime. Hermione walked out of the Transfiguration class examination room, saw Lucas standing at the door and went up to complain immediately. I thought it was supposed to be scary and difficult, but it turned out to be so simple. The seniors were just making fun of us, but this kind of exam is really interesting. As a top student, what will you do after the exam? Of course it is to check the answers. Hermione asked Lucas for a long time, then said angrily. Merlin. I got a question wrong in the written test, so it seems that I won't be able to get a full score. Perhaps you are right and I am wrong. Don't comfort me, I can tell right from wrong. Oh, this is terrible. Looking at the little witch's expression, Lucas really wanted to persuade her not to put too much pressure on herself. But after thinking about it, he didn't seem qualified to say this. Now it seems that the one who puts the most pressure on Hermione is himself. The two had lunch and immediately rushed to the afternoon exam. Forgetfulness potion, after using it, can make people forget everything. There is no antidote yet, and we can only wait for the effect of the potion to run its course. This is your exam today, Professor Snape whispered. Seeing everyone looking at him, Professor Snape frowned uncommonly. What are you watching me for? Do you think I'm going to write down the steps and tell you? Move your heads full of acnatharum and think about it, this is an exam. The little wizards hurriedly put the cauldron on the fire and used their brain to try to recall the process of making the forgetfulness potion. This potion is not too difficult to make. After all, Lucas and the others are only in first grade. The potion mainly uses 3 kinds of materials. Lucas put the materials into the cauldron one by one according to the steps. Looking at his calm movements, there was a hint of satisfaction in Professor Snape's eyes. Although he still has doubts about Lucas, after a semester passed, the other party seemed to be behaving and did not make any dangerous moves. The most dangerous time was setting a fire in the Forbidden Forest. Good, Mr. Grindelwald. With a faint compliment, Professor Snape walked towards Draco. As the son of a friend and his godson, Draco has known Professor Snape since he was a child, and received his potion training before entering school. After watching the two people who made him most satisfied, Snape's eyes turned to the savior classmate. Mr. Potter, if you were in class at this moment, I would definitely deduct some points from you. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lucas seemed to feel some hatred in Professor Snape's tone. Everything seemed to be going well with the potions test today. Until the end of the exam, there were no accidents in the classroom. Bang. Lucas never realized that he still had the potential of the crow's mouth. Stupid. Idiot. Get out of my classroom immediately. Professor Snape's roar echoed in everyone's ears. Watching Neville and Seamus run out in desperation, Lucas seemed to understand Professor Snape's mood somewhat. Whoever comes across this kind of student who has been learning for a semester and keeps making mistakes would be angry as well. The reason Professor Snape didn't suffer from an aneurysm due to anger is only thanks to the miracle of magic. The potion test is over and there's just Cuthbert Bin's History of Magic and Professor Hooch's Flying exam. For the History of Magic exam, you only need to answer some Goblin Rebellion questions. It's like some exams in the Muggle world and it only takes memorization to pass. As for the flying lesson, it is even simpler, just ride a broom and fly a few laps according to the prescribed movements. With the vigorous final exam finally over, the students could relax for the rest of the week since the results will be announced a week later. Lucas is very confident about his test results. Next, we can consider the Philosopher's Stone and Voldemort. At dinner time, Lucas sat at the long Slytherin table, staring at Harry's back. He was thinking that this trip to the playground would be without Hermione's help. How would Harry pass those traps that require a brain? At this time, the hooting of an owl came from afar and said all flew unsteadily towards the Gryffindor table. Seeing the red envelope in its mouth, the Great Hall immediately became silent. Whoa! Ron Weasley got a howler. Accompanied by Seamus Finnegan's shout, the place immediately became lively. And with this I have paid the extra chapters, don't forget to keep voting with Power Stones, we can still reach 1K for the last extra chapter. Chapter 74, News from Big Mouth Hagrid. Ronald Weasley, what you have done is a disgrace to me and your father. If Percy hadn't written me a letter, how long would you have kept it a secret? You actually contacted your big brother privately and sent a dragon over there. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble to your big brother Charlie? Ronald Weasley, you'd better explain it to me when you come back this time. Also, when did your father and I teach you to slander your classmates? Dark Wizard. Merlin's beard, how can you say such words? If there is a next time, I will definitely ask Headmaster Dumbledore to expel you. Molly Weasley's angry voice came from the howler as Ron looked angrily at Percy Weasley, who was sitting not far away. Unexpectedly, a traitor appeared among his own brothers. The howler then destroyed itself into pieces which later burned to ashes after conveying the contents of the letter. After a short silence, loud laughter erupted in the great hall. For a young wizard, receiving a howler from their parents in public is one of the most embarrassing things that can happen. Draco looked at Ron's blushing face that looked even redder than his hair and also saw that tears were about to pour from his eyes. The Weasley twins came to Ron, one on the left and one on the right, and proceeded to pick him up and gesture around. On behalf of Ronnie, thank you all. I would like to introduce our little brother, Ronnie Ekins. Sod off. Ron broke free from the two and yelled at them. This drew ridicule from other people in the Great Hall. In fact, the last few weeks have not been easy for Ron and Harry. The reason is that the two have deducted too many points from Gryffindor. Even their own housemates have some complaints in their hearts. Not surprisingly, this year Gryffindor will have the fewest points of the 4 houses. The professors who were eating looked at the lively atmosphere with a happy smile on their face. It's just that they didn't know if they were infected by the little wizard's emotions or because of Molly Weasley's howler. The following week, Hogwarts students spent it having fun every day. No classes, no homework. They gather in groups with their friends to play together. This is their ideal school life. Unfortunately, such days are too short. Wait until the results of the exams are announced. Many little wizards will never have such a good time during summer vacation as they are having now. The 7th floor of the castle. Lucas came out of the room of requirement again, looking at the door slowly disappearing behind him. His expression became a little helpless. For a week, he searched through a third of the room but Ravenclaw's diadem was not found. Looks like there's no hope of finding it this semester. The exam results will be announced today, and tomorrow night Dumbledore will announce the House Cup. The day after tomorrow Hogwarts will enter the long summer vacation. Lucas tapped his robe a few times with his wand, causing his dusty robes to become as good as new. The results are out, finally. I can't watch it. If I get anything less than an acceptable, I'll be grounded for the summer. It's okay, be brave, you're a Gryffindor. 2 girls walked past Lucas. After hearing what the 2 said, Lucas learned that the results had been announced. Walking to the front of the teaching area. A huge piece of parchment is being posted on the bulletin board which records everyone's achievements. Being enchanted, the students just need to write their names with their wands for the parchment to show their respective grades. If you are not very confident about your grades, you can choose to check when there are few people or look for it yourself among hundreds of names. Oh, look who this is. It's Lucas who disappeared for a week. I thought you wouldn't come. Hearing voices behind him, Lucas smiled slightly, turned around and hugged the other person in his arms. Sorry, I've been really busy this week. Hermione struggled slightly, but she gave up when she couldn't break free. But seeing the eyes paying attention to them as well as the envious eyes of some girls around her, it made her feel shy and a bit smug at the same time. Really, this happens every time. What are you looking for in the room of requirement anyway? A very useful alchemy item. I haven't found it yet. I will let you know when I find it. Seeing Lucas' mysterious look, Hermione hummed softly and walked to the bulletin board. As she wrote her name, Hermione Granger's results soon appeared in front of everyone. Oh! See Hermione's all O's except for one written test. There were exclamations all around immediately. The little witch turned to look at Lucas with a slightly smug expression. Miss Granger is amazing. Of course. Seeing her own results, Hermione could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least she proved to everyone that she is qualified to stand beside Lucas. Hermione, who was completely relaxed, immediately pulled Lucas and her friend Cho Chang back to the bulletin board. Let me see your results. As a top student from Ravenclaw, the House of the Smart, Cho Chang certainly has good grades. Then the eyes of the 2 women turned to Lucas. All right. Lucas reluctantly pulled out his wand, making his grades appear on the parchment. He doesn't know which professor pranked him, because when his results appeared, many ribbons suddenly floated down from the bulletin board. Moreover, Lucas' results were enlarged to the entire board. Look at the golden one in front of his name. Everyone understands that this represents the glory of the first place in the whole grade. When they see that every subject under the name is O, many people couldn't help but exclaim. Harry and his friends were also in the crowd. Lucas is really good. He knows a lot and studies well. No wonder the professors and classmates like him. Seeing Lucas' achievements, Harry was very envious. Oh, come on Harry, he reminds me of Percy, that nerd, he shouldn't be in Gryffindor. Ron complained dissatisfied. He hated 2 people the most in his life. One is Draco Malfoy, and the other is his big brother Percy Weasley. Now it looks like there will be one more, Lucas Grindelwald. Seeing Lucas receiving compliments from the crowd, Ron felt even more uncomfortable. The Weasley twins, who had been lurking aside for a long time, smiled at each other. The 2 separated from the crowd and wrote Ronald Weasley on the bulletin board. What are you doing? Stop. When Ron found out, it was too late to stop it. Fred and George didn't think it was obvious enough, so they worked their magic to amplify Ron's name even further. Looking at his poor grades, the twins said with a pitiful look, poor Ronnie Ekins. When Mom knows your grades, we're afraid she will nag you for the whole summer vacation. She might even wake you up every morning so you can review your homework. Oh Merlin. How pathetic. Ron looked at his grades of 2DS, dreadful, and AT, troll. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground and get in. Damn, why is my history of magic grade T? How in the world can anyone answer Cuthbert Bin's questions? Harry heard his friends' complaints and didn't know how to explain them. In fact, his own grades were not very satisfactory. Before the exam he was all immersed in his detective work, too focused on the Philosopher's Stone to pay attention to his studies. But he's still better than Ron, at least no one cares about his grades. Congratulations on the new achievement, the first, only, grade reward, 200 achievement points. Lucas was relieved by the belated system prompt. As long as Slytherin gets the House Cup the next day, he will be able to get a chance to draw the diamond lottery. Two beautiful ladies, would you like to follow me to the Great Hall to see what delicious food is available? Hermione and Cho Chang looked at each other and smiled. Of course, handsome sir. The three top students left the bulletin board with smiles on their faces. A group of young wizards were left thinking hard about how to explain their unsatisfactory grades to their parents. The trio of Harry also left the bulletin board because Harry suddenly discovered something very suspicious. How did Hagrid's dragon egg come about? He thought it necessary to chat with Hagrid. Of course Draco has no objection since he is in a very good mood at the moment. Although the results of his exams are not as good as Lucas and Hermione, they're not too bad and they're still among the best in Slytherin. As a qualified Slytherin he couldn't let go of such a good opportunity, so all the way he said some weird things making fun of Ron. Ron was so angry that he wanted to punch him. The three of them came to Hagrid in such a noisy way. At this time, he was sitting in front of the house and playing some Scottish tunes on a wooden flute. A few simple words of dialogue and Hagrid told the story of how he got the dragon egg. I drank a lot of wine with that man. Later, the man said that he had a dragon egg in his hand and if I wanted it, we could play cards and gamble, but he had to find out whether I had the ability to raise a dragon. Heh, who am I? So I told him that I can even make Fluffy submissive. That man seems to be very interested in the three-headed dog. But I think he should be like this. After all, three-headed dogs are so rare, so I told him that Fluffy is actually easy to deal with. He likes to listen to music, so as long as there is some beautiful music, he will fall asleep. The three of them widened their eyes in surprise. By the time Hagrid found out that he had slipped the tongue again, they were already running back to the castle. We need to find Headmaster Dumbledore immediately. The three came to Professor McGonagall and expressed their demands out of breath. I'm very sorry, gentlemen. Professor Dumbledore is not at school right now. He has received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and has left for London on his broom. Merlin, what should we do? After being reprimanded by Professor McGonagall, the trio walked out of the classroom dejectedly. Unfortunately, they met Professor Snape passing by at the door and looking at his gloomy face, Harry immediately decided to go to protect the Philosopher's Stone tonight. Harry, I think what Professor McGonagall said is right, if we continue to act carelessly, we might actually be expelled. Ron didn't seem to want to go, but Harry made up his mind, don't you understand? If Snape got the Philosopher's Stone, he might use it to start a school of the dark arts or give the Philosopher's Stone to Voldemort. At that time, we can only wait to die, so we must stop him. Looking at Harry with firm eyes, Draco always felt that something was wrong so he decided to go back and ask Lucas later. They agreed to meet on the moving stairs at 10 o'clock in the evening, and Draco hurried to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 75, Lucas Reminder and the Cruel Wizard Chess Match. While we haven't reached the 1K goal in Power Stones, we're pretty close and there's still an hour, but since I'm currently on the countryside with almost no signal I don't know if we will reach the goal in that time. So here's the extra chapter anyway, enjoy. Evening. Draco frowned and came to the sofa in the common room. Lucas, I want to talk to you. Closing the book in his hand, Lucas looked at the platinum-haired boy beside him. What's wrong? Harry thinks that Professor Snape is going to go steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight, do you think it's possible? Lucas didn't answer, but asked rhetorically. What do you think? Is Professor Snape that kind of person? No. Draco shook his head in denial. Seeing Lucas' surprised eyes he laughed and said, I have known the professor since I was a child, and I know that he is not a villain. During this time, I have been following Harry around to investigate, in fact, to prove that Professor Snape is not the villain he said. Lucas chuckled, this is the Draco he knows and it seems that he misunderstood this guy before. He carefully looked at the platinum-haired boy in front of him. Compared with their first meeting, Draco has indeed grown a lot. Draco, I'm glad you think so, and I'll give you a tip, if you come across a puzzle or a difficult choice, choose the smallest, most inconspicuous one. If you want to back off, remember to choose something round. His inexplicable words successfully made Draco's eyes become confused. What's the meaning of that? You'll know when the time comes, you just need to keep it in your mind. Draco nodded, and immediately reacted. Lucas, won't you come with us? He had just finished speaking when he saw Lucas shaking his head at himself. I won't go, I wish you a happy time. Looking at his best friend who got up and left, Draco always felt that he was acting very strange today. It's like he knows what's going to happen to them next. Strange. He walked aside muttering. It was close to 10 o'clock in the evening when Draco tidied up his robes and left the Slytherin common room. Mr. Baron. Lucas' voice suddenly came from the empty room. His figure appeared on a nearby chair, still holding Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the book he was reading before. Bloody Baron, the resident ghost of Slytherin. He has a thin appearance and a gloomy complexion, which fits the characteristics of a Slytherin very well. The Bloody Baron held a western sword in his hand, and his clothes were covered with silver blood. What can I do for you, Mr. Grindelwald? Bloody Baron was very polite because he could feel the deadly threat emanating from Lucas. He was also wondering, he has been dead for many years, what is it that can make him feel threatened? Mr. Baron, please follow Draco to have a look. If they encounter trouble, please help him to solve it. No problem, I'm happy to help you. The Bloody Baron flew out after speaking. Waiting until the Baron left, Lucas put away the book and followed out of the common room. Due to the deal with Dumbledore, he wasn't afraid of being seen going out by the portraits. He even wished that the portraits would go and report to Dumbledore to let the old man know that he is serious about fulfilling the contract. The Bloody Baron followed Draco from afar until he joined Harry and the other two boys. That's right, two boys. Seamus Finnegan, the demolition expert, also followed. Why is he here? To this Gryffindor student who always creates explosive surprises, Draco is certainly no stranger. Harry said embarrassingly, we met him and Neville when we came out. Neville wanted to stop us, so I knocked him unconscious. Seamus had to follow after seeing this, or report to the professor. Merlin, did he think we were going out to play? Hearing Draco's dissatisfied voice, Ron immediately stood up and defended his classmate and roommate. The quiet quarrel attracted Peeves the poltergeist. Peeves is very different from the other ghosts in the castle, and the most obvious difference is that he is not milky and transparent, but full of colors. Oh, there are a few wizard children who don't sleep in the middle of the night, and Peeves caught them. I'll tell Filch immediately, ha ha ha. Oh Merlin, it's actually Peeves. Harry looked into the air with a headache. Peeves likes to play pranks, and he likes to watch the chase game between Filch and the students. The faces of the other kids also changed, but just when they were about to run away quickly. Suddenly there was a low voice in the distance. Peeves. Peeves stiffened and looked into the depths of the corridor in fear. Peeves, who is not afraid of almost anything, is actually afraid of the Bloody Baron. Oh, Lord Bloody Baron, please forgive Peeves for his little joke. I really didn't know that you invited these people, I'm sorry to disturb you. Bloody Baron now understood what trouble Lucas was referring to. While admiring Lucas, he looked at Peeves and said, we are going to do something very important. Oh, little Peeves will not bother you, my lord. After Peeves finished speaking, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. Harry and the others looked at the Bloody Baron who was approaching. Just when he was about to thank him, he saw the Baron flying into the distance. We're saved, let's go quickly. The four of them huddled under Harry's invisibility cloak and walked towards the third floor. After a while, Lucas came from afar. Looking at the 8 feet crowded together in front of him, he sighed helplessly. At this time Peeves actually came back, and when he saw Lucas his eyes lit up. He just wanted to tease the little wizard in front of him, but when he saw the purple flame ignited in the opponent's eyes, a throbbing from the depths of his soul reminded Peeves that if he stayed any longer, he might die. Good night, little Mr. Grindelwald, don't worry, little Peeves has seen nothing, and will not say anything. After Peeves finished speaking, he turned to face the wall and covered his eyes. Lucas made his way to the third-floor corridor. When he heard the conversation of Harry and others coming from ahead, he immediately cast a disillusionment charm on himself. For people who were busy lifting the giant dog's paw didn't notice that the door behind them suddenly opened and closed quickly. Ron, be careful not to wake up the 3-headed dog. Looking at the clumsy Ron Weasley, Draco couldn't help complaining. The two who were already enemies immediately started bickering. Lucas clearly saw Harry let out a long sigh, he probably also had a headache. He then looked at the harp that had stopped beside him and didn't know if he should remind the people who were making noise. Do you feel that something is missing? After Harry finished speaking, the two quarreling children fell silent immediately. Harp, the harp has stopped. Seamus Finnegan reminded. The remaining 3 looked at the 3-headed dog aside in horror and saw 3 heads and 6 eyes staring straight at them. Jump. Harry opened the trapdoor and jumped in first while the others followed swiftly before the 3-headed dog bit off their heads. Fluffy roared loudly into the trapdoor. Immediately afterwards, it raised its heads to look at where Lucas was hiding. Sniff. Noticing the change in Fluffy's eyes, Lucas pulled out his wand and swung it at the harp. This dog has a good nose, so before it moved to attack him, Lucas bewitched the harp to play again. The melodious music sounded and Fluffy gradually fell asleep. Walking over to the trapdoor, Lucas saw the 4 kids entangled in the devil's snare plant. Sigh. He felt like a nanny, such a simple devil's snare and they still can't solve it. Still, he raised his wand to help. At this moment, Seamus Finnegan's voice came from below. Lumos. Boom. As expected of Seamus, a simple lighting spell can actually produce a violent explosion. Thanks to the flames produced by the explosion, the devil's snare loosened and let them go, allowing them to enter the next level. Lucas also took the opportunity to jump from above. Harry, what's the matter? Harry looked behind him. He seemed to hear a very slight sound behind him just now, as if someone had fallen from a height. It's nothing, I probably heard it wrong. After Harry finished speaking, he led them down the wet passage. The way forward was dark and quiet, and they could even hear their own breathing clearly. From time to time, water drops fell from the wet walls to the ground. Every time a sound is made, it makes the nervous group feel uneasy. Listen. What is that sound? Draco was the first to hear the sound of wings flapping in the distance. He quickened his pace, and after turning a corner, he came to a different room. Birds were flying around in the room, and opposite them was a locked door. Walk. Harry took the lead, and they all rushed to the door quickly. Strangely, the birds in the sky didn't seem to be planning to attack them. Alohomora. Draco's wand flashed, but the big lock of the wooden door did not open. Harry turned to look at the flying birds. I know what they are now. They are not birds, they are keys with wings. Look, there are broomsticks. 3 old brooms are standing quietly in the corner. Harry and Draco looked at each other. As a seeker and prospective seeker for both their houses, it is not difficult to find a key in this small room. The 2 rode brooms and soon spotted their target. Lucas yawned from his hiding place. This is really a playground for children. How can an adult wizard need to go through so much trouble? He could pass all the way through with magic power alone. Taking advantage of them opening the door, Lucas slipped in first. The remaining human-sized wizard chest shouldn't be a problem. There's no need to worry. According to the original book, the troll in the next room should have already been dealt with by Quirrell. And the potion level has a hint from him to Draco, so he should be able to pass it easily. He let out a long breath. The time to play games with the kids is finally over. But when he walked to the wooden door leading to the next level, a roar of a giant monster came from behind the door. Dumbledore, you barmy old man. Taking advantage of Harry and the others not paying attention, he came to the next room. Looking at the giant monster that is half a size bigger than the Halloween one, Lucas' face became quite ugly. This week I'll give you the same deal, 5 chapters up for grabs at 200 power stones each, so 1k stones for all 5, let the game begin. Chapter 76, A Trap Set by Voldemort. Snape's Riddle. How smelly. As Lucas walked through the wooden door, the stench rushed into his nostrils. The room behind the door is not that big, barely enough for the troll to move around in it. At this moment, the troll was angrily smashing the surrounding walls. Looking at the blood dripping from its head, Lucas probably knew why the troll was so angry. What a hassle. Just as he drew out his wand to deal with the troll, the movement of his hands suddenly stopped. No, Quirrell can't make such a low-level mistake. Isn't he afraid that Harry won't be able to defeat the troll in front of him? Putting down the wand in his hand, Lucas looked carefully at the troll in front of him. He was right, there is a crystal the size of a bottle cap embedded in the monster's heart. Although Lucas didn't know exactly what that thing was, but it should be an alchemy prop similar to an alarm device. It's so dangerous. If I solved the giant monster in front of me just now, it might startle the snake. Thanks to Lucas, the butterfly came. After he made Voldemort suffer twice in his hands, it is reasonable for the opponent to keep his guard raised. This troll probably wasn't just for Lucas, maybe even Dumbledore was targeted. Bang. There was the sound of bricks breaking behind him. Lucas looked back and saw that Harry and the others had already started playing chess. But it is different from the original, with Draco replacing Ron's position and becoming a knight himself. Oh shit, it's really wizard chess. Ron shouted in horror. Although he was skeptical when he saw the giant chess game, but he really didn't expect that the chess pieces would actually make a move. Seeing the White Queen smashing the Black Knight fiercely, Harry and Ron trembled in fright and suddenly felt weak all over. At the same time, Ron also looked over at Draco, who was riding on another Black Knight. He is very good at wizard chess, so after a while of playing, the way to win has already been calculated. Malfoy, you should also know the result, right? Draco nodded while Ron gloated and said, I told you just now, don't choose the knight, but you just don't listen. Stop talking, let's get started. Harry and Seamus were at a loss and didn't understand what kind of riddle the two were talking about. Seeing this, Draco smiled and said, it's okay, we will win. The Black Knight charged into battle under his command and captured many white pieces. And the white chess pieces are very ruthless whenever they encounter black pieces. Soon there were many discarded chess pieces beside the field. At this time Draco controlled the Black Knight and finally came to the side of the White Queen. Watching it slowly turn around and face him, he took a deep breath. Harry also understood his plan at this moment. Draco, you can't do this. Harry angrily stopped the suicide behavior, then turned to look at Ron. Aren't you very proficient in wizard chess? Think of a way. Ron shrugged, this is the easiest and fastest way to win this match. The voice just fell and there was the sound of stone breaking. Draco fell to the ground hard and Harry wanted to step forward to check the other party's situation, but was stopped by Ron. Stay still, ha. Ron had just finished yelling when fragments of the Black Knight flew towards his thigh. When he realized that it was too late to dodge, his thigh was cut by a sharp fragment, and blood flowed out along the wound. Both friends were seen injured and Harry was sweating profusely. But he also knew that this game of chess had reached a critical moment. It's the Black's turn to make a move. Harry walked up to the White King with firm eyes. Checkmate. The big sword in the White King's hand fell to the ground, representing the Black side's victory. Seeing the door leading to the next level open a gap, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Draco, Ron, how are you doing? Draco was fine. The training he got from childhood allowed him to protect himself at critical moments. As for Ron's situation, he's afraid something is not good. The wounds made by those fragments were too deep, although the bleeding stopped but he couldn't walk at all. Seamus, I will leave Ron to you. Seamus Finnegan nodded seriously and dragged Ron to a safe place. Harry and Draco walked to the door leading to the next level. We're left with the level set by Professor Quirrell and Snape. Who do you think will meet first? What? Seeing that Draco has not reacted yet, Harry patiently explained, the Devil's Snare in the first level is Professor Sprout's defense, and the keys with wings in the second level must be done by Professor Flitwick. This wizard chessboard should be Professor McGonagall's creation. Based on this, only Professor Quirrell and Snape's defenses are left from what Hagrid said. Harry said it easily, but he felt very puzzled in his heart. Although the professors are all involved in designing the levels. But these traps are too simple, can this really keep the Philosopher's Stone safe? What's ahead? Just open the door and take a look. Draco stepped forward and opened the door. A gust of wind blew, and the two only saw a thick wooden stick swinging out of the door. Troll. It's a troll. Draco, who was closest to the gate, yelled in horror. Harry drew his wand, pointing at the behemoth inside the door. But from the trembling hands, it can be seen that he is not calm at the moment. Heavy footsteps sounded as the huge monster walked out step by step. Seeing the blood on the troll's head, Harry yelled, it's hurt, Snape must have hurt it. Draco, we have to get in. Draco held the wand and pointed at the giant monster, Serpensortia. A poisonous snake with a length of several meters and thick as an arm appeared in front of the giant monster. Not waiting for the poisonous snake to attack, the troll swung its club and the snake was splattered into several pieces without the slightest resistance. The power of the wooden stick remained undiminished, and it continued to swing towards Draco. Diffindo. In the nick of time, Harry's cutting charm hit the troll's club. At the same time, a magic power flew out from the giant monster's shoulder. The stick was shattered into pieces by the two spells. An invisible Lucas stood on the troll's shoulder, his wand pointed at the troll's head. The magic resistance of this big guy is really high and Lucas Imperius' curse also took some effort to control it. It should be almost there. Looking at the giant monster under his feet, Lucas secretly thought. Just at this time the alchemy tool in the troll's heart suddenly lost its luster and a miserable, painful howl came from the giant monster's mouth. When Lucas jumped off it, the troll had stopped breathing. How did this happen? Harry looked at the wand in his hand and then at the troll on the ground. He never expected that his cutting charm actually killed a giant monster. Draco, did you see that? Draco nodded and reminded, time is running out, let's go. Walking through the foul-smelling troll room, the two came to a small room. On the table in the middle of the room were 7 potions of different sizes and shapes and next to them lay a scroll of parchment. Without waiting for the two of them to make a move, flames rose from the front and rear doors. The door ahead is covered in black flames while the door leading back is covered in purple flames. It seems that this level requires us to find the right potion to continue. Draco came to the table, opened the parchment and read. Danger ahead, safety behind, there are 2 of us who can help you. Drink them, one will lead you onward, the other will send you back to safety. 2 of them contain nettle wine, and 3 of them are killers, waiting in line. Choose, unless you want to stay here forever. We've also provided 4 clues to help you choose. First, no matter how cunningly the poisons hide, they are actually standing on the left side of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the left and right bottles are different. If you want to move forward, neither of them will be useful to you. Third, you'll find that the bottles vary in size, and there's no death hiding inside the biggest and the smallest. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right, although they look different, they taste the same. What does that mean? Harry's green eyes were full of confusion. Draco didn't think about it for a moment. He looked at the parchment in his hand and repeated the contents on it. His gaze traveled back and forth among the 7 bottles of potion on the table. Draco, if you encounter a puzzle, choose the smallest and most inconspicuous one. Lucas' reminder suddenly flashed through his mind and he looked at the smallest bottle of potion and reached out to take it in his hand. Harry, do you believe me? Drink this, it will help you pass through the black flame. Harry didn't hesitate, took the potion and planned to drink it. So little. Looks like it's only enough for one person. It seems so, it's up to you then. Draco said and picked up a round bottle of potion. You drink first, I'll watch you go in and then leave. Harry shrugged, and drank the potion in the bottle in one gulp. Cold. He felt as if he had swallowed a piece of ice into his stomach and felt a chill all over his body. Harry nodded to Draco and stepped into the black flames. Watching Harry leave, Draco looked wryly at the potion in his hand. Lucas, you really know everything. Is all this just a game? A game to play with the Savior? Lucas stood in the corner of the room with his face full of relief. Sure enough, you only need to receive a little hint to guess the purpose behind this game. Draco, it's not good for you to get too close to Harry. It's not good for you or your family. Lucas never said those words. He believed that Draco could sense it himself in his relationship with Harry. The first half of Harry's life, at least the 7 years at school, had been arranged by the old bee. Voldemort was immortal, and Harry was just a tool to defeat Voldemort. After Draco finished speaking, he drank the potion and the same biting cold feeling that Harry felt spread throughout his body. Without hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the purple flame. Lucas was the only one left in the room. He came in front of the black flame and stretched out his hand towards the flame. Just when the finger was about to touch the black flame, blue fire burned all over his body. Since his dark arts talent had a breakthrough, he is more comfortable in manipulating dark magic. This fire shield body protection is his own improvement. With the blue fire wrapping Lucas like a garment, he successfully crossed the black flame. Lucas didn't even break the disillusionment spell on his body. At this time, Quirrell in the room was looking at the mirror of Eriste in front of him obsessively. Harry, on the other hand, looked at him in astonishment. Why is it you? Harry had a look of disbelief on his face, because until now he thought Snape was the bad guy. Unexpectedly, he analyzed it confidently for a long time, and finally he realized that he made a mistake. Lucas chuckled inwardly, and just when I was about to watch the show from a different angle, he felt that there was an extremely powerful magic power in the corner of the room. Sensing magic power is an ability he obtained after activating the elf blood. It wasn't obvious at first, but as time went by, recently he has been able to clearly sense the strength of the magic power of the people around him. Lucas looked at the empty corner and he could have sworn to Merlin that it must be Dumbledore hiding there. Humph, old fox, he is really worried. Even if he is worried about the Savior, he is also worried about Lucas. But this also confirmed Lucas' previous guess. The troll was indeed left behind by Voldemort as a test. At this time Quirrell had turned to face Harry. Poor little Quirrell and his master will probably never think of it. There are also 2 other people in this room watching their master and servant's performance. Remember to vote with Power Stones. At the end of the week there will be bonus chapters based on that, 200 stones per chapter up to 5 extra chapters. Chapter 77, it turns out that Snape is a good person. How could it be you? I mean, shouldn't it be Snape? Yeah, Snape does look the type, right? And with him skulking around, who would doubt poor stuttering Professor Quirrell? Quirrell gave Harry a demonstration of his usual disguise. But Snape tried to kill me. Seeing Harry's stubbornness, Lucas, who was hidden by the side, felt that he was about to have a cerebral thrombosis. Everything is so obvious and he was still suspicious of Professor Snape. Should Professor Snape be said to be too aggressive? Or was it Harry that was too opposed to Professor Snape? Lucas clearly sensed that the breath in the direction of the corner was suddenly disturbed. Maybe Dumbledore didn't expect his savior to be so single-minded. Quirrell let out a low laugh and there is a sense of pride in the laughter. It seems that he is quite satisfied with his past disguise. Wrong, Potter. I was the one trying to kill you the day at the Quidditch pitch, when your friend set Snape's robes on fire, causing a riot in the stands. The frantic people knocked me down, interrupting my spell casting. Unfortunate, since if I had a few more seconds, I'd have you fall off that damned broom. Even if Snape was using a counter curse to help you. Quirrell's last words were like a bolt of lightning to Harry. He said in disbelief, you said Snape was trying to save me. Of course, why do you think Snape himself became the referee in the second Quidditch match? He hates riding a broomstick. Everyone thought Snape didn't want Gryffindor to win, including you. But he was just afraid that I would curse you again. In fact, he was worried for nothing, because with Dumbledore on the scene, I can't do anything. But Snape managed to get everyone's distaste, including the professor's. Oh, that's so wonderful. Hearing Quirrell explain, Harry's mind went back to what Lucas had said. Some people look like bad guys, but they have a delicate heart, while some people look harmless to humans and animals, but they are murderous demons behind their backs. Isn't this sentence referring to Snape and Quirrell? Could it be that Lucas already knew there was a problem between the two? Not giving time for Harry to think about it, Quirrell just snapped his fingers lightly and a few strong ropes tied him up. He dragged Harry to the mirror of Eriste, obsessively looking at the picture in the mirror. I saw from it that I got the Philosopher's Stone, and I dedicated it to my master. I clearly saw that it was inside, but I couldn't get it. Do I have to smash the mirror? Master. Harry got to the point. That's right, I have a powerful master. I often blame myself because I can't complete the tasks assigned by my master, and I even hide in places where no one is there and cry. You're not crying because Snape is bullying you? Of course not, Snape is smart, he's been suspicious of me since the Halloween troll broke in. You put the troll in the school. Mentioning the troll, Quirrell's expression became very smug. But there is no time to show off. He frowned, it seemed that his master was in a hurry. Quirrell dragged Harry in front of the mirror of Eriste. Tell me what you see, Potter. The room suddenly became very quiet. Neither Quirrell nor Voldemort made a sound. Lucas, who was still hiding beside him, was waiting for Harry. Lucas knows how to get the Philosopher's Stone. As long as you want to find it, but don't want to use it, the Philosopher's Stone will naturally appear in that person's hands. However, Lucas couldn't do it. And he didn't know what magic Dumbledore had cast on the stone in the mirror of Eriste. So it's better to just wait for Harry to get it. That's why he was willing to endure the two chattering for so long. Because of where Lucas is, just in place to see Harry's expression. So when Harry suddenly widened his eyes and looked at his trouser pocket from the corner of the eye, Lucas knew that the Philosopher's Stone had appeared. Merlin, it's finally coming to an end, my Philosopher's Stone, my diamond lottery, my precious. It's finally coming. Just when Lucas was about to take it, he suddenly heard Harry say to Quirrell, before I answer you, I have a question. You said Snape wanted to protect me, but why do I feel like he hates me so much? Quirrell's expression became visibly impatient. Of course he hates you. Your father was in the same year as Snape, and he always bullied Snape. Because of that, Snape hates him to death and you look just like your father. Okay, Potter, I've answered your question, tell me what you saw. Harry stared at the mirror of Eriste and said, I see myself winning the House Cup. He's lying. A low, hoarse voice echoed in the room and Quirrell seemed terrified of the owner of the voice. He changed back to his previous submissive look. Let me tell him. But Master, your strength has not recovered yet. It doesn't matter, I'm strong enough for this. Quirrell followed Voldemort's instructions and untied the turban on his head. A human face appeared on the back of his head. Voldemort opened his scarlet eyes and looked at Harry in the mirror. Harry Potter, we meet again. Harry clutched the lightning scar on his forehead and his vision blurred by the severe pain. Harry Potter, look at me now, there is only a little remnant left, I can only survive by sucking the blood of unicorns, and I have to share a body with others. And this is all thanks to you, so I must get the Philosopher's Stone, so that I can create another body, now give me the stone that's in your pocket. Harry took out the Philosopher's Stone and held it tightly in his hand. Don't think about it. Go. Catch him. Quirrell immediately stepped forward and grabbed Harry's wrist. Harry suddenly felt a pain in the head as if being cut by a sharp axe. He screamed and struggled, and slapped Quirrell indiscriminately. He suddenly felt that Quirrell let him go, so Harry opened his eyes and saw Quirrell howling in pain. His fingers seemed to have been scalded by boiling water, and they were covered with blisters. Go. Kill him. Voldemort's voice came again and Quirrell stepped forward, enduring the excruciating pain he grabbed Harry's neck with both hands, trying to strangle him to death. Harry's lungs are getting less and less breath while his eyes are also getting blurrier. He knew that if he went on like this, he would definitely die. Just before Harry was about to pass out, Quirrell let go of his neck with a scream. Looking at Quirrell's red hands. Lucas, who was hiding aside, looked solemn. The magic that Lily Potter sacrificed her life for was really powerful. It wasn't just that Voldemort couldn't do harm to Harry, but even the person he possesses is the same. Lucas just doesn't know what the name of this magic is. There is no magic that has the same effect as this kind of magic among the magic known to the public. He guessed that this magic traded life for protection, which seemed great. But the category should be attributed to the list of dark magic. So here comes the problem. Lily Potter, a Muggle-born witch, how did she learn such a powerful and suspected lost dark magic? Lucas frowned, glancing around the corner. Was it Dumbledore? Or the Potter family's own collection? At this time the exasperated Voldemort had run out of patience. He yelled at Quirrell, use a spell, idiot, and kill him. Quirinus pulled out a wand that he got from his pocket, and looked fiercely at Harry, Avada. Expelliarmus. In the nick of time, a disarming spell flew out from the side. Harry, who thought he was going to die, immediately looked to where the voice came from. And Quirrell, the moment he saw the disarming charm, dodged to the side. It seemed that after the fight in the Forbidden Forest, both he and Voldemort were now under the shadow of the disarming charm. Harry was surprised to see Lucas, who lifted the disillusionment charm. Thank goodness, Lucas, you came just in time. The game is over, thank you for your hard work, Harry, leave it to me. Lucas stood in front of Harry with his wand in hand. Seeing Quirrell's wary eyes, he warned him with a smile, Professor Quirrell, you better be careful, I won't hold back today. Don't forget to vote with Power Stones, there are up to 5 extra chapters at the end of the week at 200 stones each. Chapter 78, Dumbledore engages in a sneak attack. It's you. Quirrell's wary eyes surprised Harry on the side. But the most surprised this time was Quirrell himself. How did you escape the troll attack? Oh, you said that, stupid big guy, I just cast the disillusionment charm and stood there waiting. As for the alchemy tool in its heart, why can't I see such obvious flaws? Lucas spread his hands. Seeing Quirrell always looking towards the exit location, he said, want to leave? I'm afraid it won't work. As soon as he finished speaking, crimson flame spewed out from the tip of his wand and completely enveloped the exit, making it impossible for people in the room to leave. Quirrell's face became very ugly. Bastard. Bombarda. The exploding spell blasted a large crater into the ground where Lucas had been standing. Lucas put the grin back on his face, and swung his wand against Quirrell, causing a spark of blue to flash from the tip of the wand. Quirrell didn't dare accept any of Lucas' spells right now, wary because of their previous encounters. Avada Kedavra. The strange green glow reflected Quirrell's vicious face. Lucas waved his wand, and the stone on the ground turned into a solid shield. In fact, the wizard's fight is very boring because there are only a few spells to use. Especially for someone like Quirrell, most of his shots are basically unforgivable curses. Blocking the opponent's attack, Lucas suddenly had a funny idea and sent a bat bogey hex at Quirrell, which is known for being Ginny Weasley's favorite spell. The boogers of those hit by the spell will turn into bats and crawl out of their noses. This is a very insulting curse. Quirrell didn't take the spell to heart. Just when he was just about to dodge, he suddenly saw the spell split and then a flock of birds appeared. Quirrell was dodging sideways at this moment, and it was too late to change direction. Lucas swung his wand again, turning the birds into a pair of knives. Wadawasi. Facing the flying knives, Quirrell conjured a shield in front of him. But he didn't expect that when the flying knives hit the shield they produced a violent explosion, filling the place with smoke. Once the smoke cleared, the shield in front of Quirrell was tattered while he himself was not much better. Witnessing the duel between Lucas and Quirrell, Harry was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that magic spells could still be used like this. As Harry had very little knowledge of magic, he was merely surprised. But Dumbledore, who was hiding aside, was absolutely shocked. What did he just see? Flocks of flying birds are hidden in the bat bogey hex. Transfiguration spell plus Wadawasi, and there is also an explosion spell hidden in it. Dumbledore suddenly felt that he was getting old and couldn't keep up with young people. He stood in the corner studying how Lucas had hidden another spell within a spell. But after thinking hard for a long time, he only had a little idea, and didn't know if it was correct. Looking at Lucas fighting Quirrell, Dumbledore praised his friend's child talent in his heart, but he couldn't help but clench the Elder Wand tightly in his hand. Seeing Quirrell being beaten back by himself, Lucas knew it was only a matter of time before he won. Taking advantage of the opponent's stagger, he immediately used his Eye of Foresight ability, causing starlight to appear in his deep blue eyes. He saw himself cast the petrification spell while Quirrell staggered. After successfully hitting Quirrell, he raised his wand and shot a killing curse at the opponent, with its green light illuminating the whole room. The moment the killing curse hit Quirrell, an old voice immediately came from the corner, Expelliarmus. His wand was knocked into the air, and then 3 ropes trapped him tightly. The last scene was Dumbledore holding the Elder Wand, looking at himself with regret in his eyes. Click. The vision was broken and Lucas came back to reality. Bastard. This old bee really doesn't trust me. He's probably wishing I could use the unforgivable curse right now. Petrificus totalis. Also, as seen just now, Quirrell was successfully hit by the petrification spell. Taking advantage of that moment, Lucas raised his wand and spoke the incantation. At the same time, Dumbledore also raised his Elder Wand slightly. If Lucas really dared to use the unforgivable curse, he would immediately take him down, then he would be sent back to Austria to be with his father in Nurmengard. Unexpectedly, a blue light shot from Lucas' wand. He actually used the shattering curse and it was perfectly aimed at Quirrell's wand. It's just that Lucas' magic is too strong. After smashing the wand, he smashed Quirrell into powder as well. Oh, this is too bad. Lucas seemed bothered by Quirrell's accidental death. Seeing him like this, Dumbledore put down his Elder Wand. Damn Grindelwald. Voldemort's voice sounded from the place where Quirrell just died. He who possessed Horcruxes was not eliminated by the attack just now. Hovering over the room with a hideous expression on his face and a pair of red eyes, he stared at Lucas below. Bastard, when I come back, I will definitely let you taste the taste of Cruciatus. After saying this, Voldemort rushed towards Lucas as a thick cloud of smoke in the shape of his face. Among currently known spells, there are very few that can directly act on the soul. Fiend Fire can do the job, but facing a soul that can escape through walls at speed is obviously slower. A Basilisk Gaze can also work, but it can't kill the soul completely, it can only petrify it for a period of time. That's why Dumbledore, knowing that Voldemort was possessed by Quirrell, didn't take action to eliminate him. In addition, Lucas once searched the restricted section for the book, Secrets of the Darkest Arts, but couldn't find it. Must have been taken away by Dumbledore. At this moment, the old goat was probably already suspecting that there was some kind of connection between Harry and Voldemort. Wait until the next school year when Voldemort's first Horcrux appears, then Dumbledore should be sure of his suspicions and investigate the topic more meticulously. None of this has anything to do with Lucas though. He raised his wand and looked at Voldemort with a slightly panicked expression. If you observe carefully, you can still find it. There were 2 purple flames in the depth of Lucas' pupils. A purple spell shot from the tip of his wand, and when it hit Voldemort it caused him great pain. The already weak Voldemort could clearly feel the power of his soul being drawn away rapidly. He looked at Lucas with a hint of fear in his eyes. Voldemort's greatest reliance was the immortality bestowed upon him by Horcruxes. But now he could feel death from Lucas' spell. Letting out a growl of unwillingness, a blast of air spread around. Poor little Harry was knocked out by the blast. Lucas also fell backward on the ground, looking at Voldemort in the air in disbelief. Lucas Grindelwald, I will remember this. After Voldemort finished speaking, he turned around and flew to the roof, before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that his opponent managed to flee, Lucas let out a long breath. Ignoring the Philosopher's Stone that had fallen to the ground, he came to Harry's side first. Harry. Wake up, Harry. At this moment, the fire at the door suddenly went out and Dumbledore's figure walked in from behind the door, looking as if he had just arrived. Oh, what happened to Harry? Sorry, Headmaster Dumbledore, I couldn't stop Voldemort from leaving. As for Harry, he just passed out. You have done a very good job, Mr. Grindelwald. In fact, I was not able to detect Voldemort's plot immediately and was tricked into going to London by him. There was a little remorse in Dumbledore's eyes. He looked lovingly at Harry on the ground, and picked up the Philosopher's Stone. As agreed, it's yours now, just hand it over to Severus after you finish studying it. Thank you, Headmaster. Just when Lucas was about to take the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore asked suddenly, when I came in just now, I saw a purple spell flashing, was it you who cast it? That's right, when I saw Voldemort's appearance, I waved my wand in a panic, and I didn't know what kind of spell it was. Oh, all right. Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand and levitated Harry from the ground. Mr. Grindelwald, you also come to the infirmary and let Madame Pomfrey examine you. Yes, Professor. One old and one young, the two foxes are acting. Lucas knew Dumbledore wouldn't believe his own words, but as long as he firmly insisted that the soul devouring was just the result of accidentally waving his magic wand, Dumbledore couldn't do anything about it. It's just a pity that he played so hard when he fell just now. Infirmary. Madame Pomfrey babbled that Lucas wasn't paying attention to his body while shoving a potion into his hand. You are okay, but I found that you have a little cold, drink it and you'll be fine right away. Thank you, ma'am. After drinking a bottle of pepper-up potion, he released steam from his ears and his mind became much clearer. At this time, Harry also woke up from unconsciousness. Professor, the Philosopher's Stone. Calm down, my boy, Professor Quirrell didn't get the Philosopher's Stone. Hearing what Dumbledore said, Harry immediately relaxed. Seeing him looking suspiciously at the mountain of gifts beside the hospital bed, Dumbledore explained with a smile, it's all from your friends and admirers. What happened between you and Quirrell in that room should have been a secret, but for some reason, the news leaked out, and now the whole school knows about your heroic deeds. It's not me, it was Lucas. Mentioning Lucas, Harry hurriedly looked around and it was only when he saw Lucas being educated by Madame Pomfrey that he breathed a sigh of relief. Harry was very worried just now. If Lucas had an accident because of him, he would blame himself the rest of his life. By the way, Professor, why couldn't Quirrell touch me? Dumbledore paused for 2 seconds before answering. That's because of your mother, she saved you by giving her life and protected you, this is the magic of love. Voldemort will never understand that your mother's love is so strong that, no matter how powerful he is, he can't hurt you as long as this protection is in place. Lucas covered his mouth and gestured to the two of them, showing the potion in his hand. It seemed that he wanted to tell them that he was just choking on the hard-to-swallow potion. The old bee really has a way of coaxing children, the magic of love. When did the magic of love become synonymous with dark magic? Lucas made an act of sipping on the potion and continued to listen to Dumbledore trick the naive child. Until the two talked about Snape and Harry's father. Oh, your father did an unforgivable thing in Severus' eyes, he saved his life. Cough cough. I'm sorry, both of you, my physical examination has been completed, so I'll go back first. Not waiting for the reply from the two, he hurried out of the infirmary because he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would laugh out loud. Returning to his own dormitory, Lucas took out his wand and saw the purple magic on the tip. Gradually, it formed a button-sized purple rhombus crystal in his palm. Lucas opened his mouth slightly and swallowed immediately. Waiting until the power of the soul in the crystal was completely integrated with him, he could clearly feel his magic power increased a bit. Even his spirit felt much better than before. This is probably because of the increase in soul strength. Putting the wand aside on his desk, he took out the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, obtaining a reward, 200 achievement points. Ding, detected the alchemy tool, the Philosopher's Stone. The system can get a chance to spin a platinum lottery once, the winning rate is 100%. Do you want to exchange it? Remember to vote with Power Stones. At the end of the week there will be bonus chapters at 200 stones each, up to 5 chapters. Chapter 79, Whoever steals my house cup will die. Lucas shook his head in denial. The Philosopher's Stone was hard to come by, so there's no way he will exchange it. He took out an object he obtained before, the mirror crystal. Watching the mirror crystal gradually turn into another Philosopher's Stone, Lucas smiled in satisfaction. Now let's try the effect of the Philosopher's Stone. It is currently known that the Philosopher's Stone can make the elixir of life, but the disadvantage is obvious, it only prolongs life, but does not prolong body function. That's why Nicholas Flamel was having a hard life. Any big movement could potentially cause him to break his bones. Secondly, the Philosopher's Stone can also turn metals into pure gold. Lucas pulled out his cauldron and attached the Philosopher's Stone to the outer wall of the cauldron. As his magic power slowly poured into the Philosopher's Stone, the metal of the cauldron gradually turned into gold. It's too dazzling. Lucas squinted and tossed the cauldron aside. Then he carefully looked at the Philosopher's Stone in his palm and his brows were wrinkled. This stone is not as powerful as imagined. Turning metal into pure gold seems to consume a mysterious energy inside the Philosopher's Stone. And this energy is also irrecoverable. That means that if Lucas uses it multiple times to make pure gold, the Philosopher's Stone will soon become a common stone. After a long time planning, it turned out to be a waste. I thought it was really the Philosopher's Stone. The next day. It's finally the last day of the school year for the students of Hogwarts. At this time everyone was gathered in the Great Hall. Today is different than normal because there are Slytherin house banners all over the place and even the decorations have become silver and green. The whole room was in a Slytherin vibe. The most important honor of the year, the House Cup, will be awarded tonight. And the points of Slytherin House surpassed the second-place Ravenclaw by 50 points. Lucas came to the Great Hall early and didn't hang around the other tables today. Instead, he sat gracefully in his own position. The same goes for the rest of the snakes. Lucas' gaze swept across the faces in the Slytherin table and saw the excitement under their calm facades. Glory. It's something of great importance to Slytherins. But Lucas felt faintly uneasy because this morning all four houses are blazing about Harry Potter defeating the evil Professor Quirrell, protecting the precious Philosopher's Stone. That's not a good sign. Lucas turned to look at the teacher's seat. Apart from Dumbledore, the other professors were already there sitting calmly. I don't know if the old fox is preparing for something underhanded at this moment. Time passed by every minute and every second. The students from the four tables have basically arrived. Even though everyone is talking in a low voice, the gathering of hundreds of people still makes the Great Hall noisy. Watching the arrival of Harry Potter, all the students became silent and they all looked at Harry at the door, who acted as if nothing had happened. He took a step towards his friend Ron and the noisy conversation sounds resumed, but the crowd still looked at the Gryffindor long table vaguely. I thought you were going to spend tonight in the infirmary. Hearing jokes from his friends, Harry smiled and replied, of course not. I have to attend such an important dinner party. In fact, Madame Pomfrey was very worried and kept checking my health before going out. Harry. Congratulations on beating Quirrell, you're amazing. That's right, Harry Potter once again defeated the evil dark wizard. The Weasley twins poked their heads next to Harry and said. Even the normally serious Percy Weasley congratulated Harry. With a couple of Weasleys taking the lead, the others immediately stepped forward to express their admiration to Harry. Slytherin long table. Watching Harry gradually lose himself in the compliments, Lucas sneered inwardly. He believes that this must be the picture Dumbledore would like to see. Harry, who was originally quite humble, now had a little bit of complacency on his face. He can't count all the credit on himself, can he? Draco also noticed the situation on Harry's side. Seeing his frown, Lucas teased, jealous. No, I'm just curious, everyone seems to be giving Harry all the credit. Lucas, were you there as well? Lucas raised his eyebrows and said, guess. Seeing his appearance, Draco smiled and said, I'm not that carefree, but I'm very satisfied to have proved the innocence of Professor Snape. And what about Harry? Lucas asked. Draco was taken aback, and looked back at Harry, who was celebrating in the distance. Of course he's still my friend. Hearing this answer, Lucas didn't say anything and just smiled. Yes, friends, just friends. The dinner party begins. As headmaster, Dumbledore stood up first to speak. Another year has passed, and we still have a lot of important things to announce before we start our dinner. I believe that in the past year, your heads have been filled with a wealth of knowledge. Take it easy, because there's going to be a whole summer soon for you to absorb this knowledge and make some room for the next school year. Oh, when you are old, you always like to chatter. First, let's take a look at the points of the four houses. Dumbledore paused for a moment, seeing all the young wizards staring at him before announcing with a smile. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 312 points. After the score came out, there was polite applause in the hall. The little lions lowered their heads one by one, with a hint of shame on their faces. The last place, it really sounds bad when you say it. Third place, Hufflepuff with 352 points. Hufflepuff's long table erupted in enthusiastic cheers. In previous years, most of them were at the bottom. This year they are a full 40 points ahead of Gryffindor. No wonder the little badgers are so excited. Second place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. Ravenclaws don't seem to care too much about the score, and their long table looked very peaceful. For young eagles, learning and exploring unknown knowledge may be more important than a simple cup. First place, Slytherin with 476 points. The little snakes stood up and cheered, high-fiving each other. They seemed to believe that the house cup is already in the bag. Severus Snape maintained his deadpan expression as he applauded in celebration. It can be seen from the rapid waving of his palms that he is far more excited than it looks at the moment. If there is any place that is more inconsistent. Probably the blonde boy on the long table in Slytherin who never showed a happy expression. Lucas has a deep understanding of the old bee's shamelessness. After he announced Slytherin's score, he did not immediately announce the ownership of the House Cup. Lucas knew this guy was going to start his shameless act. People need to keep their reputation like trees need bark. Who would have thought that Dumbledore, who was more than 100 years old, would be so shameless? Quiet. Quiet. Next, there's still a few extra points to distribute. Really? Lucas looked at Dumbledore with disdain. First, Mr. Draco Malfoy, for the dedication and loyalty you have shown, I would like to award Slytherin 60 points. The Slytherin table cheered again, it's just that the cheers were much smaller this time. Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini, and other friends looked at Draco with a teasing smile on their faces. Compliments to a Slytherin for his dedication and loyalty. Oh ho. Let's hope Draco won't be scolded by his father when he goes back. After the frolic, Dumbledore looked again at the Gryffindor table. Next are Gentlemen Ron Weasley and Seamus Finnegan. The two heard Dumbledore mention their names and became very excited. Especially Ron, his face was flushed red and his body even trembled slightly from being too excited. The bravery and fearlessness of the two gentlemen is worthy of recognition. You helped your companions overcome the difficulties, so I will reward Gryffindor with 120 points, 60 points for each of you. The Gryffindor table burst into deafening cheers. The twins even came to Ron's side and introduced him to the surrounding companions. That's our brother. Even the poised Percy joined in. Hey buddy, congratulations brother. My dearest brother. Percy seemed to have forgotten that he had written a report letter to his mother not long ago. Quiet. Dumbledore's voice came again, causing everyone to quickly quieten down. Because they know that the next step is the highlight. Mr. Harry Potter, you have a fearless spirit and extraordinary courage, so I want to reward Gryffindor with 100 points. Hearing the rewarded score, even the young lions of Gryffindor fell silent. But soon someone calculated the result after the extra points. Gryffindor, 532 points. Slytherin, 536 points. Almost even. The news quickly spread throughout the four tables and everyone turned their eyes to the teacher's seat waiting for Dumbledore to make his final decision. It's just that the little snakes of Slytherin didn't look good, including their head of house. Gryffindor's eyes were full of hope. From the last counterattack to almost tied for first. The little lions imagined that maybe they could win the House Cup this time. Dumbledore took in all those glances and smiled slightly, then he looked at Gryffindor again. There are many types of courage. It takes great courage to face an enemy, but it also takes courage to stick to one's position when facing a friend. Thanks to Mr. Neville Longbottom, I reward Gryffindor with 10 points. The Gryffindor table became a sea of joy. In stark contrast is Slytherin House. The little snakes were sullen, each of them looked sluggish, and their heads almost hit the table. Professor Snape looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. He probably didn't expect that either. The old man turned out to be so shameless at such an age. Suddenly, an extremely strong pressure came from the Slytherin table. The knives, forks, and utensils on the table made a loud noise under the influence of the magic pressure. The stinky old bee is going to steal my House Cup. Then don't blame me for this. Don't forget to vote with Power Stones for the bonus chapters. Chapter 80, Because We Are Slytherins. The Slytherin snakes were the first to feel the pressure, while the long table next to them also felt the pressure from behind. Lucas doesn't care about others. He took out his wand and looked at the plate. The whole of Slytherin focused their attention on him. Looking at the loss and sadness in everyone's eyes, Lucas took a deep breath and said, "Hold your heads up and be classy. Put away the sadness in your eyes and learn to smile." Why? Because we are Slytherins. The snakes looked at the blonde boy at the end of the long table. Listening to what he said, the sadness in their eyes gradually disappeared, and their lowered heads were raised again. At this time, Dumbledore had declared the House Cup. He looked at the Slytherin banners in the dining room and clapped his hands, causing the green and silver banners to transform into the gold and red Gryffindor banners. Everything seems to be a foregone conclusion. But just when the banners on the roof changed halfway, a dazzling spell flew from the Slytherin table, stopping Dumbledore's changes. This sudden change made the whole Great Hall silent. All eyes turned to the Slytherin table and Professor Snape asked sharply, "Mr. Grindelwald, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, Professor. Please listen to what I have to say first." Lucas ignored the others. After speaking to Professor Snape, he looked back at his classmates. "We make decisions before we act, we always strive for perfection in everything we do, and honor is more important than anything else in our hearts." Why is that? Because we are Slytherins. The light in the eyes of the snakes reappeared and confidence came back to them. They raised their heads proudly and looked at the blonde boy standing at the end of the long table. It's not just them. Whether it is a professor or a student of other houses at the moment, they all looked at the dazzling young man. Although Hermione's eyes were full of worry, but she still supports her friend. She knew how much effort Lucas had put in for the House Cup. Just now, she was complaining about Dumbledore's injustice. Dumbledore looked at the boy expressionlessly. Really just like him. Grindelwald gave such an impassioned speech back then, with his unparalleled personality charm, he has won many followers. Really just like him. Back then Tom Riddle also conquered the students of Slytherin. Only then did the Death Eaters, who frightened the entire wizarding world, appear. Looking at the high-spirited blonde boy in the distance, Dumbledore's eyes flickered on and off. Will he be the next Grindelwald or Voldemort? When Dumbledore asked his own heart. Suddenly, he saw the boy looking at him and saw the anger and unwillingness in his eyes. Immediately there was a new idea: Lucas Grindelwald probably won't be like those two. Although he is cunning and shrewd, he is easily angered, and irritability can often become a fatal weakness. Lucas averted his gaze, then he looked at his classmate again and said, "We are proud of Slytherin's glory, we are proud of Slytherin's prestige." Why? Because we are Slytherins. The whole table shouted this sentence loudly. And they are also proud of this sentence in their hearts. Even Snape, who was sitting in the teacher's seat, echoed in a low voice. Under the gaze of everyone, Lucas nodded in satisfaction, as if pleased with the behavior of the Slytherin students. Therefore, we will not accept insults of any kind, not even by the headmaster. Confronting Dumbledore, Lucas walked from the end of the long table to the teacher's seat step by step. He asked Dumbledore, "Mr. Headmaster, I remember you announced 2 bans before school started. First of all, this school prohibits any student from going to the Forbidden Forest without permission." Dumbledore nodded, already guessing what Lucas was up to by now, and was about to cut him off. But Lucas was the first to say the rest. "Second item, you said that the corridor on the 3rd floor is also forbidden, as it is very dangerous, unless you want to die. As far as I know, that's where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden, right?" Dumbledore nodded resignedly, and Lucas turned to look at Prefect Gemma Farley. "Senior Farley, as a prefect, what should I do if a student in my house violates the ban?" Dumbledore's face changed, and he was about to stop it. Gemma Farley had already stood up and said loudly, "Draco Malfoy, because you violated the school opening ban privately, as a prefect, I will deduct 60 points from Slytherin. The prefects of each house have the power to deduct points. But they can't add points. Adding points is a power that only professors enjoy." Following Gemma Farley's voice, the number of emeralds in the Slytherin hourglass in the hallway decreased rapidly. Lucas nodded in satisfaction, then he looked at Albus Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle of the teacher's bench, dressed in his colorful robes. At this moment all the teachers and students of the 4 houses looked at the respected centenarian. The ban was issued by him in the first place, and the students who violated the ban were given points by him just now. Many smart guys wanted to see how Headmaster Dumbledore would respond. It wasn't just the other houses who thought Lucas had a point, even some of Gryffindor thought so too. Certainly, these people do not include Mr. Ron Weasley. He put his head close to his friend beside him and complained in a low voice. "Harry, see, these evil bastards want to take the house cup from us. When we broke through the traps, we were 3 Gryffindors, and they only had 1. I don't think there is any problem with Dumbledore's extra points." "Hey men, did you hear what I said?" Seeing his friend's dissatisfied expression, Harry nodded perfunctorily. No one knew what was going on better than him. It's just that he was immersed in the praise of everyone just now, and forgot to explain to them. Harry sighed inwardly. In the end, he still didn't explain clearly to the lions who were glaring at Lucas. After a long time, Dumbledore sighed and glanced at the blonde boy not far away. He finally chose to compromise. Although he lost the house cup, at least in the hearts of the students, Harry was still the savior who defeated the Dark Wizard. If he didn't compromise, he was afraid that everyone would know that it was Lucas who defeated Quirrell, not Harry. This is not worth the hassle. Although he doesn't know why Lucas is so obsessed with the house cup. But at this moment such a thing happened. The conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin will only become more severe. Dumbledore weighed the pros and cons in his mind, stood up and said to everyone, 180 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for violation of the ban by Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Finnegan. If that's the case, the ownership of the house cup will also need to be adjusted. I announce that the winner of the house cup this school year is Slytherin. Dumbledore waved his hand when he finished speaking, causing the decorations in the dining room to return to the green and silver Slytherin banners. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, winning the house cup, the only one, obtaining a reward, 200 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for completing the series of achievements, King of Slytherin, the only one, reward, 1 chance of diamond lottery, 100% winning. Hearing the prompt from the system, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. Then he started to check if something went wrong just now. To fight for the house cup and not make Dumbledore think of himself as a second Voldemort. Still somewhat difficult. Next, it's dinner time. Tomorrow morning, the little wizards will usher in a long summer vacation. The advantage of the magic school is that besides being able to learn magic, there is no homework during the summer vacation. Have a crazy summer vacation without worrying about homework. What a wonderful thing. After dinner, Lucas led the Slytherin students to the dungeons. When walking out of the Great Hall, the other 3 houses were silently watching Lucas. In a way, what Lucas did just now is very cool for underage wizards. Back to the bedroom, Lucas immediately turned on the system. Diamond lottery, I don't know what good things can come out. He was just about to give the lottery order when his words came to a halt again. No, let's start with 100 consecutive normal draws first. System, 100 common lottery draws. 100 common lottery draws, 100 achievement points for a single time, a total of 10,000 achievement points, confirm. Yes. Accompanied by a prize pool. One after another, rays of light flew out of it, but most of them were bronze rewards. After a few seconds, the system beep sounded again. At the end of this lottery draw, a total of 46 bronze rewards, 32 silver rewards, and 22 gold rewards were obtained. Fortunately, I didn't directly use the diamond to draw prizes. 100 times and there is not a single round of platinum. Fortunately, Lucas also blamed Dumbledore for his bad luck. Yes, the old bee must have brought him bad luck. The bronze rewards for this lottery are as follows: 15 prizes of golden galleons, total amount, 2013, 2 children's brooms, 2 children's magic wands, 13 kinds of Honeydukes candies, 3 trendy female wizard robes, 11 bottles of butterbeer. Don't forget to vote with power stones. Tomorrow there will be bonus chapters for every 200 stones up to 1k, 5 chapters in total plus the regular daily chapter. Chapter 81, the first diamond draw. We reached 800 power stones, so 4 bonus chapters today. The silver rewards for this lottery are as follows: Household Magic, Level 2, *5, Scour Jiffy, Level 2, *6, Scour Jiffy, Level 3, Fire Curse, Level 3, *5, Exploding Curse, Level 1, *6, Expulsion Curse, Level 1, *3, Repelling Curse, Level 1, Protego Maxima, Level 3, Eye Disease Curse, Level 1, *4. The gold rewards for this lottery are as follows: Talent Point 1/4, Talent Point 2/1, Legilimency, Level 4, *3, Memory Charm, Level 4, Cruciatus Curse, Level 7, *3, Level 4, *4, Patronus Charm, Level 2, *6. As always, Lucas let the system make him learn what needs to be learned and store what needs to be stored. Speaking up, his luck in this lottery was really bad. Although the 3 major unforgivable curses have reached full level, and Legilimency has also been upgraded to Level 5. But if there is no platinum, it is wrong. Seeing the Philosopher's Stone stored in the system, Lucas gritted his teeth and redeemed a platinum lottery to the system. Then he took out a bottle of Felix Felicis and drank it. Regardless of whether this thing really brings good luck or not, at least it works psychologically. System, draw the platinum lottery and the diamond lottery together. Ding, the platinum lottery draw starts now. The prize pool appeared, and with a flash of light, the platinum reward showed itself in front of Lucas. This lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Ancient Alchemy, Elementary. Ding, the diamond lottery starts now. The diamond prize pool is more luxurious. Not to mention the radiance, the rewards are so many that they are about to overflow the prize pool. Several of them are familiar to Lucas. Things such as the Scabbard Avalon, Zanpakuto of Shinigami, and several other abilities that can only be found in other worlds. Lucas took a deep breath, quietly waiting for his reward to appear. This lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, Blood Awakening Potion 1. Seeing this reward, Lucas' eyes lit up. No ability is as direct as awakening the bloodline again. After all, the improvement of bloodline is all round. Ignoring redundant rewards. The important rewards this time are 6 talent points, Ancient Alchemy, Elementary, and Blood Awakening Potion. Thinking for a long time, he decided to learn Ancient Alchemy first. As for talents, they should be distributed afterwards. Accompanied by his order, knowledge of Ancient Alchemy flooded Lucas' brain. This knowledge seems to be innate, making it easy for him to use it. Ding, the study is over. The system detects that the host has learned Ancient Alchemy, Elementary, and automatically increases the Alchemy talent by 2 points and the Ancient Runes talent by 1 point. Learning Alchemy also gives talent points. This Philosopher's Stone can be regarded as waste utilization, the law of equivalent exchange. Carefully checking the knowledge in his mind, Lucas suddenly noticed something. If it's the same as what he thinks, then there is a way to deal with Voldemort's soul fragment attached to the relics of the Founders. But, if he wants to use this method, he will need a lot of magic power. Then he turned to look at the Blood Awakening Potion, a common test tube filled with a purple liquid. He opened the lid, and the sweet smell of grapes came to his nostrils. Throwing his head back, he gulped it down in one go, finding out that it actually tasted pretty good. Ba-dump ba-dump. His heart beat suddenly and violently, making him drop the test tube to the ground. Beads of sweat covered Lucas' forehead and he looked like he was in great pain. A trace of purple magic power overflowed from his body, causing the body transfiguration he was maintaining to be lifted. Boom. It's like a little wizard's first magic riot. It's just that the magic power that Lucas burst out with was many times stronger than that of a little wizard. With the continuous awakening of the blood, Lucas' appearance has also changed a lot. First is the hair. The golden hair is gradually dyed a mysterious purple from the tip. His height increased rapidly, and his figure has become well-proportioned and ripped, while his eyes also changed from blue to purple. Once the bloodline awakening finished, Lucas came to the mirror. Looking at the changed appearance, he smiled helplessly. If his bloodline is fully awakened, he would have full purple hair and purple eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the Void Elf, Secondary Awakening, and obtaining the blood talent, Void Aura. Talent, Void Aura, enhance the host's resistance to dark magic by 50%. 50%. This concept is too vague. Ding, with the host's current magic strength and physical fitness, the Void Aura can make the host face the killing curse of the Elite Aura level, seriously injured with 1 shot, and dead with 2 shots. Lucas understood now, this talent is equivalent to giving him an extra life in the face of dark magic. System, open the character sheet. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 12 years old. Identity, leader of the Alliance, son of Gellert Grindelwald, freshman at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Void Elf, Second Awakening. Talents, Void Fisher, Void Aura, Eye of Foresight, Combination Skill. Magic Power, 35, Elite Aura. Charms, 9, Full Level. Transfiguration, 6. Dark Arts, 10, Awakened. Alchemy, 3. Ancient Runes, 2. Divination, 4. Potions, 4. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring, Level 1, Loot, Level 1. Animagus, Black Panther. Different Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden, Recognized Owner. Skills, Ancient Alchemy, Elementary, Occlumency, Level 9, Fire Shield, Level 9, Imperious Curse, Level 9, Killing Curse, Level 9, Cruciatus Curse, Level 9, Sectum Sempra, Level 6, Patronus Charm, Level 5. Magic Items, Felix Felicis *1, Veritaserum *2, Mageweave Embroidery. Achievement Points, 7,952. The magic strength reached 35, which makes Lucas more confident about what to do next. System, distribute the talent points, 2 for Dark Arts, 2 for Transfiguration, 1 each for Divination and Potions. Dark Arts, 11. Transfiguration, 8. Divination, 5. Potions, 5. Since his Dark Arts talent has been awakened, it takes 2 talent points to add 1. As for why Lucas added Divination, that's because the higher the talent in Divination, the future seen by the Eye of Foresight is clearer and more detailed. Although it is still only 10 seconds, but 10 seconds of panorama and 10 seconds of close-up are not the same concept. Shutting down the system, Lucas recasts his human transfiguration. Checking himself in the mirror to confirm that his looks were the same as before, he waved his wand again to tidy up the messy room. With everything tidied up, Lucas took Hufflepuff's gold cup out. He held the cup in one hand, and Crimson Fiend Fire in the other. Powerful magic plus 11 points of Dark Arts talent give Lucas more fine-grained control over Fiend Fire. Wingardium Leviosa. Accompanied by the levitation spell on the golden cup. Lucas controlled it and the Fiend Fire cautiously. All items made into Horcruxes will be protected by powerful dark magic. Like Riddle's diary, neither water nor fire can destroy it. There are 3 known methods of destruction: the Basilisk's Fangs, Fiend Fire, and Gryffindor's Sword after it was infused with Basilisk Venom. What Lucas has to do now is to use Fiend Fire to destroy the black magic on the golden cup without damaging the cup. This requires delicate operation and powerful magical support. Time passed by every minute and every second while sweat trickled down Lucas' brow. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound from the golden cup, as if something had broken. Immediately afterwards, a trace of black smoke rose from the surface of the golden cup, but in the blink of an eye, it was swallowed by the surrounding fire. Phew. It takes a few hours for one piece. Isn't this Horcrux really amazing? Lucas moved his body a few times and took a break to recover his magic. What he just destroyed was nothing more than the protection of the Horcrux. Then started the second step, drawing the alchemy array. Although what Lucas got was elementary ancient alchemy, there are many practical things inside, such as boots that can speed up people's movement. There are also pieces of jewelry that can be used for defense and so on. And what Lucas wants to use is one of the basic functions of alchemy, decomposition. This was originally a very tasteless function in ancient alchemy, because it can only decompose already made alchemy items. Unless it is an alchemy item that is completely unnecessary, who would be willing to disassemble it? Coincidentally, the Hufflepuff gold cup in Lucas' hand is an alchemical artifact. Introduced in Hogwarts, A History. The Hufflepuff gold cup was once given to the Hogwarts house elves by Lady Helga to help them serve the food. That's right, a palm-sized gold cup can store a lot of food. Whether it is from this or the secret garden, it can be seen that Ms. Helga's application of the untraceable extension charm is amazing. Once the alchemy formation was finished, Lucas placed Hufflepuff's golden cup in the middle of the alchemy circle. He took a deep breath and then he waved his magic wand pointing at the alchemy array on the ground. Dismantle. A burst of red light burst out from the alchemy array. The golden cup shrouded in light gradually disintegrated, ending up divided into 4 parts of different sizes. A piece of transparent fragment wrapped in black gas quietly floated in midair. This was the soul shard that Voldemort hid in the golden cup. Maybe it was the awareness that he had no protection that caused the soul fragment to fly around like a headless chicken. It seems that it intends to escape and find another hiding place. Lucas pointed his palm at the soul shard and a purple magic power suddenly appeared, successfully capturing the soul fragment. Not long after there was another purple rhomboid crystal in Lucas' palm. Swallowing the crystal, Lucas could feel how his magic power increased. He rubbed his chin, feeling like Voldemort's Horcrux had been turned into a tonic. A ruthless person who can cut several pieces of his soul must have a very high soul strength. Voldemort, who has once again experienced defeat. At the moment, he is hiding in Albania, a country with which he has a deep connection. He suddenly felt a chill. It was as if he was being watched by something. Having disposed of Voldemort's soul shard, Lucas waved his wand again, reassemble. The golden cup that was divided in 4 parts became one again. When Hufflepuff's golden cup stopped being a Horcrux, it became radiant again. The golden light shining from time to time on the gold cup is really fascinating. Tonight Lucas can be said to have gained a lot. The most important thing is that he is stronger than before, a lot stronger. The next day the old Hogwarts Express slowly left Hogsmeade Station. The students looked at the castle reluctantly. It won't be until a few months later that they will return, except for the 7th years who won't be coming back. 1 month later, Austria, Nurmengard Castle. Hestia entered the tower with a pink envelope in her mouth. Dear Lucas. How are you doing in Austria? Is your uncle all right? I have great news for you. My father participated in a lottery on a TV show, and actually won a 7-day trip to France sponsored by a large company. So I may have to accompany my parents to France for a few days in a week. Oh, forgive me, I want to see you soon too, but, sorry. With love, Hermione. Love. It's amazing magic. Lucas, you've been back for a month, and your little girlfriend has been writing to you almost every day. Lucas looked at the old man who was talking beside him, smiled and said, Father, are you envious? A soft snort expressed Grindelwald's inner disdain. At this time Vinda Rosier pushed open the door and entered. She held a few envelopes in her hand and said, the boy from the Malfoy family, Lucius, sent a letter, saying that the shop in Corner Lane has been furnished and asked you about the opening date. The other question is who are the guests to be invited. The preliminary plan is to invite the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and the directors of various departments, as well as Hogwarts professors and prominent figures in society. There is also Nocturne Alley. Black market transactions and casinos have been making good profits in the past half-month, earning us 30,000 galleons. This is only a small part, and many people seem to be still taking a wait-and-see approach before deciding to use the facilities. Finally, it's about the German and French shops. As we have received, the French Ministry of Magic will hold a trial in a week. Minister Orwell will also be present. Lucas looked up from the book on his lap. After thinking about it carefully, he said, I heard that Pius Thickness has returned to work at the Ministry of Magic. Seeing Vinda nod, Lucas smiled and said, put his name on the invitation list as well. After saying that, Lucas stood up and looked at Gellert. Father, I'm going back to England tomorrow, since I have to open the shop in England before going to France. Well, go and study the magic of love. Lucas rolled his eyes inelegantly, turned around, and planned to leave. Just when he was about to walk out the door, Gellert's voice came from behind. Boy, do you know what the right to speak is? Huh. Lucas turned around suspiciously. To control the power is to control the right to speak. Grindelwald seemed to answer the question himself. Immediately afterwards, he asked a new question, then do you know how to gain power? Lucas' eyes froze, because he knew that his father was going to teach him something important. Chapter 82, Spiritual Mentor Lucas. Vinda saw the pair of father and son sitting opposite each other and wisely left the room. The moment the door closed, Gellert's voice sounded again, have you figured it out? How to gain power? A shrewd mind, loyal men, and great strength. Hearing this answer, Gellert gave a somewhat satisfied smile. Intelligence, strength, and charisma are the keys to power in my opinion. Before doing anything, prepare some plans and ask yourself repeatedly whether there are mistakes in these plans, and at the same time keep yourself calm and rational. Actually, in my opinion, an intelligent appearance can also be regarded as a kind of personality charm, which can attract you many followers. Then there is power. There are some wizards in the magic world who believe in the idea that magic is power. Great power can conquer many people, they will be timid and afraid when facing you, and finally choose to surrender. Strength is also a kind of charisma. Many wizards who uphold this concept will follow you willingly after seeing your strength. After finishing the above words, he raised his goblet and took a sip of red wine. He waited until Lucas absorbed the words and continued, the last thing I want to talk about is charm. The concept of charm is actually very general. Some people are obsessed with an elegant appearance, and some people are obsessed with beautiful ideas. Some people are obsessed with great power, and some are obsessed with smart minds. These are all a kind of charm. Some people can do one of them, and some people can't do any of them, so they can only be reduced to ordinary people. My son, whether it is strength, intelligence, or an elegant appearance. If you possess one of these things, you will gain followers of your own, but you are my son, you are a Grindelwald. I believe you can do better, even better than me. Go ahead, let them be obsessed with your strength, obsessed with your grace, obsessed with your intelligence. But you have to remember, don't get caught up in it, don't be overwhelmed by vanity. Whether it's strength or intelligence, these are just the means you need to achieve a greater good, including your followers. The father and son were silent for a long time. Until Lucas let out a long breath. Thank you for your instruction, father. Lucas stood up and bowed in gratitude, then turned around and walked out the door. Leaving Nurmengard Castle, Lucas stood outside the gate and turned to look at the tower. He knew that Gellert was watching him from up there. Vinda, let's go back. Lucas said softly. Vinda took out a portkey and in a blink of an eye, they returned to Wiltshire, England. The travel methods of wizards are really convenient. There are portkey for going abroad and there is a Flynn network at home, not to mention apparition. Aunt Vinda, come with me to Malfoy's Manor, we need to finalize the opening of the stores as soon as possible, so we can start making money. Lucas is always very enthusiastic about making money. Vinda nodded with a smile, and went to the vanity mirror to sort out her appearance. Oh, beautiful Miss Vinda, you are still so beautiful, and your outfit today especially set off your noble temperament. Shut up. She glanced lightly at the vanity mirror in front of her. Every wizarding family will have a mirror like this to monitor the appearance of the family. If your image appears sloppy, this mirror will not treat you kindly. Once they reached Malfoy Manor, which is actually very close by, the first thing Lucas saw were two kids riding broomsticks. Seeing Harry, who appeared at Malfoy's house, Lucas was slightly surprised. Lucas. You're back from Austria. After not seeing each other for more than a month, Draco was happy to see his friend. Just came back. Lucas turned his head to look at Vinda, motioning for her to go in and discuss with Mr. Malfoy first. Once she left, Lucas turned to look at Harry beside him. When did Harry come? Half a month ago, I wrote to him, but I didn't get any response. I was worried and asked my house elf to take a look. Draco rushed to answer, and at the end his expression became very angry. You would never have imagined what kind of life Harry led, that family of muggles was simply horrendous. Although Draco is fighting for his friend, but he said it in Harry's presence, which made Harry embarrassed. Seeing this, Lucas changed the subject. Harry, how are you? Are you having fun here? Very happy, I think this should be the happiest summer vacation I have ever had. Harry looked at Lucas with gratitude and a hint of guilt in his eyes. He probably thought of Quirrell. It's good you are happy, I still have some things to do, so we will talk later if you have time. I can ask Draco to take you to my house to play. Oh no, Harry is going to Ron Weasley's house soon. Lucas looked at Harry to make sure it was true. Seeing Harry nod, he smiled and said, it's okay, there are still many opportunities in the future. When he saw Lucas was leaving, Harry became a little hesitant, wondering if he should call out to him or not. It wasn't until he saw that Lucas was about to enter the gate of the manor that he made up his mind. He anxiously said, Lucas, please wait a moment. Seeing Lucas turn and look at him, Harry asked nervously, I don't understand something, can you help me answer it? Eh? The savior encountered something that confused him. Lucas' spiritual mentor Grindelwald is online. He took Harry and Draco to the round table in the garden and sat down. Draco snapped his fingers and a house elf appeared next to them. Oh, dear little master, Dobby is happy to serve you. Dobby. Lucas looked in the direction of the voice. An elf in a dirty pillowcase stood awkwardly beside Draco, looking at its eyes that are wandering around. That's right, it's Dobby, the only house elf who advocates freedom. Prepare a cup of black tea and 2 cups of fruit juice. Right away, little master. Once the tea and juice were ready, Lucas looked at the embarrassed Harry and said softly, it's okay, there is no one else here, tell me all the problems you have encountered. The deep, elegant voice seems to have a strange magic, making Harry's heart gradually become calm. I just don't understand why I have to go back to my aunt's house. I asked Professor Dumbledore, but he didn't tell me, he just said that I have to go back to live there for a while every year. Hearing Harry's troubles, Lucas didn't answer right away. He wondered how he should explain it. After about 2 minutes he asked, Harry, do you know why Voldemort can't touch you? I know, because my mother cast a powerful guardian magic on me. That's right. Lucas nodded affirmatively. I can tell you with certainty that the magic your mother cast is extremely powerful, as she used her life to protect you. But this kind of magic has a big drawback. If you want to continue the effect of this magic, you need to live with your blood relatives for a period of time every year. That's probably why you have to go back to your aunt. Harry reluctantly accepted the explanation. After personally witnessing the power of Voldemort, he's still maturing a bit. At least when he learned that living at his aunt's house would protect him. Harry felt less resentment towards his aunt's family, only a little. But Draco at the side felt very puzzled at this time. Lucas, why have I never heard of such powerful magic? Probably lost, I also only saw the introduction in an ancient book. Seeing Draco's frown gradually tightened, Lucas held up the black tea to hide the smile on his lips. If what you said is true, then this. As a child of a pureblood family, Draco was far more knowledgeable than Harry, so he sensed something was wrong immediately. Sacrificing one's life to cast a powerful protective spell on another sounds a lot like black magic. Impossible, my mother can't use black magic. Harry stood up abruptly, and even overturned the chair behind him because of too much force. Calm down, Harry, Draco didn't say anything about your mother. Lucas hurried to appease. In the shallow knowledge of Harry, only dark wizards can use black magic. And dark wizards are synonymous with bad guys, that's why he was so angry. Waiting until Harry sat down again, Lucas continued, maybe my guess is not entirely correct, but I'm sure that the protection spell on you is a kind of blood magic. Harry, listen to Dumbledore and stay at your aunt's house until you come of age. The work of the spiritual teacher ends here, since he didn't want to say too much. Harry's angry expression just now shows that he is not very firm in his heart and was having doubts about the magic that was cast upon him. That's enough for Lucas. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Spiritual Mentor, Rewards, 50 achievement points, Introduction to Basic Psychology. Okay, if there are no other questions, I will excuse myself first. Lucas also needs to meet Lucius Malfoy. In addition to discussing the opening time of the store, he's still going to give it a try and see if he can get Riddle's diary from the Slippery Man. Wait, I actually have another question. Harry seems to have a lot of troubles. Looking at his furrowed brows, Lucas returned to his seat. What is it? About Professor Snape, what you said back then was correct, it turns out that the professor has been protecting me. But now I don't know how to face him. Should I apologize? Apologize? And get scolded? Lucas shook his head. In the infirmary that day, I seemed to hear Headmaster Dumbledore talking to you about Professor Snape. That's right. Harry nodded. Professor Dumbledore said that Professor Snape hated my father because my father saved his life. It's just that I don't understand why Professor Snape still hates my father if he saved his life. In Harry Potter's mind, his father was an extremely good person and a hero. And what Dumbledore had revealed undoubtedly confirmed the conjecture in his heart. You just have to ask, what kind of person would save his deadly enemy? A man of noble character, of course. Lucas could probably guess what was going on in Harry's mind just by looking at his expression. Maybe Harry still had some complaints about Professor Snape in his heart. So he sneered, looked at the butterflies flying in the garden and said, language is really an art. Omit the details, and just say some unimportant things which can be mistaken for a different meaning. Harry and Draco looked at each other and all they saw were the doubts in each other's eyes. It's not hard to understand from Lucas' words. There seems to be something in it that they don't know. Lucas, what do you mean by that? Chapter 83, The Truth of the Incident, Voldemort's Return, and Lucius' Fear. James Potter, born in a pureblood family, had extraordinary Quidditch talent, and was recognized by Hogwarts as a Quidditch genius. Lucas' opening remarks aroused Harry's intense interest. For his parents, Harry always wanted to know more about them. Southwest He always paid close attention when someone mentioned them. However, James Potter also has the common shortcomings of pure-blooded children, such as arrogance. I think it's probably the same as Draco when you first met him. Mentioning the process of getting acquainted before entering school, Draco's face blushed a bit in shame. And Harry frowned. It looked like he disagreed with what Lucas said in his heart, but he didn't interrupt aloud. James Potter met a group of like-minded friends soon after he enrolled, and they formed a famous prank group. And then there was the 7-year struggle between the group led by James Potter against Severus Snape. You heard me right, it's a group of people fighting against a single person. Lucas had just finished speaking. Draco subconsciously said, this is too despicable. It wasn't until he finished speaking that he remembered that Harry was still on the sidelines. Embarrassed, he apologized to Harry for his outburst, then urged Lucas to continue speaking quickly. I won't say more about how James Potter bullied Professor Snape. You can ask the ghosts of the school when you have time, they must still remember. Let's just talk about James Potter saving Professor Snape's life. The two of them sat up straight and listened carefully to what was said next. Harry, what would you do if one day your enemy tricked you into the zoo's lion enclosure and made you face the lions? I guess I'm going to hate him to death. Hearing this answer, Lucas nodded in satisfaction. Very well, just when you were about to die, your enemy suddenly appeared and rescued you from the lion's mouth, would you thank him? This, probably not. Harry frowned, he naturally understood the meaning of Lucas' words. Lucas, are you saying my father put Professor Snape in danger and then saved him? Almost, it was one of his friends. Professor Snape nearly died in the claws of a werewolf because of this. A werewolf? Draco exclaimed. Seeing Harry's confused face, he hurriedly explained, werewolves are human beings who have been cursed with lycanthropy. They will transform into a wolf-shaped monster every full moon at night. After transforming, they are irrational and will attack anyone in their path, and this is not the most terrifying. If bitten or scratched by a werewolf, the injured person will also be infected with the curse and become a werewolf. Furthermore, lycanthropy cannot be cured, so being a werewolf is irreversible. The closest thing to a cure is a suppressive potion called Wolfsbane Potion, but the only thing it does is allowing the werewolf to keep his mind during the full moon, and it's really expensive. Clap clap clap. Lucas applauded Draco gently. Perfect answer, 10 points for Slytherin. After saying that, he looked at Harry again. So, do you understand why Professor Snape hates you and your father? Harry nodded. Then why is he protecting me? Quirrell said Professor Snape didn't want me dead. It's up to you to find the answer yourself. Lucas said something mysteriously, then turned and walked towards the manor. In fact, Lucas' evaluation of James Potter was not so bad. He was at least braver than most common wizards. While it's true that he was a complete jerk in school. But after graduation, James Potter bravely stood up against Voldemort, which is still worthy of respect. But, he wouldn't tell Harry these things. The old bee wanted to establish a heroic image of his father in Harry's heart, and Lucas just refused to let the old manipulator do what he wanted. To add trouble for Dumbledore, he never forgot his original intention. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Truth and Lies, reward, 200 achievement points. This achievement involves the change of the fate of some protagonists. Ignoring the two kids, Lucas stepped into the manor and being guided by the servant, he came to Malfoy's study. Oh. When Lucas saw Professor Snape appear in the study, he looked a little surprised. At the same time, he felt grateful. Fortunately, Professor Snape didn't go out just now. If the Bitterman heard that he exposed those embarrassing things in the past, Lucas is sure that he will have endless chores in the next 6 years. Mr. Grindelwald, you seem surprised to see your own head of house. A cold, deep voice sounded in the study, and the surprise on Lucas' face quickly turned into a smile. I haven't seen you for over a month. I missed you, Professor. Faced with such an enthusiastic performance from his student, Professor Snape frowned slightly. He hates being close to people, because too close a relationship is not good for his identity as a spy. Even though Lucius Malfoy is his best friend and senior. When facing him, he also had to put on a cold look. Put away that silly smile of yours. If you were in potions class right now, I would definitely deduct 20 points from you. Lucius Malfoy was quite surprised by his friend's performance. He knew Snape well. If he meets someone he doesn't like, he will never say a word to the other person. Mr. Grindelwald, please sit down. I don't know that you have such a good relationship with Severus. Humph. Lucius, I think you should go to St. Mungo's and have your eyesight checked. As expected of Snape, he maintains his combat effectiveness even outside of school. Lucius Malfoy had long been used to the other side's behavior. Once Lucas sat down, Lucius planned to start today's topic. But before he could start speaking, Professor Snape stood up abruptly. Since you have something to talk about, I'll take my leave first. Professor Snape, still with his robes billowing like a big bat, walked quickly towards the door. Professor, Draco, and Harry are in the yard. Seeing Professor Snape freeze, there was a mischievous smile on Lucas's lips. Oh, that's too bad. Severus is a very vengeful man, so you shouldn't be talking about Mr. Potter in front of him. Mr. Malfoy reminded him after Snape had left, and then brought the topic to the point. Mr. Grindelwald, just now Ms. Rosier conveyed your purpose. I think this weekend is very suitable for the opening of the store. First of all, Diagon Alley has a lot of people on weekends, which is good for us to get off to a good start. Secondly, there are still 3 days before the weekend. These 3 days will also allow the distinguished guests we invite to arrange their own itineraries. If the opening is rushed and there are not enough guests present, it will affect the family behind you and me. What do you think? Lucas thought for a moment and said, that is very thoughtful, I have no objection. As the top family in the British magical world, I will have to trouble you to send the invitations. Don't worry. Lucius smiled. He seemed happy that Lucas accepted his advice. Summoning a house elf to refill the black tea, only then did Malfoy talk about the list of invitations. Mr. Grindelwald. Uncle Lucius, you can just call me by my name, we are partners now. Oh well, Lucas, do you really want to invite Pious Thickness and Rufus Scrimgeour? Seeing Lucas nod, Lucius hesitated to speak. Lucas, you should know that in our capacity. Uncle Lucius, we are just common merchants, do you have any identity that I don't know about? Malfoy was taken aback. No, not really, you're right, we're just common merchants. So, what are you worried about? Worried about 2 people coming to make trouble. Lucius nodded subconsciously. Seeing this, Lucas said, instead of letting them come uninvited, why not just invite them? We are serious businessmen. When the store opens, Uncle will need to handle it in the future. If you encounter any problems, just contact Vinda directly. Lucas is still a student now and needs to stay at Hogwarts most of the year, but he is very reassured with Vinda handling most problems. Besides, Hogwarts will become more and more interesting from next school year onwards. At that time, he will inevitably participate in most problems. The two then talked about some business in Knockturn Alley. The main purpose is to discuss the progress of the illegal auction house in Knockturn Alley. In addition, some malicious people seem to be eyeing their casino business. Some people really don't know good from bad. Vinda, send more people to Knockturn Alley. If someone causes trouble, deal with them directly. The indifferent attitude of the blonde teenager startled Lucius. The boy in front of him was only as old as his son, but his maturity and ability are not different from an experienced adult. He even surpassed most wizards in terms of ruthlessness, and even dark wizards were probably inferior. Having settled the business talk, Lucas and Lucius began to chat about some random gossip in important pure-blood families. When the time was right, Lucas suddenly brought the topic to the Ministry of Magic. Uncle Lucius, news from Pine Caro recently said that the Ministry of Magic is preparing to introduce a new Muggle Protection Act. It is said that the Ministry of Magic will take action soon, mainly to search for black magic books and dangerous items in some families. The Malfoy family, as a pure-blood family with a long history, must be careful. Lucius Malfoy paused his hand that was holding the teacup and there was a little doubt on his expression. He also has quite a few friends in the Ministry of Magic, so why didn't he hear these news? He looked at Lucas's calm look, and it didn't seem to be fake news. If Uncle doesn't believe it, then wait a little longer. In less than a month, these 2 new regulations will be implemented before Hogwarts starts the new school year. Since you have said so, I naturally choose to believe it. Thank you very much for your help to the Malfoy family. Lucas shrugged his shoulders. You're welcome. If Uncle has any very dangerous items that can't be handled, I'll be happy to help. Thank you, but my Malfoy family still has the ability to dispose of some dangerous goods. The 2 sipped their tea in unison and the study room became quiet for a moment. After a while, Lucas suddenly said, Did Draco tell you about the things that happened at school when he came back? You mean what happened to Professor Quirrell at the end of term? Seeing Lucas nod, Malfoy continued, That's what I heard. I really didn't expect that a dark wizard would sneak into Hogwarts. It seems that Dumbledore is really getting too old for his post as headmaster. On this point, Lucas begs to disagree. Dumbledore getting old? He would rather believe that Mr. Malfoy in front of him has Alzheimer. Lucas walked to the study window with his black tea in hand. Looking at Harry who was playing with Draco outside, he said softly, I'd say it's because of Harry Potter. I was there at the time, and I found an interesting thing. Professor Quirrell couldn't seem to touch Harry. As long as he touches Harry's skin, it will be very painful. It's like the skin has been burned. Could it be that Harry Potter was born to be the sworn enemy of dark wizards, as written in the books? Clang. The violent clashing sound of teacups and cup holders. Lucas looked back and saw Lucius Malfoy panicking with the tea on the desk. Uncle Lucius, are you fine? I'm fine, it's just that I didn't hold it steady for a while. Dobby, hurry up and get rid of this mess. Lucas put the black tea aside, looked at the busy master and servant and said, It's getting late, and I have to go back to prepare for the court session in France. I'll see you in Diagon Alley this weekend. Having said goodbye to Lucius, Lucas walked gracefully towards the door. When he opened the door, the foot that was about to step out stopped in place. Uncle Lucius, don't forget to dispose of those dangerous items that smell of black magic. Otherwise they will cause you great trouble. Lucas's eyes seemed to be able to read people's hearts. Malfoy no longer had the calmness and composure he had just now. His eyes were slightly flustered, and he forced himself to remain calm. I will remember. Thank you very much for your help. Malfoys never forget. 3 days passed in a flash. Diagon Alley is bustling on weekends, but today it is more lively than previous weekends. The reason is simple, 15 shops in Diagon Alley opened at the same time today. For shop owners who have been reluctant to show up for a long time, people were full of curiosity, and gossip spread everywhere for a while. Arthur Weasley, director of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Department at the Ministry of Magic. As the director, he is of course also on Lucas' invitation list. So Arthur Weasley brought his family to Diagon Alley today, intending to let the family members take a look at this lively scene. In the line, Ron tugged on Harry's sleeve and said, I heard that among the 15 shops there is also a shop that sells flying brooms. Master Randolph Spudmore, do you know? Seeing Harry shaking his head, Ron introduced excitedly, Master Spudmore specially designed broomsticks for professional players. He didn't join any company, but he still designed the best and fastest broomstick. I heard that the shop this time is dedicated to selling brooms designed by Master Spudmore. Of course, the price must be very expensive. It would be great if I could have one. Ron's eyes twinkled with longing. At the same time, he is also very curious about the owners of these shops. Harry had arrived at the Weasleys yesterday and he couldn't sleep last night because of the banging on the water pipes. According to Ron, it was the sound of the ghoul that lives in the attic. However, Harry, who was still a little sleepy, pulled himself together and looked at the lively crowd after hearing Ron's narration. Who is it that actually opened so many shops at once? Such handwriting, even in the Muggle world, is not common. Chapter 84, The Boss is Lucas Grindelwald. Diagon Alley, Shop 88. Located directly opposite Gringotts, the location is excellent. Today, shop number 88 and 7 shops on the left and right sides of it held the opening ceremony together, making a total of 15 shops. Such a grand occasion attracted the attention of countless wizards. In order to avoid someone taking the opportunity to make trouble, the Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge also sent most of the Aurors to the scene. Oh! Look, that's a Mad-Eye Moody. He's a veteran Auror who has captured many dark wizards. Ron pointed to an old man wearing a clearly magic eye in the distance and said to Harry. Maybe it was because he heard Ron yelling his name that Moody turned his head to look their way, which startled Ron and Harry. "Boys, you'd better not mess with Moody. He didn't want to come today, but the ministry forced him to come, do you understand?" Arthur Weasley explained the reason to the two. Then he noticed a colleague from the Ministry of Magic and went to say hello. As Arthur left, the rest of the Weasleys and Harry went to a corner closest to the shop. It is said that when the store opens today they will give out many souvenirs. Time passed by every minute and every second, and there were more and more people that kept accumulating in front of Shop 88. As the opening time approached, well-known pureblood families and wizard families in the British magical world began to appear. Ron stood in the corner and told Harry about the people he could recognize. "That beautiful lady is Madame Zabini, and her son is Blaise Zabini of Slytherin." Looking at the beautiful and generous lady in the distance, Harry subconsciously nodded. Of course he knew who Blaise was, and he had even spoken a few words with him before. The other party gave Harry the feeling that he was like a peacock exuding charm all the time. Now it seems that Blaise's habit should come from his mother. Ron pointed again at an elegant wizard. "This is the son of Minister of Magic Fudge, who has already joined the Ministry of Magic at a young age. Let me tell you secretly, Percy admires this guy, and his dream is to join the Ministry of Magic right after graduation." Ron had just finished speaking when he noticed Harry looking at him strangely. "What's wrong?" "Ron, how do you know all these people?" Ron's cheeks flushed. Anyway, their Weasley family is also one of the sacred 28 families, and his father works in the ministry. For famous people in the magic world, it is natural that he needs to know. It's just that he has always been embarrassed to mention this to his friends and get laughed at. Harry saw his friend's embarrassment and immediately changed the subject. "I really want to see who owns these shops and can attract so many celebrities." It has to be said that there were a lot of celebrities here today. Even Ollivander, the master wand maker, joined in the fun. "Please step aside." Accompanied by a loud shout, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, came along with the directors of various ministry departments. "Oh, the minister is here. And Director Crouch and Director Bones. Look, that's the head of the Aura Office, Rufus Scrimgeour." The presence of the people from the ministry pushed the atmosphere to a climax. "Ladies and gentlemen, our opening ceremony will begin soon, but before that, we will distribute some souvenirs." A young witch appeared before the crowd. Clap. With a strong clap of her hands, a group of young and beautiful witches walked out of the shop. "This is a magic perfume developed in our shop that changes its scent with the weather, time of day and your mood. These trial packs are a gift from our store to all the ladies present, please don't hold back." The women present were each given a small bottle of perfume. Some people can't wait to open the present to try it. Molly Weasley is one of them. "Oh Mom, you smell so good." Hearing her children's praise, she was elated. The next moment, the smell of the perfume changed. So amazing, it even attracted the attention of the men present. The young witch smiled and continued, "In order to thank all the handsome men for coming, our store has prepared a 10% discount coupon for trendy men's wizard robes. In addition, little wizards, this store has also prepared a 10% discount coupon for flying brooms for you, and it has no expiration date, so if you can't buy a broom right now you can still use it some other day." The witch had just finished speaking and the little wizards around exclaimed in happiness. Taking advantage of this time, the witches who had just returned took out a lot of display items. "Our store and 14 surrounding stores sell trendy male and female wizard costumes, prank toys, and broomsticks designed by Master Randolph Spudmore. There are also magic perfumes, all kinds of precious potions, precious pets, etc. We always welcome your visit and your purchase." After the witch finished speaking, she led the people back, leaving those display items where they are. "Oh Merlin, what a beautiful broom." Ron broke away from the group and lay down beside the showcase, looking at the beautifully shaped broomstick in front of him. As Quidditch players, the twins and Harry also came to his side. "It's beautiful, but Mom won't buy it for you, Ronnie Ekins." "Yeah, stop daydreaming, look at the price." Harry looked in the direction the twins were pointing. Seeing the price of 2,000 galleons, even Harry, the rich second generation, was surprised. Ron had apparently figured this out too. But he still said bluntly, "Master Spudmore's broomsticks are always worth their price, I think 2,000 galleons is very fair." The twins smiled at the stiff-mouthed Ron. But they were quickly attracted by the prank toys next to them. "George, I don't think I've seen these toys in Zonko's magic joke shop." "Fred, that means the owner of this store is also a genius for mischief. My God, I really want to make friends with him." On the other side, Molly Weasley and her little daughter Ginny were admiring the gorgeous clothes. Seeing the longing in the eyes of her daughter, Molly gritted her teeth and said, "You are going to Hogwarts this year, how about Mom buys you a robe from this shop in a few days?" "Really? But it costs a lot of money." "Don't worry, Mom will find a way." There was another commotion among the crowd as Dumbledore came from afar with the Hogwarts professors. As the greatest wizard of this century and the pride of the British wizarding community, people politely made room for Dumbledore. Watching the bustling scene, Dumbledore couldn't help feeling amazed by Lucas' methods. As far as he knows, Lucas hasn't shown up yet. The shopkeeper has a mysterious identity, and big shots appear one after another. They also made a great display of souvenirs and merchandise. It can be said that it has whetted the appetite of everyone present. Only Lucas is missing at the moment. Given his young age, it is conceivable that the entire English magic world will get the news of this explosion before tomorrow. The most mentioned after dinner must be Lucas and the alliance group behind him. Even Dumbledore couldn't help but praise Lucas' brilliance. At this time the door of shop number 88 opened again. After the previous surprise, all eyes were on the door. Accompanied by a burst of light footsteps, the beautiful Vinda Rosier came out of the door. This French rose specially dressed up for today. Whether it is the clothes or accessories on her body, they were all products of their own store. As soon as she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. "Thank you for coming. Please allow me to introduce the owner of our shop, Mr. Lucas Grindelwald." Dazzling blonde hair appeared in everyone's sight and the gentle, deep blue eyes fascinated the young witches present. Lucas was exuding an air of nobility with every move. He politely invited Fudge, Dumbledore, and other important people to his side. Then he said to everyone, "Thank you for the honor, especially Minister Fudge, the directors, Headmaster Dumbledore, and the professors." Ron stared dumbfounded at the dazzling blonde boy in the distance. It never occurred to him that the person he just decided to admire and was yearning for is actually one of the people he hates the most. It was like a bolt of lightning hit him. He turned his head to look at Harry beside him, wanting to complain to his friend, but he found that Harry looked at Lucas with admiration in his eyes. Ron's mood became even worse. He looked around and found that except for himself, nobody else in the family seemed to hate Lucas. Especially his mom and Ginny. Because of that little bottle of trial perfume, the two were full of goodwill towards Lucas. Not to mention the twins and Percy. The twins' relationship with Lucas was already good while Percy has always admired those excellent and influential people. Ron continued to look at the shop and saw Minister Fudge actually interacting with Lucas happily. Even Dumbledore was smiling. He had only seen such a scene in his dreams. Then Ron saw his father. "Mr. Grindelwald, my name is Arthur Weasley, Director of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division. Mr. Weasley, I know you and I have a very good relationship with your sons Fred and George." The smile on Arthur's face became more obvious after hearing this. Especially hearing that Lucas invited him to cut the ribbon. His whole face became red with excitement. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Set Sail, Business, Reward, 100 achievement points. Once Lucas, Fudge, Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy and Mrs. Zabini completed the ribbon cutting. The opening ceremony of the store is considered to have come to an end. Due to the store opening today, all other stores will be closed. Watching the crowd swarming into the store, Lucas knew that the reputation of these shops was earned. 2 days after tomorrow, the news will be published in major newspapers. Lucas and Lucas' shop will get the attention of all wizards in England. "Minister Fudge, store manager Grindelwald, look this way." A reporter from the Daily Prophet found the two of them at this time. Fudge's lips were grinning to his ears at the moment. Of course, he hoped that the business of the store would get better and better. After all, he also had a share of it. So, facing the reporter's interview, Fudge is sparing no publicity. At this time Lucas noticed the Weasley family in the distance. When he saw the girl among them, his eyes lit up. Thanks to Merlin, Ginny Weasley is not the movie version. She is worthy of being one of Hogwarts school beauties. Her appearance is really outstanding. "Vinda, help me with something." Calling Vinda to his side, Lucas whispered a few words in her ear. Vinda nodded, turned around and walked into the shop. Not long after, Ginny Weasley's exclamation came from the crowd. When people saw the items in her hand, they all showed envy in their eyes. Chapter 85, Lucas's Trick, Recruiting Professor Snape. Last bonus chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, our first prize has arrived, and the winner is Miss Ginny Weasley. Ginny looked at the lottery ticket in her hand in disbelief since she was here just to try her luck. But she didn't expect that each person had a chance to draw a lottery and she actually won the first prize. Ginny, who just turned 11 this year, looked at her parents in bewilderment. "Go on, what are you waiting for?" "Ginny, you're the best. We're proud of you, sister." Everyone in the Weasley family is cheering for Ginny and even Ron is no exception. It's just that he still wants his sister to do him a small favor. "Ginny, if someone asks you what you like later, just say you like that broomstick." Ron's words immediately drew glares from his family. The twins pushed Ron to the back of the crowd, one on the left and one on the right. Molly Weasley lovingly said to her little daughter, "Choose whatever you like, baby." "Miss Weasley, have you made a decision yet?" Ginny was a little nervous about Vinda beside her. After hesitating for a long time, she whispered, "I want a robe, is that okay?" "Of course, please wait a moment." After Vinda finished speaking, she walked to the staff lounge. It was the first time Ginny was in the limelight and it made her very uncomfortable. At this moment, exclamations came from the crowd. Ginny turned around and saw Lucas walking in front of her holding a luxurious witch's robe. "Nice to meet you, Miss Weasley. Thank you for coming today. This is a prize for you, the best witch's robe in this shop. In addition, in order to thank you for bringing your good luck to our store, I decided to give you a bottle of limited edition magic perfume. I hope you can accept it." Ginny stared blankly at the blonde boy in front of her, especially his bewitching blue eyes that seemed to contain a mysterious magic power. She suddenly felt her cheeks heat up, so she took the gift in a hurry, said thank you, and ran back to her parents. "Ginny, how can you be so rude?" Molly scolded her a little, and then made a special trip to thank Lucas. "That's your grade, Chief?" Pansy Parkinson's father asked softly. Although he was talking to his daughter, his eyes kept wandering towards Lucas. "That's right, he's a very attractive man, and he's also very strong." "Grindelwald," the man muttered to himself, and then to his daughter, "you need to get closer to him at school if you can, do you understand?" Pansy frowned slightly, but nodded anyway. She heard the meaning of her father's words, it's just that she likes Draco Malfoy. Besides, Pansy doesn't think she's Lucas' type either way. Fortunately, Lucas didn't know what Pansy's father was thinking. As long as his daughter looks like a pug, Lucas really can't accept it. At the same time, Mrs. Zabini was busy inspecting all the shops. Watching the endless stream of customers, this charming lady never stopped smiling. After all, she was also getting a cut from the profits, so how wouldn't she be happy? "Blaze, get along well with Mr. Grindelwald, it would be good if you can get into his circle of friends, the future belongs to you young people, you know." "Don't worry, mother, I know what to do." The same words appeared in every corner of the store. Most of the children from influential families who came here today are in Slytherin House. The shrewd Slytherins will certainly not miss the opportunity to make connections with the strong. "Vinda, go find Professor Snape and tell him that I have something very important to discuss with him later." Once Vinda just left, Lucas was tapped on the shoulder. Seeing Hermione standing behind him, he stepped forward to give her a hug. "No, my parents are here." Hermione continued with reddish ears, "I'm sorry, because I brought my parents with me, I was delayed for some time, and I couldn't attend your opening ceremony on time." Looking at the little witch with eyes full of guilt in front of him, Lucas rubbed her head, messing up the fluffy brown hair even more. "Stop." Hermione pushed Lucas' mischievous hand away and quickly took out a comb to straighten her hair. "I have a gift for you, but let's meet your parents first." Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger are good talkers, especially Mr. Granger. He didn't have the haughty attitude of other dentists. You know, the social status of dentists in England is very high. "Uncle, Aunt, just tell Hermione what you like, and I'll find someone to give it to you." The Grangers smiled and nodded. However, Mr. Granger's gaze has been shifting between his daughter and the handsome young man in front of him. Hermione couldn't stand her parents' scrutinizing gaze, so she hurriedly dragged the two of them to the store next door to choose clothes. "We won't bother you, you go ahead." After sending off Hermione and her parents, Lucas also attracted the patriarchs of several pureblood families. Although he has long been used to this kind of situation. But the non-stop talking with people also made Lucas feel physically and mentally drained. "Lucas, let me introduce you, this is my mother." Looking at the elegant lady beside Draco Malfoy, Lucas greeted the beautiful lady modestly, "Mrs. Malfoy, it's nice to meet you." "It's my honor, Mr. Grindelwald, I haven't thanked you for taking care of Draco at Hogwarts. After he returned home this time, my husband and I found that Draco has grown a lot, and we are very grateful." Seeing Narcissa Malfoy, Lucas suddenly thought of the locket that should still be in the old Black family house. Mrs. Malfoy was a member of the Black family before she got married. He needed to ask the nagging house elf creature to hand over the locket. Maybe Narcissa or Draco could help him with this. Narcissa is a bit difficult, but Draco is easy to deceive, he also has half of the blood of the Black family on his body, so he might also be able to command the house elf. "Let's do that, take Draco to Grimmauld Place as soon as I get back from France," Lucas thought. At this time, Draco, who looked happy, suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing into his wizard's robe that made him shiver uncontrollably. Just when he felt strange, he heard Lucas say to his mother, "I've heard that you were formerly part of the Black family. I remember my father once said that Mr. Arcturus Black was one of the best wizards he had ever seen. My grandfather would be very happy to know that Mr. Grindelwald praised him." Narcissa Malfoy replied with a smile. The two chatted about some interesting things about Draco's life at Hogwarts, until Lucas saw Vinda beckoning to him. Then he apologized and walked towards the staff lounge. Pushing open the door, he saw Professor Snape, dressed all in black, standing with his back to the wall. "Why don't you take a seat, Professor? Is there something urgent that makes you be in a hurry to leave?" "Mr. Grindelwald, if you only brought me here to listen to this nonsense, then I better leave." "Holy Spirit Grass, I have Holy Spirit Grass here." Professor Snape, who had already opened the door, stopped immediately. "What did you say?" Seeing Professor Snape appear in front of him in the blink of an eye, Lucas repeated himself again, "I said I have Holy Spirit Grass." "Impossible, the Holy Spirit Grass has long been extinct." As soon as Professor Snape finished speaking, a pure white flower full of vitality appeared in front of his eyes. "Is this Holy Spirit Grass?" Seeing Snape's obsessed eyes, Lucas raised his head a little proudly. There are very few things that can catch Professor Snape's attention. Lily Potter counts as one. Potions are another. Possibly, probably now, just maybe, Harry Potter needs to be added. Lucas believed that no potions master could refuse the Holy Spirit grass. Because the Holy Spirit grass is the key material for refining the water of life. Water of life, the best healing potion to ever exist in the wizarding world, even better than Phoenix Tears. No matter how bad the injury is, as long as there is a breath left, it can be healed by the water of life. It can be called a magical potion with miraculous effects, and every potion master in the world wishes to make it at least once in their life. However, the Holy Spirit grass has long been extinct and the water of life can only exist in books. But just now, Lucas took out a genuine Holy Spirit grass. "Professor, can you sit down and talk slowly? State your terms." Professor Snape asked immediately after taking his seat. His character is like this, never procrastinating, always right to the point. "I need you to brew 5 bottles of advanced potions for my potion shop every month, and provide a bottle of Felix Felicis every 6 months. Of course, I will provide all the materials, and I will also pay you for the production. At the end of each year, I will give you a Holy Spirit herb, how about it?" Professor Snape was silent for a long time. "Yes, are there any specific requirements for high-level potions?" "Not yet, but after school starts, I need you to provide me with Wolfsbane potion for 1 person every month." "Wolfsbane potion?" Professor Snape looked at Lucas with scrutiny. "It's not for myself." "Oh well." Seeing that the grumpy potions master agreed to his request, Lucas took out a wooden box and put the Holy Spirit grass in it. "This is a deposit paid to you in advance. If you decide on which 5 high-level potions you want to brew, write to me anytime, and I will send someone to deliver the materials to you. Finally, Professor Snape, I wish us a happy cooperation." Looking at the right hand stretched out in front of him, Professor Snape snorted coldly, turned and walked towards the door. But before going out he still reminded Lucas, "Less publicity in the future, things like what you did at the end of semester dinner will only arouse unnecessary suspicion against you." Watching Professor Snape walking away quickly, Lucas chuckled suddenly. Their head of house really has a weird temper. A busy day is finally over. Back at his manor in Wiltshire, Lucas sat wearily on the chair. Hestia flew to his side, holding a letter from Hermione in her mouth. The content of the letter is mainly the gratitude that the Granger couple asked Hermione to convey on their behalf. Today was a real eye-opener for the Grangers. They also got a lot of interesting gadgets from the wizarding world. Lucas fell asleep right after reading the letter. Early the next morning, the sun was shining on Lucas' face. He remembered that he seemed to have fallen asleep in a chair yesterday. Presumably Vinda must have found him and moved him to the bed. Pat. A post office owl flew from a distance, throwing a newspaper precisely onto Lucas' windowsill. Opening the newspaper, the headline on the front page featured a profile photo of Lucas. Immediately afterwards, a line of large characters came into view. Genius. Prodigy. Or just another Grindelwald. Don't forget to support with Power Stones. Chapter 86, Genius. Child Prodigy. Another Grindelwald. Today is another peaceful day for the whole of England. But for the wizarding world in England, today is not so peaceful. Early in the morning, numerous owls flew to all parts of England with newspapers. There wasn't any of the usual news in the newspapers. This time it's all about Lucas Grindelwald and his shop. Even the most unreliable newspaper, the Quibbler, had a picture of Lucas on the front page. The difference is that it is exploring whether Lucas has a connection with mysterious creatures and some conspiracy theories. As for the Daily Prophet, the official representative of the Ministry of Magic, it took several pages to publish the news about Lucas. The front page used a photo of Lucas and Fudge. The content of the newspaper is a lot of hype about Lucas' 15 newly opened stores. The rest are all praises for Minister Fudge's brilliance. But what people talk about the most is the report content of the Witch Weekly magazine. Genius. Prodigy. Another Grindelwald. Such an eye-catching title immediately grabbed people's attention. The report popularized Lucas' surname in detail. Incidentally, it also helps people recall what another Grindelwald did decades ago. Then, the reporter started to get to the point. According to the reporter's understanding, Mr. Grindelwald's performance at Hogwarts was excellent. He is eloquent and talented, and he already possesses leadership qualities in the first year of school, which is so similar to his father. Let us take a look at this grand opening ceremony. Almost all the celebrities from the British Magic Circle attended. It also includes the Ministry of Magic and the major pureblood families. Does the reporter have reason to suspect that Mr. Grindelwald intends to imitate his father? Below these texts, the reporter added a photo of Lucas chatting with members of the Alliance. In the photo, it shows how they all appear respectful of him. It's easy to make people think that Lucas is planning something evil when in fact, he was really just chatting with them. The rest are basically conspiracy theories. The reporter pointed out that Lucas was not as kind as he appeared. It's almost like calling him a demon in human skin. Unfortunately, in the wizarding world there aren't laws against libel. Otherwise, Lucas would have gone to the Ministry of Magic to sue the stupid reporter, even if he got pretty close to the truth. Turning the newspaper to the end, Lucas wanted to see who could write such an eye-catching report. But when he saw the reporter's name, his expression was a little surprised but more relieved. Rita Skeeter, I believe anyone who knows this name knows who she is. Reporter for the Daily Prophet, illegal animagus in the form of a water beetle. It's precisely because of this that Rita Skeeter is always able to invade other people's privacy. Lucas was surprised because she was obviously a reporter of the Daily Prophet, but published the article in the Witch Weekly magazine. But soon he figured out the key. The Daily Prophet is, after all, the official newspaper of the Ministry of Magic. How could it be possible for Rita Skeeter to talk nonsense at will without the support of the ministry? And, to think that she wrote the article. Lucas was relieved, no one could make up so many stories except her. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new achievement, household name, reward, 100 achievement points. The door was pushed open and Vinda along with Abernathy entered. Seeing the magazine in the boy's hand, Vinda asked softly, "Do you want someone to deal with it?" "No, people just read this for fun." Lucas put it aside and turned to look at Abernathy. "Uncle, welcome back." Abernathy is now fully recovered, even stronger than before. When the two met again, they naturally had a lot to talk about. But before that, Lucas picked up the Witch Weekly and handed it to Vinda. Although the reports don't matter, the person who wrote this article is a talented person. If you find her, she may be useful in the future. In addition, find a few members who seem to be well educated, and let them work for the Daily Prophet. Newspapers are the fastest way for common wizards to learn about the magic world. With newspapers in hand, we can control public opinion in the magic world at any time. Waiting for Vinda to leave the room. Only then did Lucas turn to chat with Abernathy about the recent situation. Vinda and Abernathy are special to him. Not only did he grow up under the care of the two, even the first spell Lucas learned was taught by Abernathy. So when he saw Abernathy hurt, Lucas was incredibly angry enough to destroy the German Ministry of Magic. Greengrass Manor, Hampshire. Astoria Greengrass, 10 years old, was sitting in the garden sulking. Such a grand ceremony yesterday, but the family actually forgot about her. Just because she overslept. "Astoria, how long are you going to be angry?" Hearing the voice of her sister Daphne, Astoria snorted coldly and turned her head to the other side. "Well, it was my fault, but look what I brought you." Looking at the newspaper in front of her, Astoria showed doubts. But when Daphne pointed to the magic photo on the front page. "This is Lucas Grindelwald." The newspaper in her hand suddenly disappeared. Astoria looked at the boy in the photo and said excitedly, "So this is the chief my sister often talks about. I really want to grow up to be 11 soon, so that I can go to Hogwarts to go to school, but unfortunately I have to wait another year." T/N, different fandoms have different birth dates for Astoria, some say she was born in 1981 and others in 1982, this fanfic follows the later. The girl had just finished speaking when she suddenly raised the newspaper to signal to her sister excitedly. "Look, he has gold hair and blue eyes just like you." Seeing the excited appearance of her sister, Daphne slapped her forehead, she knew that she should not have talked about the school to this girl. The Burrow, Ottery St. Catchpole. Ron Weasley woke up this morning feeling malice from all directions. Be it his parents or siblings, they are all talking about yesterday's opening ceremony. Naturally, the name Lucas Grindelwald also pops up from time to time. "Harry, I heard that you are in the same class. How is Mr. Grindelwald in school?" Of course Harry was telling the truth about how amazing he is. This made Molly Weasley appreciate Lucas even more. "Oh Merlin, Mr. Grindelwald gave our family such an expensive gift, should I knit him a sweater this Christmas? In this case, I need to start preparing in advance." Seeing that his family members seemed to be possessed by demons, Ron Weasley said helplessly, "Mom, don't waste your efforts in vain, that guy Lucas won't like it." "Ronald Weasley, you have to learn to be grateful, you know. I heard that you always troubled Mr. Grindelwald at Hogwarts, didn't you?" Seeing his mother's serious face, Ron immediately sat down in his seat and had breakfast, stuffing his mouth with a sullen face. "Humph." Molly snorted and continued, "I don't expect you to be like Mr. Grindelwald. But at least you should get A's, acceptable, and not 2 D's, dreadful, and A.T., troll." After Molly finished speaking, the others immediately laughed. The twins' ridicule is not concealed at all. Ron rolled his eyes angrily, and turned to look beside him. "Hey Ginny, what are you doing?" Hearing Ron yell, Ginny immediately put the Daily Prophet away. "Nothing, I'm full." Looking at his younger sister who hurried upstairs, Ron looked at the others puzzled. Obviously, nobody wants to answer the oblivious Weasley. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's office looking at the newspaper in his hand, not knowing what to think about it. Just then, Professor Snape walked in. "This is your potion for this month. Let me remind you again, headmaster, if you don't stop eating so many sweets, it may not be as simple as a toothache." Professor Snape left right after speaking. Before reaching the stairs, he heard Dumbledore's inquiry behind him. "Severus, what did Lucas talk to you about yesterday?" "It's nothing, he made a deal with me, asking me to provide 5 bottles of high-grade potions to his potion shop every month, and 1 bottle of Felix Felicis every 6 months. "And you agreed?" "Of course." Snape nodded. I will decide the type of potion, as long as it is a high-grade potion. I have no reason to refuse such excellent conditions and generous rewards. Well, thank you, Severus. After making sure that Dumbledore had nothing else to ask, Professor Snape turned and left the headmaster's room. 8 Heathgate, Hampstead Garden Suburb, London. Hermione threw the Witch Weekly magazine on the ground angrily. That's bullshit, Lucas isn't like that. Rita Skeeter. How can someone like that deserve to be a reporter? The little witch hated this reporter who dared to slander her Lucas. She even swore that if she met her in the future, she would have a serious discussion with her. The two might be fated to be on opposite sides. In the original book, Hermione and Rita Skeeter were enemies. Unexpectedly, even with the butterfly named Lucas, the future relationship between the two still does not seem to have changed. It seems that Hermione came to hate Rita even earlier than originally. Ignoring the Witch Weekly, Hermione picked up the Daily Prophet again. Looking at the high-spirited teenager in the moving photograph. Her face was full of pride. Honey, we're leaving for the airport. If we're late, we might be late for our flight to France. Got it, Mom. Hermione put the newspaper in the suitcase, then dragged it out of her room. Muggle travel is really troublesome, neither the levitation spell nor the shrinking spell can be used. The little witch suddenly felt that magic was so convenient and practical. Hours later, the Grangers walked out of the airport with their daughter. Looking at the Eiffel Tower looming in the distance, the three smiled happily. At this time, Hermione heard an extremely familiar voice coming not far from the three of them. Uncle, Aunt, Hermione, what a coincidence. They looked at the blonde boy walking towards them, and the Granger adults immediately set their sights on their daughter. At this moment, Hermione was completely stunned. Don't forget to support with Power Stones, extra chapters at the end of the week depending on stones, 200 each chapter up to 5. Chapter 87, The Fog That Fills the City of Romance. Why are you here? Lucas thought Hermione's surprised expression was really cute. Didn't I say before that I'll be going to France to deal with some things during the holiday? Looking at the little witch, who suddenly realized, he knew that she must have forgotten. Uncle, Aunt, it's nice to see you again. The Grangers responded with a smile. As adults, they see things more clearly than their daughter. The timing of the appearance of the blonde boy in front of them was too coincidental. However, the two never interfered with their daughter's affairs too much because she's always been mature, so they trust her. And in their hearts, they also think that Lucas is quite good for their daughter. Looking at Lucas, who was chatting enthusiastically with her parents. Hermione, who was left behind alone, suddenly realized that they seemed to have fallen into Lucas' trap. If things continue to develop at the current pace, her parents will be taken down by him soon. The little witch suddenly woke up and hurried forward to interrupt their conversation. After a short rest at the place Lucas arranged for the Grangers to stay at, he led them to explore the beauty of Paris. As a landmark, the Eiffel Tower is a must. Other important scenic spots such as Notre Dame Cathedral and the Opera House must also be visited. Especially Notre Dame. Lucas really wanted to say to the Grangers, just watch as much as you can and don't forget to take pictures. After all, in the future this historic cathedral might be set ablaze. Paris is one of the 30th largest cities in the world. In this era, there is no doubt about it. The streets of Paris, known as the romantic capital, are full of young couples holding hands. The banks of the Seine River have become a great place for couples to take a leisurely walk. The Grangers excused themselves for being tired and entrusted their daughter to the care of Lucas. At this time, the young little wizards are walking along the banks of the Seine. You arranged for my father to win the lottery, right? The company that doesn't want to disclose its name should be the Saints Group, right? That's the name of his Muggle company. Actually, I should have noticed a long time ago. Which company sponsors a lottery without leaving a name? Isn't this a waste of money? The little witch analyzed the ins and outs and complained, but in her heart she was moved by what Lucas did. Let me ask, which woman can refuse a man who pampers her like this? Looking at the moved expression of the little witch, Lucas smiled and hugged her in his arms. The sunset, the riverside, plus the romantic atmosphere. Stop, there are too many people here. Lucas raised his finger and pointed to the distance as white mist flew out from his fingertips. Suddenly, Paris was shrouded in thick white fog. Lucas, how can you use magic on vacation? Oh my dear, now is not the time to care about these things. Besides, this is Paris, and the British Ministry of Magic has nothing to do with it. Lucas hugged the little witch tightly again, and asked with a smile, is it all right now? The sudden appearance of dense fog aroused the attention of the whole of Paris. Some people think it is a manifestation of God. Others thought it was a supernatural phenomenon. But more people feel that this is a gift to the romantic city. In the thick fog, many young couples embraced each other. Underground in a park in the middle of a street in Paris. The French Ministry of Magic is in disarray. Wizards are no strangers to the mist outside, but the magic that enveloped the whole of Paris is still a rare sight. Have you found out who is performing this magic? Louise asked her aurors. Louise Perrin, Minister of Magic of France. This capable woman has a high prestige among French wizards. She and Headmistress Olympe Maxime of Beauxbaton are the two most influential witches in contemporary France. But now, this charming female minister is frowning because of worry. Not yet, there is even worse news. Just now we detected many strange magical reactions in Paris. I think there is no need to make guesses, there should be a large number of alliance members gathering in Paris. Bang. Lucas Grindelwald, is this his doing? Trying to intimidate us. Louise slapped the table in front of her angrily. Thick fog that appears for no reason and the unknown wizards who keep entering Paris. The temper of the female minister gradually became violent. Ring ring ring. The old-style phone on the table rang. There is only one telephone in the entire Ministry of Magic, and this phone is connected to the most powerful people in France. Hello, about the fog, we will deal with it shortly. Minister Orwell came from afar, and looking at the despondent Louise Perrin, he sneered in his heart. Just a short time ago, the French minister was still laughing at them for the destruction of the German Ministry of Magic building. But how long has it been, and the entire French Ministry of Magic also fell into chaos? It has to be said that Lucas Grindelwald is really a scourge. Waiting until she hangs up the phone, Orwell said in consolation, Minister Perrin, calm down. Based on my experience in dealing with Grindelwald for many years, this incident is not serious. It's not serious? Fortunately, it's just a thick fog. For the romantic French, most people can accept it, but what about fiend fire? Orwell's face was livid, but he had nothing to say, knowing that their Ministry of Magic building was destroyed by fiend fire. He tried hard not to explode and kept repeating in his heart. What if the French are not their friends? As long as they can be allies against Grindelwald, that's all that matters. He took a deep breath and decided not to bother with the woman in front of him. I propose to send Aurors to maintain order in the Ministry of Magic, and if there are not enough people, I will bring some of my own. Louise Perrin nodded in agreement, and added, your people should go find Lucas Grindelwald. Our people saw him on the streets of Paris yesterday, but they lost him and haven't found him again until now. This makes me very worried. They both gave instructions to their respective assistants and waited until they departed to keep talking. Louise and Orwell brought the topic to Dumbledore. Neither of them understood why the wise and great Dumbledore had chosen to shelter Grindelwald's child. When I was young, I heard the older Aurors say that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were good friends. The two even formed a blood pact when they were young, which is why Dumbledore took so long to stop Grindelwald. It seems that it was with the help of Newt Scamander, who stole the blood pact from Grindelwald, that Dumbledore could finally do something about it. Orwell's voice echoed across the room. Hearing these words from him, Louise Perrin seemed to understand Dumbledore's reasons for doing this. But she still felt that Dumbledore's move was too muddled. Even someone as strong as Headmaster Dumbledore will grow old and be confused one day. Hearing Louise's emotional words, Orwell couldn't help but nod in agreement. Accompanied by the orders of the Ministers of Magic of the two countries, the Aurors of both countries sprang into action. The staff of the Ministry of Magic, as well as the common wizards who came to the Ministry of Magic to deal with personal affairs, suddenly saw how many Aurors appeared at the various entrances and exits. Headmistress, what's the matter? Fleur Delacour looked at the enormous woman beside herself. She accompanied the headmistress Madame Maxime to the Ministry of Magic to handle school-related affairs today. But the appearance of the Aurors as if facing a formidable enemy aroused her curiosity. Madame Maxime was also a little puzzled at first, but soon she remembered that she had received a message recently. It's okay, we'll go back after we've dealt with what we came for, the rest has nothing to do with us. Fleur seemed to understand and nodded. Since the headmistress said there was no problem, she no longer worried. Go back to continue communicating with the staff about school matters. Fleur was still a little curious about what made the Ministry of Magic attach so much importance to it. She looked at her palm again. Since yesterday, she has sensed that there is something in the city center that's attracting her. That's why she offered to come to the Ministry of Magic with the headmistress today. Just what is it? On the banks of the Seine River, Lucas let go of his arms. There was an embarrassed smile on Hermione's face and her cheeks were flushed. Send me back, I'm tired today, and you're going to the French Ministry of Magic later. Are you sure you don't want to go with me? Hermione shook her head. I believe you can solve it, and if I go, you will have some worries in your heart. After saying that, Hermione turned and walked towards the hotel. When approaching the front of the hotel, the little witch turned to look at Lucas. In the past, my ideal was to grow up and work in the education industry, so that I could spread my knowledge to others. When I came to the magic world, my ideal has not changed, but I need to spread more knowledge, and I need to learn a lot more. But now I have a new ideal. I want to become the Minister of Magic. I want to change the status quo of the magic world. This is the decision I just made. Hermione proudly announced, and at the same time, she also added a sentence in her heart, it is also a decision made for you. The little witch has been in the wizarding world for a year. Of course she has an idea of what kind of organization the Alliance is. Therefore, she has such a great ideal. Lucas looked at her with a smile and said, I believe you can do it. Watching Hermione enter the hotel, Lucas turned and walked towards the French Ministry of Magic. Just as he entered the underground hall through the entrance, he suddenly heard someone calling his name behind him. Turning around to look at who it was, Lucas said in surprise, Why are you here? Remember to support with Power Stones for the extra chapters at the end of the week. Chapter 88, The Alliance is attacking a Ministry of Magic again. Lucas never expected to meet Cho Chang in a foreign country. Long time no see, why did you come to France? The Ministry of Magic asked my mother to come to France to pick up something for her job. I'm bored at home, so I came to have a look. By the way, I haven't had time to congratulate you. Congratulations on the opening of your stores. I just arrived in France that day, so I couldn't go to congratulate you. I'm really sorry. Not having seen Lucas in over a month, Cho Chang felt that the blonde boy in front of her became even more fascinating than before. In fact, she didn't come because she was bored. She just learned from Hermione that her family is going to travel to France. Only then did she beg her mother to bring her along. It's just that she didn't expect that she and Lucas were so predestined. In a foreign country, both of them can meet by chance. This fate is really wonderful. When Lucas heard that explanation, he remembered that Cho's mother worked in the Ministry of Magic. Thank you for your blessing. Do you want to go in together? At this time, the two had followed the crowd to the wand registration office. Although the country is different, but the rules are the same, any wizard visiting the Ministry of Magic needs to register their wand. Originally, Cho didn't intend to go in, but since Lucas invited her, might as well go in. At the same time, Louise Perrin and Orwell also received news from the Aurors. What? Lucas Grindelwald is in the lobby. What are you all doing? You didn't find out until he was at the door. Louise had never felt that the wizards under her command were so incapable of doing things before. Notify everyone to gather in the front hall immediately. When the assistant left, Louise Perrin extended an invitation to Orwell. Come on, let's meet this Lucas Grindelwald. Inside the Ministry of Magic, the wizards coming and going watched curiously as groups of Aurors ran towards the elevator. Just now, they looked like they were waiting for an attack. Why did they all leave in a short while? Fleur, who was dealing with school affairs, also discovered this. But she is more sensitive than others. She noticed that those Aurors were in a hurry, as if they were rushing somewhere. Fleur, hurry up, we'll leave right away after we're done. Seeing Madame Maxime frowning slightly, Fleur knew that her guess was not wrong. On the 5th floor underground, Louise and Orwell walked towards the exit shoulder to shoulder. On the next floor they would reach the front hall. Watching the Aurors passing by in a hurry, Louise finally showed her first smile of the day. Boom. A cluster of dazzling flames appeared in front of the two of them. Dumbledore and Fawkes the Phoenix appeared with the firelight. Like a prophet, this old fox suddenly appeared in France. No one knows exactly when he came, let alone how long he has been here. Oh, Minister Perrin, Minister Orwell, long time no see. Long time no see, Headmaster Dumbledore. The old bee took out some candy from his pocket and handed it to the two. It has almost become a habit of his. As long as he talks about things with people, he must first give them some candy. What a busy Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore turned his gaze to the Aurors running past and said meaningfully. However, isn't it too much to treat a child like this? Headmaster Dumbledore, we are only taking some necessary precautionary measures. I think such vigilance is necessary. If outsiders know the boy's surname, it is very possible that he will be attacked with a killing curse while walking on the road. And we are doing this to protect his personal safety. Orwell's words were affirmed by Louise Perrin, and the three of them walked towards the door leading to the front hall while talking. Mr. and Miss, this is not a place to talk about love. This is the Ministry of Magic. If you don't go in, please don't delay the people in line behind you. The wizard at the wand registry said impatiently because these two little wizards have delayed his work too much. After hearing those words, Cho Chang blushed slightly, and hurriedly took out her wand. Lucas politely apologized to the other party. I'm really sorry, we are friends who just met in a foreign land by coincidence, so we couldn't help but chat a few more words. These are our magic wands, please register them. At this moment, there was the sound of chaotic footsteps behind him. It was as if there were hundreds of people walking together. Cho turned around curiously and saw that the people who were queuing up behind them had disappeared and were replaced by a charming lady in the latest fashion pointed hat. Aside from her, there was a group of people who were not very talkative, and these people densely filled the entire front hall. She hurriedly turned her head and nervously said to Lucas beside her, let's go in quickly, those people behind look a little scary. After saying that, she urged the wizard in charge of registering the wands, who was obviously also intimidated by the aura of the group in front of him. But once he saw the look of that charming lady glancing at himself, the wizard hurried back to his senses. Well, lady, here is your wand. Looking at Cho Chang's worried eyes, Lucas said softly, you go in first, I'll be right there. Cho walked through the registration desk step by step, passed through the gate behind and successfully entered the French Ministry of Magic. What appeared in front of her was an indoor plaza. But at this moment, the square was full of people, their expressions were solemn as if they were waiting for someone to arrive. She looked at the three people standing at the front again and caught sight of Headmaster Dumbledore standing on the left at a glance. Why is the headmaster in France? Perhaps he sensed her gaze, because Dumbledore shot her a smile. Cho, why did you come in? Come to Mom quickly. Cho's mother hurried to the door and pulled her daughter into the crowd. Mom, what happened? I don't know, but it must be serious. Back at the wand registry, Lucas' wand was finally registered. Thanking the worker politely, he walked towards the door behind him. Vinda Rosier came to the registration office, raised her wand and asked, "Do you need me to hand you my wand?" No, no need. The poor man was sweating as he answered nervously. Thanks. After Vinda finished speaking, she led the rest of the acolytes to catch up with Lucas. When Lucas walked through the gate first, the French Ministry of Magic looked like they were on the verge of meeting a formidable enemy. Understandable, since Lucas and his group made too much noise and with their reputation. Lucas. Cho Chang wanted to ask Lucas to come towards herself, but before she finished speaking her mother covered her mouth. Soon, she understood why her mother looked so nervous. Behind Lucas, many people appeared one after another, including the charming lady she saw earlier. These people all stepped through the gate and stood behind Lucas. Although they are only a few hundred people. But in terms of momentum, it overwhelmed hundreds of wizards in the square. For wizards in France, Grindelwald and his acolytes are just like the British wizarding world, mentioning Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Did the wizards of France hate the Alliance? The answer is yes, but they are also full of fear of them. The blonde boy led his men towards Dumbledore and the two ministers. Headmaster Dumbledore, I am really sorry for making you come all the way to France. Minister Perrin, nice to meet you. I think this is our first time meeting each other. My name is Lucas Grindelwald. Lucas first greeted the two of them, then he looked at Orwell, who was left alone. Oh, Minister Orwell, I haven't seen you for a few months. I'm so glad to see you in such good health. How is it? Is your Ministry of Magic building ready? Don't bother, Mr. Grindelwald, our building has been rebuilt and it's even better than before. I really should thank the person who started the fire. Lucas was not angry because of the German minister's insinuations. But Orwell obviously didn't intend to let him go easily. Mr. Grindelwald really has made such a big show. He came to the court meeting and brought so many people to appear intimidating. I think you have misunderstood, Minister Orwell. I just brought some people here to be worthy of such a grand welcome ceremony. Seeing that Orwell was still planning to continue, Louise Perrin immediately stood up and interrupted. Mr. Grindelwald has traveled all the way here, and there is still some time before the court hearing, so why don't I show you around the place? I also have this plan, so I have to trouble Minister Perrin. Headmaster, do you want to go together? Certainly. Dumbledore stepped forward with a smile and the two walked side by side towards the interior of the Ministry of Magic. Looking at the backs of the three of them acting so friendly, Orwell snorted disdainfully, but finally followed behind them. Cho Chang watched Lucas fade away with her eyes full of curiosity about him. My dear girl, you have to remember, no matter whether you are at school or outside, you must stay away from that boy. Cho obviously didn't intend to agree, but seeing her mother's concerned eyes, she nodded. But whether she will be really obedient, only she knows. The French Ministry of Magic is not much different from the English one. The departments are basically the same. But both the architecture and the decoration here are full of French style and look much more aesthetically pleasing. Except for important places, Lucas visited almost every place in the French Ministry of Magic he could go to. Until they came to the trial court where the next court session was about to start. Congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement, exploring the French Ministry of Magic, rewards, 200 achievement points, a map of the French Ministry of Magic. One of the purposes of this trip was accomplished. Lucas and Dumbledore walked into the courtroom, talking and laughing together. As for Vinda and the others, they stayed outside and waited for news. Now I announce that the court proceedings concerning the seizure of 63 stores under the name of the Saints Investment Group in Germany and France will now begin. Accompanied by the sound of a hammer being struck. Lucas also came to sit on the high-backed chair in the middle of the courtroom. Remember to support with power stones for the extra chapters on the last day of the week, up to 5 chapters, 200 stones each. Chapter 89, The Cooperation of the Old Fox and the Young Fox. Chief Mage of the Supreme Wizarding Court of France. The status is equivalent to the Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot in the British wizarding world. Every trial or court meeting is hosted by the Chief Mage. And the Chief Mage of France this time is none other than Minister Louise Perrin. Now the representatives of the Ministry of Magic of France and Germany will state the reasons for the closure of the 63 magic shops under the name of the Saint Investment Group. As Louise's voice fell, the supreme jury composed of 50 wizards turned their attention to the representatives of the two countries below. Good afternoon, Chief Mage Perrin, and all the members of the jury. Next, I will explain the reasons for closing down the Saints Investment Group store. As we all know, the predecessor of the Saints Investment Group is the non-governmental organization known as the Alliance. Everyone here must be familiar with the Alliance, and we have reason to suspect that they are using the Saints Investment Group to conduct illegal transactions such as dangerous and forbidden goods through the disguise of their legal stores. So, our two countries have sealed up 63 shops in the territory, out of consideration for the safety of the wizards of the two countries. The representatives of the two countries finished speaking and the jury began to whisper. The impression of the Alliance on the minds of these people can be described as very bad. That's why Lucas insisted on Dumbledore's presence. Because Dumbledore is great enough. Bang bang. Louise picked up the gavel and knocked it a few times, making the calm be restored in the courtroom. The following to talk is Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, representative of Saints Investment Group. The eyes of the audience immediately turned to the boy sitting on the chair in the middle. Looking at his immature age, many older wizards looked puzzled. What about Vinda Rosier? That proud French rose, why didn't that traitor come? What about Abernathy? That cunning American wizard has been in charge of the business of the two countries, and what about the rest? Could it be that they are too timid to come and talk? They did not understand why the Saints Group would send a child. Your Majesty Chief Mage, good afternoon, fellow jurors. With regard to the baseless accusations made by the representatives of both countries, I would like to emphasize 2 points. First, the Saints Investment Group is committed to restoring friendly relations with the two countries. Our group is a compliant and legal private enterprise. For the slander of the representatives of the two countries, our Saints Investment Group will never admit it, and will resolutely ask the two countries to stop their baseless accusations. Second, we are an united and friendly private enterprise that has made outstanding contributions to the magic circles of both France and Germany over the years. Since the establishment of our Saints Group, we have donated a total of 100,000 galleons to the magic circles of the two countries, and also helped many wizarding families to solve their employment problems. I hope that Your Majesty Chief Mage and the members of the jury can restore the functioning of our company's 63 stores and compensate for 1 year's economic losses, totaling 800,000 galleons. After Lucas finished speaking, he handed over the donation proof he had brought. Upon seeing this, the representatives of the two countries retorted, "Protest, these donations from the Saints Group all started within the last 2 years. They're just trying to escape the wizarding laws." Protest. Lucas slowly raised his right hand and waited until everyone's eyes focused on him again, then he looked at the representatives of the two countries. "Sir, you made groundless accusations against our company and I will file a complaint later. Your remarks have greatly damaged the image of our company. This is against morality and against the law. Your Majesty Chief Mage and all the jurors, kindness should not be misinterpreted. Every donation from our Saints Group can stand your verification. On the contrary, the representatives of the two countries have confused our company with the non-governmental organization, Alliance, from the very beginning, just to interfere with your judgment. I admit that the predecessor of our company did a lot of wrong things decades ago. But over the years, our Saints Investment Group has shouldered the responsibilities of our predecessors and properly compensated the affected families. We will support the elderly who have no children, and we will help families with financial difficulties, in order to make up for past mistakes. Decades have passed, and what was the Alliance at this moment has become nothing more than a private enterprise. We even went so far as picking a different name for our group so we won't be confused with the Alliance of the past. All this is because we do not wish to repeat the same mistakes." Lucas made an impassioned speech which not only made Louise Perrin and the 50 jury dumbfounded, even Dumbledore stared dumbfounded at the blonde boy standing in the courtroom. The whole courtroom was silent and the people present couldn't recover from Lucas' remarks for a while. Looking at the expressions of these people, Lucas was filled with disdain. In his previous life, he was the main player in the debate team of a prestigious school, and these old antiques of the magic world want to discuss with him. Orwell had come in to listen, but now he was seeing the representative he elected being left speechless by Lucas. He glared at him angrily. Coincidentally, Louise Perrin did the same. The two then looked at each other and Louise nodded imperceptibly. Boom. Sophistry, sophistry. Lucas Grindelwald, don't try to get away with it. You led the Alliance to burn down my German Ministry of Magic, what do you have to say about that? Looking at Orwell with a fierce face, Lucas' eyes were full of disdain and disgust. Slander, slander. This is an insult to me personally and to my colleagues, Chief Mage, I strongly protest, please expel this irrelevant person. This. Louise hesitated. She didn't expect that Orwell couldn't restrain his temper at all. This is a court meeting, and such unsubstantiated accusations are very dangerous. But thinking of the rumors she heard recently, Louise felt relieved. It is said that wizards in Germany have been protesting recently, hoping that Orwell will step down. If today's result ends with Lucas Grindelwald winning, it wouldn't affect her much. But for Orwell's ministerial position, it can spell its end. Lucas also recalled the information Vinda told him about Orwell's current situation. Of course he knows it all. Looking at Orwell who was glaring at him, a cunning smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his lips. That being the case, just let him add a handful of firewood, and wish Minister Orwell to step down as soon as possible. Your Excellency Chief Mage, jurors, it is inevitable that some people will continue to have such misunderstandings in the future, so I will explain to you today. The building of the German Ministry of Magic was burned, and it has nothing to do with me or the Saints Investment Group. Headmaster Dumbledore of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry can attest to that, can't you, Headmaster? Seeing Lucas look to himself, Dumbledore knew it was his turn to play next. Under the watchful eye of France's highest court of wizards, Albus Dumbledore walked over to Lucas. Yes, I and the professors at Hogwarts can attest that what Mr. Lucas said is the truth. Also, here I have a letter from Minister Fudge. The Saints Investment Group has since come to the magic world in England and is busy promoting the prosperity of the magic world. This letter is full of Minister Fudge's praise to the Saints Investment Group, and I hope it can provide you with some reference. Finally, I would like to say a few words in my personal capacity. Decades have passed, so please let go of your prejudices and look at this matter objectively. In addition, those members of the Alliance in the past are now old, and most of them have even passed away. Do you all still have the fear in your heart? Or what do you think such a child can do? Because that is what he is. Lucas is just a child. Dumbledore's words got most of the jury thinking. They turned to look at Lucas, who was standing in front of the chair and just happened to see Lucas' frustrated expression. The lost gaze in the wet corners of his eyes reminded everyone that standing in front of them was just a little wizard who was only 12 years old. The discussion in the trial court gradually became louder, with almost all of them discussing with those close to them. Louise Perrin, who was sitting in a high position, listened to the discussions around her. When she heard that many people agreed to lift the sealed state of the stores, she instantly became anxious. Bang bang. The gavel slammed down hard and the courtroom became quiet again. Due to the views of both parties and insufficient evidence, it is difficult for the jury to make a decision at the moment. I announce that the court session will be suspended and the jury's final decision will be postponed. The trial will resume early tomorrow morning. Lucas tried hard to maintain his downcast look, because at the moment he wanted nothing more than to laugh out loud. After politely saluting the members of the jury, he and Dumbledore exited the courtroom. Lucas, you don't seem to be worried about whether you can lift the seizure status of your stores at all. Because the victory is already decided, of course there is no need to worry. The victory is set. Dumbledore looked suspiciously at the boy walking ahead. Thinking carefully about the process of the court meeting just now, he still didn't know where the winning point was. Lucas met Vinda and immediately took his people back to the hotel where they are staying. Just as they were about to walk into the front hall, a girl suddenly crashed into Lucas' arms. Looking at the long silver hair like a waterfall and those blue eyes, Lucas immediately guessed the other party's identity. You are a student of Beauxbatons, right? He looked at the girl's school uniform and asked. Fleur nodded, looking at the boy in front of her in surprise. She should have left just now, but suddenly felt that the thing that attracted her was in the Ministry of Magic. So she made excuses and ran back. She just didn't understand why the boy younger than her was so attractive to her. Can you tell me your name? Of course, my name is Lucas Grindelwald, a Hogwarts first year and soon to be second year. My name is Fleur Delacour, soon to be fifth year at Beauxbatons. It really was her. Looking at the obsessed look in her eyes, Lucas understood the reason after a little thought. His elven blood has an inexplicable attraction to all magical creatures. And Fleur Delacour has a quarter of Vila blood, or that's what the cover says to reduce discrimination, because all female Vila children are full Vilas. So she should be affected by the blood. Fleur, come here. A female half-giant with a height of more than 3 meters suddenly appeared. She nodded to Lucas and forcibly took Fleur by the hand, dragging her away from the Ministry of Magic. The next day, after a good night's sleep, Lucas came to the French Ministry of Magic feeling refreshed. Orwell was looking much more haggard than yesterday as he sat in the gallery like a beaten dog. Looks like he didn't have a good time last night, Lucas chuckled, and sat down on the chair in the middle of the courtroom. After a while, all 50 jury members arrived. Bang. The court session has resumed. Remember to vote with Power Stones for the extra chapters at the end of the week. Chapter 90, Push Orwell into the Abyss, the Old House of the Black Family. Jury, after one night's deliberation, have you reached a final decision? Hearing Louise Perrin's inquiry, the 49 jury wizards all focused their attention on an elderly man. Just looking at his appearance, the old man should have an advanced age of over 80 years old. This was someone Lucas knew, or rather a lot of people in the wizarding world knew him. France's old Minister for Magic, Victor Bertrand. T/N, the MTL name was Sean Hope, but that doesn't sound French at all, so I googled and the French minister in Grindelwald's time was named Victor. No less name. The character is played by David Bertrand, so I just mixed the names. I just showed my OCD right. XD. Lucas frowned, not expecting this guy to come. Victor Bertrand was the leader of the rebellion against Gellert Grindelwald. After a long deliberation, the Supreme Wizarding Court voted to revoke the state seizure of the stores under the name of the Saint Investment Group by Germany and France. The compensation of 800,000 galleons proposed by Lucas Grindelwald is rejected, but considering the huge economic losses of the 63 stores over the past year, the Ministry of Magic of Germany and France will compensate a total of 200,000 galleons. Victor handed the parchment in his hand to the court assistant beside him to deliver the document with their decision to the chief mage. Lucas, who was sitting below, heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought the old man was here to make trouble and didn't expect him to just come out for a formality. Although he doesn't understand why Victor Bertrand helped him, but as long as he wins. Lucas looked at Orwell in the gallery at this moment, and saw that his face was showing an extremely ugly expression. He has been preaching in Germany that Lucas and the Saints group are heinous criminals. But now the criminal in his mouth has won the court hearing. And he is about to take away 100,000 galleons in compensation from him. If it is known by the wizards in Germany, his position as minister will be left hanging by a thread. No, it should be said that he has now entered the countdown to step down. Lucas stood up and thanked the jury around him. Thank you for your righteous words. I hereby assure you that as long as I am here, the Saints Investment Group will redouble their efforts to contribute to the future of the French magic community. With his guarantee, some of the younger wizards present looked satisfied. Orwell stood up reluctantly at this moment. Everyone, I swear to Merlin, this guy is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Please think again seriously, he is a Grindelwald. Minister Orwell, when you and I exchanged views on this issue, you said at the time that our French court would make the decision and you will not interfere in any form with the result, but what do you mean by your statement just now? Do you want to go back on your word? The speaker was the French Director of Magical Law Enforcement. As the most powerful department, the director's words carry a lot of weight. Seeing this, Orwell looked towards the highest position in the courtroom and saw Louise Perrin's faking ignorance. Everything is over now. These 4 words flashed in his mind as he sat down on the chair despondently. Louise Perrin got up and re-announced the resolution of the Supreme Wizarding Court of France. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Tongue Fighting Hero, reward, 500 achievement points. The court session is over and the members of the Supreme Wizarding Court began to exit. Lucas did not leave immediately, but stayed behind and greeted every wizard who left, thanking each of them for their fair resolution. His elegant, humble attitude won the favor of everyone. Including Louise Perrin, Lucas stepped forward to express his gratitude. Waiting until everyone leaves. The Director of Magical Law Enforcement, David Fielding, came before Lucas. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for donating 100,000 galleons to the French Foundation for Magical Orphans. I should thank Director Fielding. Thank you for giving me such an opportunity. The Saints Group has always been a strong supporter of charity. Not long ago, members of the Saints Group found out some information about David Fielding. As the Chief Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he actually set up a foundation in spite of his busy schedule. As soon as he learned about the worrying financial situation of the foundation, Lucas sent 100,000 galleons to the other party. That's why Lucas said yesterday that the victory is sealed. As long as he impresses the jury first, Director Fielding will naturally help with the rest. By the way, Director Fielding, why was the ex-minister Victor Bertrand here today? I invited him here. Although my uncle has retired for many years, his prestige is still there. He also asked me to tell you that after decades have passed, don't mention the past, as long as you sincerely do things for the magic world in the future. Unexpectedly, there was such a relationship between the two. No wonder Fielding has such a strong say in the French Ministry of Magic. 5 days have passed since the court session. Lucas accompanied Hermione and Cho Chang in Paris these days. The rest of the time was spent in contact with various French families making connections. Thanks to the good impression he made in the court, no one has yet refused to open their door. Aunt Vinda, is the German 100,000 galleons coming? Not yet. Lucas threw the newspaper on the table. On the front page was a photo of Orwell walking out of the German Ministry of Magic. 100,000 galleons became the straw that broke the camel's back. In just 5 days the German wizards cast 90% of the votes in favor of driving Orwell out of office. Aunt Vinda, if I were to invite Orwell to work in our Saints group, would he be willing? Vinda chuckled and said, I guess he would rather die than work for our group. TSK, what a pity. The reason why Lucas would say such a thing. It was entirely because when Orwell stepped down, the system rewarded him with 100 achievement points. Said to be the reward for the defeat a strong enemy achievement. But this supposedly powerful enemy is only worth 100 points, which is not worth much. This time Lucas received 200,000 galleons in compensation from the 2 countries. But he was not very happy. Lucas donated a total of 100,000 galleons of various materials to the 2 countries in the past 2 years. This time, in order to secure the chance of winning, another 100,000 galleons was donated to Director Fielding's foundation. He planned to take advantage of this incident, and the lion opened his mouth. Even if it is less than 800,000, 500,000, or even 300,000 is good. Unexpectedly, the old guy Victor Bertrand only gave him 200,000 galleons as compensation. He probably wants to tell Lucas that they will not owe each other from now on. Victor Bertrand is really not an easy person to deal with. At this moment, the door was suddenly opened and Abernathy walked in hurriedly. More than 60 shops have reopened, and our people are so busy, but you are still chatting here. Uncle Abernathy, haven't I already handed over the business of the 2 countries to the Caro family? Why do you worry so much about it? Abernathy was going to retort a few words. But before the words were spoken, 100,000 galleons from the German Ministry of Magic arrived. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day tour of France will come to an end. The Grangers had a great time these days. On the way back, Lucas also took the plane with them. To be honest, Lucas had never flown on a plane in his life. After the experience, he suddenly felt that using a portkey was more convenient. Once he was finally back to his Wiltshire estate, the sun was already setting and the sky was about to fall into darkness. The next day Lucas arrived at Malfoy Manor early in the morning. When he saw Draco playing with Crabbe and Goyle in the yard. Without saying a word, he went up and knocked the platinum-haired boy unconscious and dragged him away. Crabbe and Goyle watched Draco being dragged out of the manor, dumbfounded. When Draco woke up from the coma, he saw Lucas breaking a ward on a building. Is this Grimald place? Oh. You actually know this place, that makes things much easier. At this time, the old house of the Black family has shown its true appearance. Just looking at the appearance, no one will believe that this dilapidated house with dirty windows could be the mansion of one of the oldest and most noble pureblood families in the wizarding world, the Black family. Lucas, what are you doing here? I came to find something. Lucas gripped the silver twisting serpent handle. Accompanied by an unlocking spell. The Black family house, which has been dusty for many years, finally welcomes a new visitor. Ah. The inside is much cleaner than the outside. Didn't Mom say that there are no people in the Black family left? Looking at the clean and tidy interior furnishings, Draco was very surprised. Lucas glanced at him like he was a fool. Although the people of the Black family haven't come back for some time, there are still portraits and a house elf here. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't forgiven you for knocking me out yet. Lucas ignored Draco, who was shouting behind him, and stepped into the long hallway. Because of the traceless extension spell, the mansion of the Black family is very large on the inside. Just as Lucas was about to find the target of this trip, an old, raspy voice suddenly came from a dark corner in the distance. Oh, Master Malfoy, you are welcome. Draco hurriedly turned his head and looked towards the corner, and under the dim light he saw a house elf standing there, watching the two of them with a knife in his hands. Don't forget to vote with Power Stones for the weekly bonus chapters. Chapter 91, The Useless Draco, The Promise with the Black Family. Really, the Malfoy boy and an elf broke into the mistress' house. The mistress would be very angry if she found out. Hearing the muttering of the house elf creature, Draco asked displeased, what are you talking about? Creature didn't say anything. Creature was welcoming Master Malfoy. Draco glared at the cunning creature, then looked at Lucas puzzled. What are you looking for? Mom never let me come here. She said Mrs. Walburga Black hates being disturbed by others. What did creature mean by elf? I've found it. Lucas looked at creature with glowing eyes. Creature, let me ask you, do you have a heavy locket that cannot be opened? Creature stared at Lucas in horror. Then, with a snap of the fingers, he disappeared. Draco. Draco immediately understood what Lucas meant. Being half of the Black family, he immediately called out to the empty room, Creature, come to me right now. Pop. There was a soft sound and Creature appeared in front of the two again. Creature reappeared because of the order, but he never looked at the two of them. Creature, I believe you have also seen my identity. I can help you destroy the locket. Will you let me help you? Creature looked at the blonde boy in front of him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was thinking why this person would know what his nice master Regulus ordered. After a few seconds, seeing that the decrepit house elf still refused to speak, Draco frowned heavily. It's better for me to order him. You want to get a locket, right? Seeing Lucas nod, Draco immediately issued an order, Creature, bring the locket immediately. Creature remained where he was. Seeing his trembling body, he seems to be resisting Draco's orders. When the trembling stopped, Creature raised his head and said, I'm sorry, Master Malfoy, you are not Creature's master, and Creature will not obey your orders. Draco's face flushed with anger. If Lucas hadn't stopped him, he might have attacked Creature. Lucas looked at Draco with contempt. Draco, why must you have platinum blonde hair? It would be better if you had more black hair. Tisk, it's really useless. It's well known that the hair color of most of the Black family is black. My last name is Malfoy, not Black. What Draco is most proud of is this platinum hair color. He spends a great deal of time every morning arranging his hair. Even if Lucas is his best friend, he doesn't allow him to talk bad about his hair. Lucas was just joking too. He came to Creature and knelt down. Looking at the house elf with determined eyes, he sighed. Draco, please go out first. Huh. Draco's face was full of reluctance, but seeing the gaze Lucas cast on him, he opened the door wisely and walked out. Once only Lucas and Creature were left in the house, neither of them spoke. Creature brought Lucas into the living room and silently prepared a cup of coffee for him. Lucas, on the other hand, was wondering how to get the stubborn, elderly house elf to hand over the locket. Before coming here, Lucas had a detailed understanding of the history of the Black family. This is a family that advocates pure blood supremacy. It is also the oldest and noblest pure blood family in England. During the height of Voldemort's power, most members of House Black took great pride in serving the Dark Lord. Because the Dark Lord, like them, advocated blood purity. But who would have thought that there would be two outliers in the family? Sirius Black, Harry's godfather and best friend of James Potter. He was rebellious and pursued freedom. From the bottom of his heart, he loathes the pureblood ideas of the Black family, and after graduating from Hogwarts, he resolutely joined the Order of the Phoenix, working with his friends in the vanguard against Voldemort. If you are his friend, you can completely trust Sirius because he's even more loyal than a Hufflepuff, and even his animagus form is a dog who are known for their loyalty. But if it's seen from the interests of the family, Sirius' behavior almost ruined the Black family's long history. Just imagine, when Voldemort found out that the Black family actually fell into the arms of the old bee. With his crazy character in the later stage, I am afraid that he will lead people to destroy the Black family immediately. As for why he didn't. It was because of one person, Regulus Arcturus Black, Sirius' younger brother. In the eyes of Sirius, his brother was timid and cowardly. The useless younger brother who always follows behind him but is deadly afraid of their mother. Regulus joined the Death Eaters at the age of 16 and quickly became someone Voldemort trusted. It is also thanks to him that the Black family could be preserved, because he took on what should have been his older brother's responsibilities. Regulus Black. Kreacher suddenly looked up at Lucas. Hearing this name, his eyes showed sadness and guilt. Regulus was a kind man, and he never regarded Kreacher as a slave, but as a friend. Such Regulus won Kreacher's allegiance, regardless of whether he was his master or not. As for why he felt guilty, it's probably because Kreacher has not completed the task assigned by his master Regulus even after so long. To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. You, how do you know? Kreacher looked at the elf in front of him in surprise. No one should know about these things. Lucas took a deep breath and said softly to Kreacher, how about we make a deal? At this time a year later, I will bring back your master Regulus' body and his locket. At that time, will you hand over the real locket? Kreacher became a little anxious and started to become incoherent, but poison and monsters, they're impossible. Kreacher. A proud, indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Lucas saw a noble woman in a portrait on the wall. Presumably she is Mrs. Black. Young wizard, if you can really bring Regulus back, I will agree to your request, and the Black family will never forget your kindness. Madame Black's eyes were full of sadness. Although she is just a portrait now, but she is a portrait with the memory of Mrs. Black. So it is normal that she would also be sad for her favorite son. Kreacher bowed to the portrait. Yes, mistress. Looking at the old black house that is slowly disappearing behind him, looking as if it was being squeezed by both houses next to it. There was a wave in Lucas' eyes. He was disgusted with Sirius. Very disgusted. Maybe it's because his actions were not in line with Lucas' philosophy. When Sirius was pursuing freedom and taking risks with his friends, it was his scared and shy younger brother who took up the responsibility and future of the family. On July 31, 1980, Sirius was smug as he became godfather. While the cowardly and useless younger brother in his eyes stayed forever in that cold, damp cave full of corpses in order to fight against Voldemort. Thinking of Sirius Black who will escape from Azkaban next year, Lucas sneered. Sirius better hope not to fall into his hands. Lucas, are you done? Looking back at Draco beside him, he nodded slightly. Almost, although the time is a bit rushed, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Hearing the ambiguous answer, Draco frowned, but he soon put it behind him. By the way, Father asked me to thank you for the warning. The Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division were actually searching wizarding homes recently. It's a good thing you reminded my father in time, those nasty Weasley, they must have been targeting my family. Seeing Draco's disgusted expression, Lucas just smiled and didn't express his opinion. When they returned to Wiltshire, Draco suddenly said, "Don't worry about today's matter, I will keep it a secret for you, including my parents, although I don't know what you want to do, but I believe in you, my best friend." Looking at the platinum-haired boy who walked into Malfoy Manor, Lucas chuckled, this guy has finally grown up. The following days Lucas had a relaxed and comfortable life. It would be better if Draco didn't come a few times a day. And it would be even better if he didn't bring the two idiot trolls every time he came. It's been like this for 2 weeks. Finally, the Hogwarts Owls brought the new school year's book list. Voyages with Vampires, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Break with a Banshee, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gaddying with Ghouls, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year with the Yeti, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Magical Me, by Gilderoy Lockhart. Looking at a long list of books, all Gilderoy's novels, Lucas frowned, Aunt Vinda. When Vinda pushed the door and came in front of him. He handed her the envelope in his hand. Get me a set of stupid Gilderoy retarded Lockhart's books from our bookstore. Oh Merlin, Dumbledore is crazy. He had just finished speaking when Hestia brought in Hermione's letter. Coincidentally, Cho Chang also sent a letter from her own owl at the same time. Looking at the contents of the two letters that are exactly the same, Lucas frowned slightly, not knowing what the two little witches meant. But just going shopping in Diagon Alley, he has no objection. He wrote letters to both of them and turned back to read the book on his lap. It's just that the title of this book looks creepy. The cruelest black magic in the magic world for thousands of years. Remember to vote with Power Stones for the extra chapters at the end of the week, up to 5 chapters, 200 stones each. Chapter 92, Encounter in Nocturne Alley, Riddle's Diary appears. When there was still a week until Hogwarts started, Lucas left the manor early in the morning and went to Diagon Alley. The purpose of his coming here was to find the ginger cat from the original book for Hermione. He has ordered people to prepare for this matter for a long time. Coincidentally, the news came yesterday. The reason why Lucas was looking for Crookshanks. Aside from Hermione, he was also hoping that the cat would find trouble with the stinky rat in Ron's hand. It was verified by his subordinates that Crookshanks was indeed part Kneazle, and extremely sensitive to animagus. At the same time, the Weasley family were preparing to leave their home, the Burrow. They were also going shopping in Diagon Alley. Flu was a new experience for Harry, and in his nervousness he mispronounced Diagon Alley and ended up saying diagonally. Harry suddenly felt a bad premonition, but before he could regret it, the Flu network sent him to an unknown place. Looking at the eerie environment around, he quickly picked up the glasses that had fallen to the floor, then he suddenly heard a voice from afar. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, welcome again." A warm smile appeared on Mr. Borgin's face. This is not the first time Lucius Malfoy has visited. In fact, Mr. Malfoy had been here once in the last week. "Mr. Borgin, please see how many galleons these are worth." Lucius Malfoy placed an exquisite box on the counter. Because Lucas revealed the news in advance, the Malfoys didn't deal with dangerous goods as hastily as in the original book. At this moment, the poison in his hand is already the last batch in the family. Items that are valuable and cannot be destroyed or sold have been deposited in the family vault. As for the last piece, Lucius Malfoy looked at the black leather diary inside his robes. This was something that Voldemort had entrusted to him for safekeeping. Lucius never understood why he was asked to guard a diary with his life. But feeling the strong dark magic on it, he could guess that this diary must be very important to Voldemort. This diary cannot be left behind. But how to deal with it? Lucius Malfoy felt a big headache. Why don't I just give it to Dumbledore? Such thoughts flashed through his mind quickly. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard the scream of his son behind him. "Draco, what are you doing?" Draco's hand was being held by Harry at the moment. Seeing the gesture in his friend's eyes, Draco shook his head immediately and said, "It's nothing, father, I was just shocked." Mr. Borgin looked at Draco, then he said in a greasy tone, "Oh, that is the hand of glory. As long as you put a candle on that hand, the candlelight will only illuminate the path for the person holding it. This is a good helper for thieves and robbers. Does Master Malfoy like it? It only costs 20 galleons." Without waiting for Drac to reply, Lucius said in a haughty tone, "Mr. Borgin, do you want my son to be a thief or a robber in the future?" "Sorry, Mr. Malfoy, I didn't mean that." Mr. Borgin hurriedly put away the box and the poison. But Lucius Malfoy doesn't seem to be planning to let his son go. He looked at his son coldly and continued, "But what Mr. Borgin said might have some merit. With his current achievements, he may need to use this hand of glory in the future." Draco looked helpless. Throughout the summer, his father kept bringing up the subject of grades. Receiving the payment for his objects, Lucius Malfoy walked out of the Borgin and Burke store with his son. Draco was still a little worried before going out. This wasn't Diagon Alley, and he was wondering if Harry would be all right. Around the corner across from the store stood Lucas stroking Crookshanks' head while the big, shaggy cat was purring comfortably. Looking at the Malfoy father and son who were gradually going away, Lucas' eyes flickered on and off. He was thinking about how to get Riddle's diary from the other party. According to his group's investigation, the Black Journal was not among the dangerous goods disposed of by the Malfoy family during this time. It means that the Horcrux is still with Malfoy. In the original book, Lucius Malfoy mocked the Weasley family and mixed the diary into Ginny Weasley's used book. But now looking at the direction they were leaving, they don't seem to be going to Diagon Alley, but seem to be going back to Wiltshire. This is not acceptable, so Lucas immediately took a shortcut and rushed in front of the Malfoys. "Lucas. Why are you here?" As he looked at the blonde boy walking towards him, Mr. Malfoy frowned subconsciously. But when he thought of the identity of the child in front of him, his brows relaxed again. "Uncle Lucius, Draco," Lucas greeted them. "I came to fetch these two pets and ended up wandering off." After Lucas finished speaking, he gestured to the cat in his arms and the little swan in the cage. The little swan is a gift for Cho Chang. The little guy can only grow to the size of a volleyball at best, and it's usually pretty silent, not making any trouble. But if its owner is in danger, the little swan will make a loud cry. As for how loud it is, according to his subordinates, the little guy's cry, most of Hogwarts should be able to hear it. Then Lucas pretended to be concerned and asked, "Uncle Lucius, have you taken care of those things at home?" Lucius raised his eyebrows. "Don't worry, today was the last batch." "That's good. Some of my uncles have been raided by the Ministry of Magic recently, and they even had conflicts with people from the Ministry of Magic." Lucas showed a helpless expression. "I need to go to Mr. Arthur Weasley to apologize later. It's too bad, I'm still a student." "Weasley? Is he here too?" "That's right, I saw their family in Diagon Alley just now, and they seem to be buying their children's school materials. Speaking of which, Gilderoy Lockhart will be holding a book signing event at Flourish and Blott's bookstore today. Shall we go and see it together later?" "No." Mr. Malfoy shook his head and refused. I still have something to do with Draco, excuse me. Lucas stroked the fat cat in his arms, watching both Malfoys walking towards Diagon Alley. Son, are you lost? Come with me, I can help you find your way home. An old woman with a wrinkled face appeared next to Lucas. Seeing the old woman's dirty palm reaching out to him, Lucas immediately dodged to the side. Immediately afterwards, he kept walking towards another road leading to Diagon Alley. When Lucas was far away, the people around looked at the old woman who was standing still. Seeing her pale, bloodless skin, there was an exclamation from the crowd, "Killing curse, that boy killed old Mary." As soon as they heard that someone used the unforgivable curse, the crowd scattered and fled the place, not wanting to deal with all the trouble. Even in places like Nocturne Alley, the unforgivable curses are taboo. Harry. The sound startled the crowd surrounding Harry. Seeing Lucas, Harry hastily parted from the crowd and rushed toward him. Thank God, I finally met someone I know. Lucas, where is this place? Nocturne Alley. After Lucas answered, he looked at the people around him. Although everyone does not know the identity of Lucas, but they have seen him around here from time to time. Every time someone wanted to trouble the blonde boy. Without exception, it never happened again, so the crowd tactfully scattered around. Lucas looked at Harry beside him and saw soot all over his body, even the glasses had a lens shattered. Reparo. Scour Jiffy. With a wave of Lucas' wand, Harry's glasses were repaired and his clothes became clean and tidy. Harry, you should really learn the restoring charm, it will be very useful for you. I thought so too. By the way, can you take me to Ron? Lucas nodded, turned around and walked out with the golden boy. If it wasn't for seeing Harry, Lucas would have forgotten that this trouble magnet had entered Borgin and Burke's store by mistake. As Harry walked out of Nocturne Alley under the leadership of Lucas, looking at the familiar surroundings, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Hermione's voice came from afar. Seeing the little witch running out of the magic pet shop, Lucas was lucky to have prepared Crookshanks as a gift for her. Oh, what a cute cat. Do you like it? This is a gift for you. It may be a little grumpy, but it has a rather extraordinary ability. Hermione lifted Crookshanks into her arms. One person and one cat stared at each other for a few seconds. I like it, it will be called Crookshanks from now on. Really, this cat and this name were really meant to be. Harry looked at the two conversing in their own world and refused to disturb them, but he needed to find the Weasleys soon, so he interrupted them apologetically. Sorry, can you tell me where Ron is? Ron Weasley. Hermione seemed to remember seeing them somewhere. She turned to look at the Flourish and Blots bookstore not far away. They should be over there. Gilderoy Lockhart has a book signing event today, and they are all attending it. Looking at the little witch showing such a flat expression, Lucas was slightly surprised. Hermione should have been a loyal reader of Lockhart. Seeing the look in Lucas' eyes, Hermione immediately understood what the other person meant. I did read his books, but I found that they have a lot of loopholes. In one of the books he was still with vampires. But in the next book at the exact same time he happened to be spending time dealing with a werewolf, so I think Lockhart is a fake liar. It has to be said, the little witch's intuition is very accurate. Lucas smiled and looked towards the bookstore, just in time to see both Malfoys walking to the door. As a top family in the magic world, when did Malfoy go to a bookstore to buy a book by himself? So there is only one possibility. Lucius Malfoy intended to plant the diary on the Weasleys like in the original book. At this time, Cho Chang just came to meet him and smiled happily when she received the gift from Lucas. Although Hermione was a little unhappy, she didn't say anything. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed. Let's go, let's also go to Flourish and Blots bookstore to have a look. If there is a good response to the book signing, I might also hold one in my own bookstore. Hermione rolled her eyes after hearing this. Why is Flourish and Blots doing this? Isn't it because of your bookstore? While speaking, they had already arrived at the entrance of the bookstore. Chapter 93, Signing Event and the Fight. Gilderoy Lockhart, signed autobiography, Magical Me, for sale. Above Flourish and Blots there was an incomparably huge advertisement floating. With every character being a size similar to that of an adult. This ensures that all wizards in Diagon Alley can see it. Judging by the overcrowded appearance of the bookstore, this should have made a lot of contributions. Sorry, excuse me. Most of the bookstore customers were women, with most of them being housewives, all loyal fans of Gilderoy Lockhart. Oh Merlin. Hermione tapped her forehead suddenly, then she lowered her head. Lucas looked over curiously, and saw the Grangers standing in the front row at a glance. The two seemed very interested in Gilderoy Lockhart's book. Hearing the laughter beside her, Hermione looked at him angrily. Hermione, you have to admit that Gilderoy Lockhart is very popular among middle-aged people. Lucas, I saw the Weasleys, I'll go first, thank you for your help. Harry said suddenly at this moment. Watching him squeeze into the crowd, Lucas felt that after not seeing each other for a while, Harry became more impetuous than before. Lucas took Hermione and Cho Chang up to the second floor. Compared to the first floor, the space on the second floor seemed much more empty. You guys are also here, come quickly, you can see more clearly from here. Lucas didn't know when it was that Draco appeared on the second floor, but he was standing directly above Gilderoy's signing table. While their group chatted while leaning against the railing, a commotion was heard from below. "Out of the way, this is a photo shoot for the Daily Prophet," a short reporter yelled into the crowd. Lockhart turned to look at the camera, frowning suddenly. A few seconds passed and he suddenly realized, "Merlin, isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd followed Gilderoy's gaze and immediately noticed the famous Harry Potter. Harry was still a little embarrassed at the moment. Although his glasses and clothes were sorted by Lucas, but there was still a lot of black soot on his face. Ron didn't see his friend's distress and excitedly pushed Harry and said, "He wants to take a photo with you, hurry up my good friend." He said this very loudly. It seemed that he wanted to tell everyone that he was a good friend of Harry Potter. The crowd began to murmur, and some gave Ron envious looks. On the second floor of the bookstore, Draco frowned and said, "What does he take Harry for? A tool to show off to others. Whether it's Lucas, Hermione, or Cho. They all understand who the he Draco is referring to." Watching Ron Weasley's smug face is really annoying. Facing Lockhart's invitation, Harry bit the bullet and walked towards the other party under everyone's gaze. The flash on the magic camera stung his eyes. In order to avoid the flash, Harry couldn't help but look up and he happened to see Lucas along with Draco on the second floor. Now Harry felt like a monkey in a zoo and his cheeks suddenly felt hot. "Hey, Lucas, Draco." Everyone followed Harry's gaze to the second floor. When people saw the two elegant teenagers, their discussion became more intense. "It's Lucas Grindelwald. Merlin, I still remember the unprecedented grand opening of his stores some time ago. But, why did Mr. Grindelwald come to Flourish and Blots? Doesn't he own a bookstore? Lucas has been in the limelight recently in the British wizarding world. Just as expected. The young appearance had an unexpected chemical reaction with his identity as the behind-the-scenes boss of 15 shops. Even after so long, people were still talking about it. Especially after learning about the generous treatment of the Saints Investment Group, many people want to go to seek a job. "Good morning everyone, today is Mr. Lockhart's signing event, please support him." Gilderoy Lockhart was a little unhappy at first, thinking that Lucas upstaged himself by showing up. But after hearing what the young businessman said, a confident smile appeared on his face again. "Thank you for coming, Mr. Grindelwald, would you like to take a group photo?" "Sorry, I have other things to do, I wish you good luck with your event." After Lucas finished speaking, he left the railing on the second floor, because he had noticed that Lucius Malfoy appeared at the door of the bookstore. If there is no accident, he'll be messing with the Weasleys in a bit. Lucius Malfoy did have such thoughts at the moment. For the black leather diary in his hand, he hadn't made up his mind what to do with it. He wanted to give it to Dumbledore, but was afraid of being blamed by Voldemort. But just now he learned from Lucas that the Weasley family had also come to Diagon Alley. The Malfoy family had been feuding with the Weasley family for a long time. So he immediately had a good plan for what to do with the diary. If successful, Arthur Weasley's days ahead may not be easy. Come to think of it, the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division at the Ministry of Magic. As the main person in charge of this surprise inspection, what would happen if such a dark artifact appeared in his home? Lucius feels excited just thinking about it now. "Uncle Lucius, why are you standing here?" Hearing Lucas' voice behind him, Lucius immediately suppressed his smile. "Well, it's nothing, I'm just observing, if our bookstore also holds a signing event like this, will it attract so many people as well?" Although he knew that he was pretending, Lucas is still willing to cooperate. At this time Harry already had his picture taken with Gilderoy Lockhart. Waiting until after the camera's shutter is pressed, Lockhart politely chucked him off. Harry looked at the complete set of Lockhart books in his hand and smiled wryly. "Oh, Harry, you've got a complete set of books signed by Lockhart." Looking at Ron's envious eyes, Harry pushed the books into his arms. "Since you like them, I will give them to you, I will buy my own." "Really, is it okay?" Seeing Harry nod, Ron immediately smiled joyfully. If it wasn't for the location, he would have wanted to shout a few words in happiness. "Poor Weasley, are you so happy to just get a set of signed books?" The characteristic Malfoy drawl caught the attention of the Weasleys. Harry watched Draco approaching from a distance, and immediately greeted him. "Draco, long time no see." "It's been a long time indeed, the famous Harry Potter." Looking at his friend acting strange, there was confusion in Harry's eyes. Before he could ask him what was going on, he saw Mr. Malfoy walking behind Draco. Mr. Malfoy, who had treated him very well in Malfoy manner. It was as if he didn't know him at the moment. Harry turned to look at Ron, ready to complain to him. But when he saw that the Weasley family was looking at Malfoy and his son warily, he instantly understood the reason for Draco's and Mr. Malfoy's change of attitude. They probably don't want him to be caught between the two. At this time Arthur Weasley came from afar. "Lucius Malfoy." Mr. Weasley called out the name of the man in front of him coldly. Mr. Malfoy sneered slightly. "I heard that you have been very busy recently, busy searching everywhere. You work so hard, it's a pity the Ministry of Magic isn't paying you extra for it." After speaking, he walked up to the Weasley family, reached for a second-hand book from Ginny Weasley's cauldron. What a poor child, who is clearly a freshman at Hogwarts, but has to use these old books. He opened it casually and looked at it, then he threw it back into the cauldron. No one noticed that there was a black-covered diary among the books now. And Lucas, who has been paying attention to it all the time, has a bright light in his eyes. Finally it appeared, Riddle's diary. Hey, Arthur Weasley, what's the use of being the shame of wizard kind if you can't even get enough food and clothing to live on? Mr. Malfoy was about to leave after speaking since what he had to do was already done. After careful consideration, he decided to put the diary on the Weasley family's youngest daughter. If found out, Arthur Weasley will have a lot of trouble and probably lose his job. If it's not found, the girl might bring the diary into Hogwarts smoothly. In this way, Dumbledore must be able to detect the strong dark magic in the diary. All he needs to do now is to leave as soon as possible. As long as he walks out of the store, the diary has nothing to do with him anymore. Lucius Malfoy silently praised his shrewdness in his heart. A pity that someone didn't want him to. Lucas pointed a hidden finger at Mr. Malfoy and hit him with a leg-locking curse. Lucius Malfoy, who was about to leave, suddenly stood up straight with his legs together and due to inertia, he fell directly towards Arthur Weasley. When Lucas lifted the spell, Mr. Weasley had already picked up the cauldron and hit Malfoy in the face. Oh Dad, come on, hit him. Keep hitting, Dad. Fred and George stood aside and cheered loudly for their father while Mrs. Weasley screamed to stop the two. The bookstore was already crowded and the people, trying to avoid the two of them, accidentally pushed several bookshelves down. The ongoing Gilderoy Lockhart signing event was also forced to stop. Looking at the two wrestling together in the distance, Gilderoy's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Don't hit it, book, be careful with the books, everyone, please pay attention to your feet. The shouts of the bookstore clerks, the sound of booing, cheering, and the lively discussions were mixed together. Let Flourish and Blott's bookstore become more lively, it even attracted a lot of onlookers from outside. Lucas crossed his arms on his chest, looked at the two wrestling together and said, Mr. Malfoy is really great, for our bookstore, he actually ended up disrupting the competition's event by himself. Hermione gave him an annoyed look. She just saw what happened. Obviously Lucas used the leg-locking curse. Of course, she won't say anything. After all, Malfoy and the Weasleys had nothing to do with her. Dad, Mom, come to my side, don't stand too close. Hermione hurriedly called her parents to her side. At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the door, everyone, please make way. As the familiar voice broke into Harry's ears, he seemed to see a savior, and immediately said to the person who came. Hagrid. Help separate them please. Chapter 94, Diary in Hand, Draco is planning a conspiracy. Hagrid is 3 meters tall, bringing a strong sense of oppression to the people present. Looking at the two people who were still wrestling on the ground. Picking one with each hand, Hagrid easily separated the two. Unhand me. Lucius Malfoy broke free and shot Hagrid a glare. He seems to be blaming the big guy for meddling. Tidying up his messy robes, he took a last hard look at Arthur Weasley and left the bookstore with Draco behind him. Although the person who caused the trouble has already left, the scene had already become a mess. Ginny, who was closest to the two, was even more unlucky. The books she bought were scattered all over the place. She helplessly picked up the books on the ground, while being careful not to be stepped on by the people close to her. Just when she was about to pick up the Standard Spells book, a slender hand appeared in her sight as the two touched the Standard Spells book at the same time. Ginny frowned, and raised her head to see who was trying to take her book away. Her bright brown eyes suddenly filled with surprise as golden hair and impressive blue eyes appeared in her sight. Looking at the gentle smile on the corner of Lucas' mouth, Ginny suddenly felt her cheeks burn. The outstretched hand was quickly withdrawn. I'll help you, be careful. Lucas handed her that Standard Spells book, and asked in a soft tone, I remember your name is Ginny Weasley. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald. Don't be so nervous, I'm not some man-eating monster. Lucas tried to speak to the nervous girl in a relaxed tone. The girl in front of him is small, with a pointed chin, long red hair, and seems to become shy easily. During the chat between the two, Lucas also quickly found Riddle's diary among a pile of books. He used another book to cover it while he reached out and touched the surface of the diary. In the blink of an eye, the diary was taken into Hufflepuff's secret garden by him. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Horcrux Collection, 2/7, reward, 100 achievement points. Hearing the beep, the smile on Lucas' face grew wider. He handed the books in his hand to Ginny, and specifically reminded, quickly see if there are any missing. Ginny dared not look up at Lucas at all. She quickly counted the books, and nodded quickly with her little head. Mrs. Weasley came from the side at this time. She had been looking after her husband just now and after confirming that he was fine, she thought of her little daughter. Oh Merlin, Ginny, are you all right? Everything is fine Mom, thanks to Mr. Grindelwald for helping me. Mrs. Weasley's eyes were full of gratitude. She clasped Lucas' hand tightly with both hands, and kept saying thank you words repeatedly. Lucas tried several times to free his hand but couldn't. When he finally returned to Hermione's side, his entire right hand was pinched and turned red. Is Ginny pretty? Hermione whispered in his ear. Lucas put his arms around the other's shoulders. She is, but not as pretty as you. Humph. Hermione was clearly satisfied with the answer. Leaving Flourish and Blots, Hermione walked to the leaky cauldron with her parents. According to her, it was because there were still a lot of things left unpacked at home. Before leaving, she asked Lucas to take good care of Cho Chang. Since Hermione left, Lucas and Cho have been silent. Cho, would you like some ice cream? Watching couples of young wizards and witches tasting ice cream through the windows of the shop. Although she was feeling shy, she nodded and agreed. 2 servings of ice cream opened the conversation between the two of them. As the seekers of their respective houses, they are also top academics at the same time, so there are many things the two can talk about. Lucas' great sense of humor and a wealth of knowledge attracted all of Cho's attention. Maybe she didn't realize it herself, but the eyes she looked at Lucas with now contained more admiration than before. When the two walked out of the ice cream shop, it was in a state of talking and laughing as they walked side by side. Lucas, that seems to be Draco Malfoy. Cho, who was shopping, suddenly pointed to the distance. It wasn't just Draco Malfoy, but beside him were several heads of years from Slytherin House. Looking at the way they sit around, they seemed to be discussing something. This is strange. The heads of the grades were discussing, but instead of looking for himself, they looked for Draco Malfoy. Lucas seemed to smell a hint of conspiracy. I say, what are you guys doing here? Draco, Payne, and others were startled by the sudden voice. When he saw Lucas walking towards their side step by step, Draco got up first and said, "It's so late, I have to go back quickly, otherwise Father will punish me again." As he said that, he also pretended to look at the sky. Then without saying goodbye, turned around and ran away to the distance. Seeing this, several other people also made various excuses. Before Lucas could react, the people in front of him disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, there is a conspiracy, but it doesn't look like Draco is the mastermind. Lucas, what happened to them? Looking at Cho, who had a curious look on her face, Lucas smiled and shook his head. The two hung out in Diagon Alley until lunchtime. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch together, they bid farewell to each other. Returning to Grindelwald Manor, Lucas locked the door to his room and took out Riddle's diary. Looking at the blank diary, he picked up a quill and wrote "Hello" on it. A week passed quickly. King's Cross Station welcomes a new batch of young wizards. Karen looked at the little girl in front of her and said, "Little girl, I have answered this many times, there is no platform 9 3/4 here." Hermione, who was passing by, suddenly laughed. Lucas looked at her puzzled. "It's nothing, I just think of myself last year, when I was so stubborn standing in front of that auntie asking where the platform was. If I hadn't met you later, I'm afraid I would have become the firstie to miss the Hogwarts Express train." Remembering the encounter between the two last year, Lucas chuckled a little too. "Help me hold the suitcase, I will help that little witch, just like you helped me back then." Hermione handed the suitcase to Lucas, turned and walked towards the little witch behind them. Once they boarded the Hogwarts Express, they still sat in the same old compartment. It's just that there is one more person with them this time. Seeing Hermione and Cho murmuring, he didn't know what they were discussing. Lucas looked out the window. This school year will not be easy for him either. First of all, the exploration of the Forbidden Forest has not been completed yet. If possible, he also wants to recruit the werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. That's why he asked Professor Snape to provide a dose of wolfsbane every month. Then there are the secret rooms of the other founders. The Slytherin Chamber of Secrets can only be entered by following Harry. This is nothing to worry about. For Ravenclaw's secret room, Lucas guessed that the diadem should be needed to open it. As it happens, whether it is collecting relics or destroying Horcruxes, Ravenclaw's diadem cannot be bypassed. So he also needs to recover it from the Room of Requirement during the school year. Fortunately, he has figured out a way to deal with all the garbage. Just waiting to go in and test it later. Finally, there is Gryffindor's secret room. This should be the one he's the most clueless about. But he had thought of a possible solution, he just needs to verify if his guess is true. Then he should be able to complete the series of achievements for exploring Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this school year. By the way, Lucas is also very interested in the basilisk that has lived for 1,000 years. Let's add subduing the basilisk to the list. So it looks like he has a lot going on this school year. Lucas looked away and thought of the diary inside his robe. He hasn't destroyed Riddle's diary yet. He still needs the young megalomaniac to wake up the basilisk, so that he can enter Slytherin's secret chamber. And whether or not he can enter Gryffindor's secret room, he also needs the help of this diary. Therefore, keeping the diary is of great use. "Lucas, have you seen Harry?" Draco's voice came from the compartment's door. Lucas shook his head and asked curiously, "Isn't Harry normally with Ron Weasley?" "No, I have searched all the carriages, but there is no sign of the two of them." Dobby. The house elf came to Lucas' mind. Looking at the frowning Draco, Lucas comforted him, "Don't worry, Harry will be fine. If they really miss the train, they should ask the school or the ministry for help." Even though he said so, Lucas was also a little worried. During the half-month at Malfoy Manor, Harry seemed to have grown a lot. He started to think carefully before making a decision. But since he had an extra Ron Weasley by his side, Lucas wasn't so sure. Just then, the whistle of the Hogwarts Express train sounded. Watching the scenery outside the window move slowly, Lucas and others knew that Harry really missed the train this time. At the same time outside King's Cross Station, Ron pulled Harry towards his father's blue car. The car was modified by his father so that it can fly in the sky, and it also has a stealth function. Ron, I don't think we should do that. Mr. Weasley might be in trouble if the Muggles saw a flying car. If we don't catch the train, we will be in more trouble. Ron threw their luggage into the trunk and pushed Harry into the passenger seat. Mr. Passenger, fasten your seatbelt. As soon as the words fell, Ron stepped on the accelerator and the car soared into the sky. But he forgot that this was right outside the busiest station. And he didn't turn on the stealth function of the car in advance. Chapter 95, The Conspiracy is Emerging. The Power Stones this week were just enough for 3 extra chapters, so this is the last chapter for today. I'm also translating a One Piece fanfic, in One Piece with the Barrier Fruit. It's another villain MC. Unfortunately he isn't as classy as Lucas, but well, he didn't have Gellert Grindelwald for a father after all. He doesn't have cheats either, other than knowing the plot. As soon as the train started, Draco disappeared immediately. Hermione cast a curious glance at the empty doorway. Why do I think Malfoy is acting a bit strange? Leave him alone. I don't know what he's planning for the past week. Whenever he sees me, he will run away instantly. If Harry hadn't disappeared today, he probably wouldn't have come to my compartment. Although Lucas didn't know what Draco was planning, he is pretty sure that it should be harmless to him. That being the case, Lucas didn't bother to ask. He will know when he should know. The train rattles on the tracks and the scenery along the way attracts the eyes of first-year freshmen. As old students, Lucas and the others only hope to get to Hogwarts soon. Finally, after dark, the train stopped at the terminal. Watching first-year students being taken away by Hagrid, Lucas and others followed the station staff to a carriage. Why is there no horse in front of this carriage? Someone in the crowd immediately asked a question. Because the cart is pulled by Thestrals, and Thestrals are magical creatures that can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. The students who answered the questions were from Ravenclaw. For those knowledge-hungry students, these questions have been researched long before school begins. Stop chatting, a group of 4, hurry up and get in the carriage. Accompanied by the urging of the staff, everyone got into the Thestral carriages. Just at this time Draco walked unsteadily from behind. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be still looking for Harry. Draco, still haven't found Harry? No, I will search for him in the school later. I should go to Professor Snape or McGonagall. After that, he boarded the carriage of Lucas and others. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, second-year student, reward, 20 achievement points. The dining room at Hogwarts is still the same. Countless candles float in midair while the resident ghosts are hiding between the Great Hall and the gate, preparing a fixed program of welcoming the first eyes like every year. Lucas looked over at the Gryffindor table and didn't see Harry or Ron. It seems like they made the same choice as the original. Boom. The closed door was pushed open as Professor McGonagall walked in with a group of frightened freshmen. It turned out that the seniors looked at us like this last year. Did we also look that frightened? Pansy Parkinson had a helpless expression. The same goes for everyone else. But soon the Slytherin's attention was attracted by the sorting ceremony. Blaise Zabini chatted with Theodore Nott, discussing whether there are any potential attractive girls among the first eyes. Pansy and Daphne began to chat about some skincare potions. Luna Lovegood. Hearing Professor McGonagall call out this name, Lucas couldn't help looking at the stool in the middle of the room. Dirty blonde long hair, silvery eyes, light eyebrows and pale skin, along with an unique ethereal temperament. Luna is so unique among the group of freshmen. Ravenclaw. With the sorting hat announcing the results, there was a round of applause from the long table of Ravenclaw. Professor McGonagall looked at the parchment in her hand and said loudly, "Ginevra Weasley." Ginny walked nervously to the stool. Before taking her seat, she glanced at the long Slytherin table. "Oh Merlin, this beauty is not bad. I can see a lot of future potential." As soon as Blaise Zabini finished speaking, he felt his tongue stick to the roof of his mouth. At the same time Lucas' casual voice rang in his ears. "Mr. Zabini, if you look around like a baboon in heat again, I promise, the next spell will turn you straight into a slug." PFT. There was suppressed laughter all around. Zabini shook his head in a panic, expressing that he would not do it again. But his spell was not broken until a sumptuous dinner appeared on the table. Gryffindor. Ginny stepped off the high stool with a disappointed expression on her face. With one last glance in the direction of Slytherin, she silently walked towards the Gryffindor table. Lucas didn't notice the girl's emotions, because he noticed that Professor Snape left the table suddenly. Probably because Harry and Ron Weasley arrived. Harry looked at Filch beside him, who seemed happy to have caught him and Ron. "You're so dead, I'm going to bring you before Professor Snape. He'll be so very happy to have the chance to expel you from school." "Oh no." Ron howled in pain. This made Filch even happier. Several people came to Professor Snape's office. The Master of Potions is always in that black robe all year round, with his greasy hair draped over his shoulders. He stared darkly at Harry Potter. The famous Harry Potter seems to dislike the trouble of taking the train, so he did something more exciting with his little friend, am I right? Professor, it's actually... Shut up. Professor Snape didn't want to listen to the Savior's explanation at all. He pulled out the Evening Prophet, which was urgently published tonight. A total of 7 Muggles saw a car flying in the sky, and the people from the Ministry of Magic could not settle the impact of this incident until evening. Now tell me, what the hell were you doing with that car? Professor Snape was very angry, not just because some Muggles saw the flying car. He was even more mad at Harry for playing with his own life. 2 underage wizards drove across most of England in a flying car with no safety guarantee. Not even trolls would do such stupid things. Professor Snape took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. It's a pity, if you were students of my house, I would expel you immediately, it's unfortunate that I don't have that power. However, don't be too happy, I'm going to find someone with this power now. Professor Snape didn't give the two the chance to continue their arguments, he got up and walked out of the office quickly. The loud sound of the door closing startled them both. Oh shit, we're going to be expelled, Snape will never let go of such a good opportunity. Hearing Ron's words, Harry frowned, and this happened to be seen by Ron. Harry, you aren't thinking that because Snape protected you last school year he won't expel you, are you? Didn't you tell me that he hated you and your father? Maybe he only protected you last year because of Dumbledore's orders. Harry frowned even tighter, just as he was about to say something the office door opened again. Watching Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall walking into the office, the two immediately stood up straight, with their heads down, looking at their toes. What a disappointment, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Harry stole a glance at Professor McGonagall's expression, and seeing her pursed lips, he suddenly felt a bad premonition. This was the first sign of Professor McGonagall's verbal lashing. Now, explain. The wall access at King's Cross Station was blocked. Before Harry finished speaking, Professor McGonagall asked, then why didn't you write to us or Weasley's parents? I remember you have an owl, right? This. Seeing that Harry couldn't answer, disappointment flickered in Professor McGonagall's eyes. She was about to say something else but was stopped by Dumbledore. Harry, what you and Mr. Weasley have done today has caused the Ministry of Magic a lot of trouble. Mr. Weasley, your father, as director of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Division, has an enchanted Muggle car at home, which doesn't do him any favors. According to the regulations, I should have expelled you, but I do not intend to do so today. Your punishment will be determined by Professor McGonagall. The look on Professor Snape's face was one of incredulity. He came to Dumbledore and said, Headmaster, the two of them ignored all rules and put the statute of secrecy in danger with their stupidity. They also caused damage to a precious ancient tree property of the school. Enough, Severus, leave this to Professor McGonagall, we'll go to the banquet first. When the two of them left, Harry and Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Professor McGonagall also walked out of the potions office after a while. But the two were left behind in the office. Ron ate the bread on the table, looked at Harry, look at how bad Snape wants to kick us out of school. Harry, what happened last year was just an accident. It turns out that Snape seems to hate you even more. Harry nodded, actually agreeing with Ron's nonsense. That's what I thought too. If he was really protecting me, he wouldn't want to kick me out of school. Seeing that his friend finally communicated, Ron held up the pumpkin juice and continued. Congratulations, buddy, you finally understand, but you have to believe that after this time, Snape may dislike you even more. Harry shrugged his shoulders indifferently, and said with a look of disgust, sorry, I don't like him either. Time passed by every minute and every second. The opening dinner is also drawing to a close. After everyone listened to a school song with hundreds of different tunes, the students from the 4 houses began to walk towards their dormitories. As usual, on the first night of the Slytherin term the heads of each year are elected. As it was the case last year, it was still Prefect Gemma who presided over the ceremony. Except for freshmen, the chiefs of other years still haven't changed, there wasn't even a single challenger. When it was the first year's turn, several chiefs gathered together to comment. The level of spells for freshmen is much worse than last year. Not to mention Lucas, even Draco was much better than the current year first eyes. However, the eyes of several chiefs still looked at a freshman. Noel Shafiq. The Shafiq family, one of the sacred 28 families. No one from this family has been enrolled in Hogwarts for a long time, so it aroused the strong interest of several chiefs. Not surprisingly, Noel Shafiq won the top spot. Once the results were announced, Noel Shafiq walked up to Lucas step by step. Mr. Grindelwald, my father asked me to convey his thanks to you, he also said that you will always be the most honored guest of the Shafiq family. Noel's attitude attracted the attention of all the students. Lucas nodded calmly. After a few words of encouragement, he planned to leave. After the ceremony was over, he planned to go back and continue teasing little Tom in the diary. But at this moment, the third-year chief, Eli Macmillan, stepped up. Lucas Grindelwald, I challenge you to a duel. Lucas frowned and turned to look at him. Suddenly, it seemed that all the other chiefs were standing opposite him. He knew that the long-planned conspiracy of Draco and others was finally about to start. Chapter 96, Slytherin's Chief. Tom, can you help me with my homework? Looking at the malicious smiles of Macmillan and others, Lucas frowned. Before he could figure out their plans, Prefect Gemma Farley said, "Second-year head Lucas Grindelwald, do you accept Eli Macmillan's challenge to a duel?" He did not expect that even the prefects were involved. Lucas looked around the common room and all the Slytherin students were watching him now. "Okay, I accept." Lucas drew his wand. The two walked to the middle of the lounge and saluted each other as wizards. As children of wizard families, almost all of them have learned dueling etiquette. Waiting until the two were back to back and walking to the corresponding position according to the rules. Prefect Gemma yelled, 3, 2, 1, go. Levi Corpus. The sound of the beginning has just sounded. Lucas waved the wand in his hand and Eli Macmillan flew above into the transparent ceiling in the blink of an eye. The magical creatures in the Black Lake were very curious about this human who suddenly appeared in front of them. Lucas Grindelwald wins. When Prefect Gemma announced the result, everyone found that Lucas had no intention of releasing the spell. Instead, he looked at the other year chiefs. Since a duel was proposed, there will be a price to pay. It's better for Eli to stay there until everything ends. So who's next? The wand twirled rapidly in Lucas' hand. His casual look managed to irritate several grade heads. Lucas, don't get complacent too early. 4th grade chief, Marcy Flint proposes a duel to you. The Flint family is also a pure blood family with a long history and it is also one of the Sacred 28. Most of the heads of years in Slytherin House are members of the Sacred 28 families. This is also a matter of course. The children of these pure-blood families normally start learning magic long before entering school. Naturally, she is much stronger than her peers. Like Draco Malfoy, although he is a little naive, but whether it is his magic repertoire or his power. Among the second years, he was only worse than Lucas. When the Muggleborn or half-blood wizards are still fantasizing about using magic, children of pure-blood families may already be practicing the use of the fire-making charm. After the complicated duel etiquette, Marcy Flint took the lead. Having learned from Eli's mistake, she wasn't going to give Lucas the first shot. Marcy merely waved her wand and a couple of strong ropes flew towards Lucas. If that wasn't enough, another flash of white light erupted from the tip of her wand. Judging from the wand movement, it should undoubtedly be the petrification spell. Exquisite silent spell. Lucas first praised his opponent, then he easily deflected both spells. Before Marcy could react, Lucas' stunning charm plus Levi Corpus hit her. Seeing that even the 4th-year chief could not escape the fate of hanging upside down from the ceiling. Then seeing the smiling Lucas, the little snake suddenly shivered. Next, it's your turn, the 5th grade chief, Cecil Fawley. Cecil walked to the middle of the field with a wry smile. Lucas, be merciful, can you not hang me up? Lucas raised his eyebrows and didn't agree with her. The result is of course needless to say. The 5th-year head has also become a decoration in the Slytherin common room and the 6th-year head Carl O'Neill followed right after. Soon, only the last Payne Travers remained as the head of the 7th year. Professor Snape appeared on the sidelines at some point. The Slytherin head of house had never paid attention to the chief challenge. Usually the prefect informed him of the results of the challenge the next day. Lucas, you are really excellent, and it is not in vain for us to make such a decision. Payne looked at Lucas with relief in his eyes. He will be graduating after this year. If he could meet such an excellent Slytherin like Lucas in his final year, he could leave with peace of mind. He firmly believed that under the leadership of Lucas, Slytherin House would become more and more excellent. Lucas probably guessed what these people were planning. He asked Payne, who was standing in front of him, who planned this, was it you or Draco? He. Payne understood what Lucas was asking, it was me and him, and Eli, Marcy, Cecil, and Carl. It's a decision made by everyone, stop talking nonsense, I won't be defeated as easily as the previous challengers. Payne turned his back on Lucas when he finished speaking. Prefect Gemma came to the side and shouted, duel ready, start. Afflicto. Payne started directly with a bone breaker curse. Lucas didn't hesitate, pointed his wand at the opponent and used the explosion curse. Two people fought back and forth, with every spell being deadly. If there is a little carelessness, it is easy to be seriously injured by a curse. The wonderful duel attracted everyone's attention, especially the freshmen who just entered school. It turned out that what they thought was a wonderful duel before could only be regarded as a warm-up. Serpensortia. A black light flew from the tip of Payne Travers' wand and a big cobra several meters long appeared in the room. The little first eyes exclaimed in fright. The cobra opened its mouth wide and lunged at Lucas. Just when it was about to reach Lucas and everyone thought Payne's victory was decided. They saw Lucas cast a transformation spell on a sofa next to him. There was a loud chirp and everyone saw a huge red-tailed hawk soaring into the sky, carrying the snake in its talons. Payne and Lucas weren't idle either. Because he was worried about hurting Payne, Lucas hasn't been using much magic. And he didn't use some powerful spells such as the Shattering Curse, Sectum Sempra, or his best fire shield. Nonetheless, the duel is almost over now. Lucas swung his wand at the opponent, and used the combined skill of Petrification Charm with Cutting Charm. Payne, who dodged the Petrification Curse, was wounded in the arm by the Cutting Charm. His skin split instantly, and blood sprayed down his fingers and dripped onto the ground. Expelliarmus. Payne, who now had an injured arm, had no power to fight back. The wand was drawn by the spell and flew towards Lucas, who held it tightly in his hand. Senior Payne, I won. Lucas handed the opponent's wand back. Payne lifted the blood-stained arm and took it with a trembling hand. Well, you won. After he finished speaking, he looked at Professor Snape and Prefect Gemma. Snape drew his wand and pointed it at the ceiling. Libera Corpus. Several year chiefs were finally released and rubbed their heads that were drowsy due to blood congestion. They walked towards Payne and stood next to him. Lucas Grindelwald, brilliant, shrewd, confident, powerful and ambitious. This is exactly what a Slytherin should have. We firmly believe that Slytherin House will become stronger under the leadership of Lucas Grindelwald. Today, Lucas Grindelwald conquered all the year chiefs with his excellent and powerful use of magic, and I believe his performance has also been recognized by all Slytherins. I declare that with immediate effect Lucas Grindelwald has been elected as the overall chief Slytherin House. Following the words of the prefect Gemma Farley, all the year chiefs immediately drew out their wands and placed them in front of their chests. They bowed to Lucas with a sincere heart. The other Slytherins only reacted at this moment. They straightened up, straightened their clothes, and drew their wands, bowing to Lucas, the new chief of the house. Lucas looked around the common room. Everyone bowed their heads to himself, which meant they recognized him as their leader. And even Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin, also nodded to him slightly. This is the position of the chief of Slytherin House. At this moment Lucas became the most powerful person in Slytherin House besides Professor Snape and the headmaster. Even if it is the prefects elected by the school, even if it is the chief of each year. As long as they were still in Slytherin House, they would obey his orders unconditionally. Thank you everyone, please rest assured, as the chief of the house, I will not let you down. Everyone got up slowly and looked at Lucas with respect in their eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing a new achievement, the initial formation of forces, reward, 500 achievement points. Strictly speaking, the students of Slytherin were Lucas' first faction at this moment, since the alliance can only be counted as his inheritance from Gellert Grindelwald. Lucas turned and walked up to the steps. The little snake spontaneously gathered in front of him. Everyone, as the head of the house, on the first day of school, I will make 3 requests to you. First, this semester it's forbidden for all students of the house to go out for night tours. Chiefs of each year, please strictly supervise. Second, in this school year, in addition to your own homework, I require everyone to learn the Patronus charm. If you don't know how to do it, please ask your year chief or come to me directly. Third, last year our Slytherin house won the House Cup for the 7th consecutive time. This is our glory, but I hope this glory will continue in the future. So, please continue to work hard this school year, and don't miss any chance to win house points. Yes, Chief. The answer echoed throughout the Slytherin common room in unison. Lucas nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Draco beside him. The second-year chief vacancy is now held by Draco Malfoy. Draco looked overjoyed, and nodded respectfully to Lucas in response, yes, Chief, I will not let you down. Pansy, Blaze, and others surrounded Draco with smiles on their faces as they congratulated him. When everything was over, Lucas finally returned to his own single dormitory. Although it was very late, he still didn't feel sleepy. Recalling the feeling from just now, Lucas remembered his father's previous teachings in his mind. Power can indeed fascinate people easily, but one has to be careful not to get lost in the feeling this power brings. Forcing himself to calm down. To divert his attention, Lucas took out Riddle's diary. Tom, I'm already at school, can you help me with my homework now? He wrote in the diary with beautiful cursive characters. Soon the ink stains disappeared. After waiting for a while, a paragraph appeared in the diary. Remember to vote with Power Stones for the weekly extra chapters, 5 chapters 200 stones each. Chapter 97, Tom Riddle's helplessness, Ron is Gilderoy's fan. According to me, there should be no homework at the beginning of the year at Hogwarts. By the way, how are you doing in Slytherin House? Reading the diary's reply, Lucas picked up the quill again and chatted with his good friend Tommy. Over the past week, he has established a deep friendship with Tom in the diary. Tom's willingness to help him with his homework is the best proof. When Lucas introduced himself, he said he was probably a half-blood wizard. Why did he say probably? Because Muggle-born are not sorted into Slytherin by the sorting hat. When introducing his life experience, Lucas described himself as an abandoned baby who was abandoned at the gate of the orphanage. The exact same life experience immediately got him Tom's sympathy. For a full week, Lucas was complaining to the diary about the bullying he had received in Slytherin. And Tom always said some comforting words, trying to portray himself as a kind of caring big brother. It would be better if there were no demagogic remarks in it. That's right, it's deception. For the Horcrux, Tom Riddle's diary, Lucas combined the original description with the research of the week, drawing some conclusions. First, the diary serves as Voldemort's first Horcrux. The soul fragment in it is sentient and capable of thoughts. And with the long communication with the diary, the black magic on the diary will subtly absorb the vitality of the user. Secondly, the soul shard in the diary will use the Imperious Curse, compelling magic similar to the Imperious Curse, or some sort of partial possession. This conclusion can be seen from the fact that Ginny was controlled to open the secret room in the original book. However, this means of control is unstable, otherwise Ginny wouldn't have thrown the diary in the ladies' bathroom. The third point can't be confirmed yet. In the original book, after Ginny threw away the diary, she secretly stole it back from Harry's dormitory. After all, it was Ginny's own wish, because she was afraid that others would find out the secret of the diary. Or was she controlled by the diary again? If it's the former, everything is fine. But if it is the latter, it means that there is still some dark magic similar to a contract in the diary. If so, there could be some trouble because Lucas wasn't planning to be the heir to some Slytherin. Lucas, what's wrong with you? Words appeared in the diary again. Seeing that Tom couldn't wait, Lucas quickly picked up the quill and continued chatting with the young megalomaniac soul piece. It's been a week already and Lucas hasn't felt his vitality diminish at all. On the contrary, he eats well and sleeps well every day, full of energy. Lucas suspected that his soul strength should be relatively high. The strength of magic power is definitely not weaker than that of Voldemort when he was in school. That's why the soul fragment in the Horcrux didn't attack him for a long time. Actually, Lucas' guess was spot on. Tom Riddle in the diary was feeling helpless. The little wizard in front of him seemed to be surrounded by the shield charm. He couldn't suck his vitality at all. If he had a body he would be frowning heavily right now. He was already considering whether to try with another person, but he was a bit reluctant to give up on Lucas who he had been bewitching for a week. Lucas didn't know that he was messing with Riddle. Finishing their conversation for the day, he casually put the diary on the desk. 1 week, he gave the diary another week. If the diary does still not act after all that time, he could only return the diary to Ginny. As for why he would give it to Ginny. First of all, she is a member of the Weasley family, Ron's sister. Harry Potter was taken care of by the Weasleys during the summer vacation, and he would not let Ginny's accident go unnoticed. Secondly, girls are delicate in mind and have many little secrets that cannot be communicated with others. After discovering the magic of the diary, she won't be able to stop herself from writing in it. The next day the Slytherin second years ushered in the first class of the new school year, herbology. The professor of herbology is the head of Hufflepuff House, Pomona Sprout. Moreover, herbology is still one of the few classes that the 4 houses have to take together. Hermione stood next to Lucas. Since the trip to France, the little witch seems to be much more confident than before. I don't know what's so good about Lockhart, most of my housemates are obsessed with him. Most girls, right? Well, most girls. Hermione was a little dissatisfied with him for correcting her mistakes. She went on to whine, what's even worse is that Lockhart will come to Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts. Merlin, now the Ravenclaw common room is full of people talking about him and squealing, which makes it impossible for me to study. Seeing Hermione's frown, Lucas reached out and smoothed it out. Don't worry, that guy won't be around for long, trust me. The words of comfort were just finished and Ron's loud voice came from behind the two of them. Merlin, I'm so happy that Gilderoy Lockhart is our teacher. Harry, you know what? I used to sit in front of the radio every day and wait for it to play the Lockhart Book Club. I'm sure Professor Lockhart is the greatest wizard in the world besides Dumbledore. Lucas deliberately glanced behind him. Unexpectedly, Ron Weasley turned out to be a fan of Lockhart. Thinking that there will be a defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon, he was looking forward to it. His favorite thing to watch is the reaction of fans after their idol's perceived image collapsed in front of them. Lucas recalled what Lockhart taught in his first class. The Ponce seems to have prepared a bunch of pests like Cornish pixies. At the same time at the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Lockhart looked at the metal cage as tall as a person in front of him with an excited expression on his face. He spent a lot of money to buy the things inside from others. Just to be able to make a blockbuster in the first class of school. With the black cloth above lifted, a group of ugly, green-skinned goblin-like creatures came into view. Red caps are group creatures, easily irritated, have a strong physical attack but with proper knowledge they're easy to deal with for wizards. Single individual risk level, 3x. Group risk level, 4x. The Ministry of Magic expressly prohibits adult wizards from fighting them alone because they're always in groups, and states that facing red caps alone can be life-threatening. But now Lockhart had brought such dangerous creatures into Hogwarts, and he was also planning to let a group of underage wizards face them. Never would have Lucas thought that their upcoming defense against the dark arts class could be life-threatening. Hogwarts' third greenhouse. Today's herbology class will be conducted here. In first grade, the little wizards have only entered the first greenhouse where most plants are relatively harmless. Listening to the stories of senior students, the herbs in the third greenhouse are said to be more interesting but also more dangerous. When Professor Sprout walked in from the outside, the students from all 4 houses were ready. Today's class is about mandrakes, a magic plant that cries and screams when pulled out of the ground. Young wizards, today we are going to repot mandrakes, so now who can tell me what their properties are? Two hands were raised almost simultaneously and Hermione gave a pointed look at Lucas beside her, who lowered his arm tactfully and gave a shrug, not really caring all that much. Okay, let's listen to Miss Granger. Mandrake, also known as mandragora, is the main material for making powerful restoration potions. A powerful recovery potion, which can restore people who have been hit by a transfiguration spell or other spells back to their original state. Professor Sprout gave Hermione an appreciative look. That's great, 10 points for Ravenclaw. Getting the first point since the beginning of school, Hermione felt somewhat smug. Although she knows that the opportunity to answer was given to her by Lucas. But Hermione wasn't unhappy about it, on the contrary she was a little sweet in her heart. And Lucas doesn't care at all, since he learned that the rewards of the House Cup can only be claimed once. He didn't intend to continue working as hard as he did last year this school year. Besides, if he works too hard, others will live too comfortably. He doesn't want to make things too easy for the other Slytherins. At this time, Professor Sprout asked a second question. Can anyone tell me what is the danger of mandrakes? Originally Lucas didn't intend to raise his hand, but Hermione took his hand and held it up. Okay, Mr. Grindelwald will answer. The cries of mandrakes can kill, Professor. Lucas's unhurried answers always satisfied Sprout. She also noticed Hermione's small movements. Slytherin, also 10 points. Hearing that Lucas also added 10 points, Hermione showed a sweet smile. Sometimes girls are easily satisfied with certain small things. Professor Sprout held a pot of mandrake in front of her. The leaves of mandrakes are green with a little purple. Now, put on your earmuffs, look at my gestures. If I haven't made a gesture to take off the earmuffs, none of you are allowed to take them off without permission. These plants are young so their cries won't kill anyone, but they could still knock you out. While the professor was talking, Lucas had already put on the earmuffs. There was even time to help Hermione adjust the position of her earmuffs. Waiting until everyone was ready, Professor Sprout forcefully pulled the plant out of the soil. The roots of mandrakes are different from ordinary plants. They look a bit like an ugly baby, only green. The baby's mouth was wide open at the moment, and the sound of crying resounded throughout the greenhouse. Even wearing sound-isolating earmuffs, there will still be a little crying filtering into the ears. Professor Sprout was quick. She took out a larger pot, put the ugly baby mandrake in it, and filled the soil in a few strokes. Just when she was about to signal everyone to take off the earmuffs, she saw Neville Longbottom suddenly fall backwards. Upon seeing this, Seamus said loudly, "Professor, Neville has passed out." "Oh Merlin, Mr. Longbottom seems to have forgotten to put his earmuffs on tightly. Go, get someone to help you and send him to the infirmary." Neville's fainting was just a blip in the class. Then everyone started to repot the mandrakes in groups. The relaxing and interesting herbology class came to an end soon. Saying farewell to Professor Sprout, Lucas and Hermione walked towards the Great Hall where they were going to have a hearty lunch. During the walk, the two also met Cho Chang, who also just finished class. Lucas is in the center, followed by two women, one on the left and one on the right. This combination has attracted many people's attention. While Lucas is enjoying his lunch, a familiar owl wobbled in. Seeing the familiar red envelope in the mouth of the owl, the students in the Great Hall immediately looked at Ron Weasley, who lowered his head and pretended to be dead. Before the letter was opened, someone was already laughing at his misfortune. Remember to vote with Power Stones for the weekly extra chapters, up to 5 chapters at 200 stones each. Chapter 98, The Broken Wand Caused Trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if they expelled you, Ronald Weasley. Mrs. Weasley's howler this time was much louder than the previous one, rattling the plates and spoons on the long table with its sound. Ron Weasley once again became the protagonist in the Great Hall, just not how he would have liked. Just like the last time, the interval is actually less than a year between howlers. Mrs. Weasley's tone of voice in the howler showed that she was really beyond angry this time. You are such a disappointment. Because of your thoughtlessness, your father is still under scrutiny by the Ministry of Magic. I should really ask the headmaster to expel you. As the howler paused for a bit, the surrounding walls still echoed with Mrs. Weasley's words. Ron and Harry beside him shook their heads, their ears buzzing. But that's fine too, although Ron could still see the ridicule on everyone's face, but at least he couldn't hear what they were saying. The howler finally turned in the direction of Ginny Weasley, and the tone suddenly softened. "Oh baby, congratulations on making it to Gryffindor. Me and your father are so proud of you." After saying the last sentence, the howler turned into a heap of ashes. Ginny Weasley looked around awkwardly, feeling embarrassed because of her mother. At the Slytherin long table, Draco laughed out loud immediately after the howler ended. His relationship with Ron is like that of their parents. If there is a chance to laugh at the other, they will never let it go. I really didn't expect that within a year, someone could receive 2 howlers. Weasley, you really make your mom worry. His words drew laughter from those who heard it. Coincidentally, Ron's ears had recovered by this time, so when he heard Draco's ridicule. Annoyed, he drew out his wand and pointed it at him. Draco was taken aback for a moment, but the jeers grew louder when he saw Ron's duct-taped wand. "Weasley, what's wrong with your wand? Is it hurt?" Should we send it to the infirmary? Enough is enough, Malfoy. Ron waved his wand, and a light moved up from the base of the wand, but just when the spell reached the wand break it shot out in all directions along the cracked place, just like a broken water pipe. The lions who were watching the excitement felt a wave of panic as they saw the spell flying toward them. Fortunately, the power of the spell just hit the dining table. But those who escaped by chance soon found out that the food on the long table had turned into various insects and rodents. Delicious cake turned into a mouse, peas turned into cockroaches. There are also earthworms, caterpillars, and so on. Looking at the bugs on the long table, some people suddenly felt a little nauseous. Disasters are only beginning. When those rats started running around, cockroaches flew around and landed on the long tables of other houses, the entire Great Hall was in complete chaos. A good lunch, ruined by Ron Weasley's broken wand. Lucas used the plate to block the cockroaches flying towards him. The chiefs of all years come to me. Draco and others immediately approached him. After explaining to several people in a low voice, they immediately walked around the auditorium. At this time, the professors who just got the news rushed over. Seeing the bugs everywhere, Professor McGonagall drew out her wand and was about to cast a spell. But before she could say the spell, several Slytherin students lowered their wands to the ground led by Lucas. Finite. Accompanied by their united shout, the golden light gradually surrounded the entire room. A counter-curse used as a group. The power of it is no small matter, since in the past a group of wizards including Newt Scamander and Nicholas Flamel used it to stop Gellert Grindelwald's Protego Diabolica spell. Not only did the bugs all over the ground return to their original appearance, even floating candles started falling from the ceiling. The Great Hall fell into silence. Lucas walked up to the professors and apologized. "I'm sorry, Headmaster, Professor McGonagall, in order to control all that chaos, I had no choice but to do something. I just didn't expect that even the magic on the candles would be terminated." "Oh, don't worry about it, you did a great job, Lucas," Dumbledore said with a grin. Looking at the messy room, the old goat clapped his hands twice, and the Great Hall immediately became spotless. "To thank Mr. Lucas Grindelwald for his help, I would like to give Slytherin 10 points. Dumbledore finished and Professor McGonagall also happened to understand the whole process. She returned to the team of professors, looked at the students in the dining hall and said, "Ronald Weasley, for your breach of school rules, causing major disruption, Gryffindor loses 20 points. If ice could kill, Ron would probably be riddled with holes by now." The Gryffindors never expected that on the first day of school, Mr. Ron Weasley gave them a big gift. After their lunch was interrupted, the students returned to their dormitories one after another. There is still some time before the afternoon classes, so they can still take a nap or do something else meanwhile. Lucas. Draco trotted to catch up with Lucas who was walking ahead. "Lucas, I need to borrow your broom later." "Borrow my broomstick." Lucas frowned and looked at him. "If you don't use the broomstick during practice time, you will be penalized with points." "Of course I know, I have other uses." "Okay, wait for a while and come get it yourself." Since Draco finished talking about using the broomstick, Lucas was waiting for him in the room. But a full hour passed, and he still did not come. Lucas was afraid that dumb child had forgotten again. He always forgets things at such a young age. It seems that he should advise Mr. Malfoy to take his son to St. Mungo's to check it out. Lucas glanced at the time, not willing to keep waiting. He tore the space and went to the Forbidden Forest. Not long after he left, Draco pushed open the door and walked in. "Where is Lucas?" Seeing that there was no one in the room, he didn't think much about it. Seeing Lucas Nimbus 2000 standing on the head of the bed, he walked over immediately. After getting the broom, Draco, who was planning to leave, suddenly stopped. "This diary looks familiar. I seem to remember that I have seen one just like it at home." Draco picked up Tom Riddle's diary and glanced at it, thinking it would be rude if he started flipping through someone else's diary. He hurriedly put it down again. Lucas, who came to the Forbidden Forest at this time, didn't know that Draco entered his dormitory just after he left. He stood in the Acromantula's lair and looked around. It's clearly deserted here, but looking at the spiders crawling in groups on the ground to the distance, he knew it wouldn't be long. There will be many more achievement points in the Forbidden Forest again. The Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts is huge. If you can't find the right path, it's easy for common people to get lost in it. What's more, there are many dangerous magical creatures in the forest and the trees are really tall, high enough to block the sun. If you don't walk towards the open, the Forbidden Forest will always be dark. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Centaur Tribe, reward, 100 achievement points. Along with the system beep, he heard the sound of horseshoes coming from a distance. Watching the centaurs with bows and arrows surround him, Lucas didn't panic. "Are you the little wizard from that day?" "Hello, Ronan." He didn't expect such a coincidence, meeting Ronan the centaur whom he met once during his last trip to the Forbidden Forest. Ronan signaled his companions to put down their bows. He walked towards Lucas and frowned. "Little wizard, the Forbidden Forest is not where you should come, it's very dangerous here." "Sorry, but I have a reason to come, don't worry, I can protect myself." After Lucas finished speaking, he revealed the magic pressure of a normal adult wizard. Ronan frowned, but said nothing after all. The centaurs are an odd group, they believe in destiny very much. Whenever they make a divination they will often go with the flow and will not interfere forcibly. Actually, Lucas wondered what would happen if they accounted for their own death. Would they face it calmly, or try to make changes? Your Excellency Ronan, do you happen to have a map of the neighborhood? I want to take a stroll around here. Seeing the centaur looking at him vigilantly, Lucas knew that his words might have been misunderstood by them. Sorry, I didn't explain clearly. While speaking, Lucas released part of his body transformation. His purple eyes and aura spread around. Elf, the darling of nature. For magical creatures, any elves are worthy of being respected by them. Forgive us for our recklessness, Your Excellency the elf. Ronan and the surrounding centaurs changed their appearance from just now. They bowed their front hooves and apologized to Lucas. I didn't reveal my identity to everyone, please rest assured, I just want to walk around, and please help me keep it secret. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, the centaur tribe will keep your secret forever. After that, Ronan took out a simple map from the pocket on his waist. According to the directions of the map, Lucas successively found the residences of the unicorn group and he even found there were Nundus in the forest. Congratulations to the host for completing the new achievement, Unicorn Territory, reward, 100 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for completing. Until before class in the afternoon, Lucas explored the settlements of 10 different magical creatures around the centaur tribe. It has to be said that the identity of an elf is really useful because most magical creatures welcome him. Watching the achievement points break through the 10,000 mark again, Lucas wondered if he should find time for a 100 draw streak. It's also a good way to test his luck in the new school year. But the most important thing now is to hurry to the defense against the dark arts classroom. He knew there would be a good show later. Using the void rift to return to the dormitory, Lucas immediately noticed that his broom was missing. He opened the door, just in time to see Draco coming from a distance, still holding his own broom. Lucas. I was about to return your broom, by the way, when did you come back? I just came back. Lucas motioned for him to put the broom in the room. Draco saw a familiar diary on the table again. Out of curiosity, he asked casually, where did you buy this diary? I remember seeing the same diary at my home before. Oh, Master Malfoy is really domineering. He doesn't allow others to even have the same diary as his own. Draco looked at his best friend angrily, he clearly knew he didn't mean that. Lucas smiled and pushed him out of the room. Okay, if you don't go to the defense against the dark arts class now, we will be late. That idiot Lockhart, I really don't want to go. In fact, most boys in the school don't like the pompous flower peacock. Before the two left, Lucas also put the diary into the secret garden. It seems that it is better to carry Riddle's diary with him. Remember to vote with Power Stones for the weekly extra chapters, up to 5 chapters at 200 stones each. Chapter 99, Cornish Pixies. No, it's me, Dio. Something worth talking about. On the way to the defense against the dark arts classroom, a very interesting thing happened. Colin Creevey, the brave little lion, brave enough to take a picture of a basilisk's face, seems to have a lot of admiration for Lucas. In his own words, as a future journalist, celebrities like Lucas Grindelwald and Harry Potter are worthy of his admiration. So Lucas was stopped by this little guy holding a camera. Flash. Mr. Grindelwald, would you please let me take a picture of you? Yep, Colin Creevey took the photo and only then asked for it. It seems that this can give him a sense of accomplishment. Lucas didn't really dislike the Gryffindor in front of him, so he nodded in agreement. The surrounding Slytherin students immediately stepped aside, leaving space for the two of them. Once the photo shoot was over, Lucas was a little dumbfounded looking at Colin, who kept bowing to himself. At this time, Harry and his convenience friend came over. Colin's head seemed to be equipped with radar and quickly found Harry's position in the crowd. Harry Potter, please let me take a picture of you. The eyes of the people around were focused on Harry in an instant. Lucas got his pictures taken and everyone took it for granted, because he's the star of the school and deserves to be photographed. But Harry Potter. Through the past year, student Harry successfully proved it to the whole school. The savior is not omnipotent, he could also fail his exams, and he could also get his house points deducted. If he hadn't defeated the Dark Wizard Quirrell last school year, then he wouldn't even be as good as a common student. So, how can such a savior compare with Lucas, who is both good in character and learning? There was mockery in some people's eyes. It's not that Harry didn't see it, so he planned to reject his only little fan. But the words had not yet been spoken when Ron urged, Harry, look how pitiful Colin is, just agree to his request. Besides, that guy Lucas took pictures just now, he can do it, why can't you? You defeated you-know-who. His last words were whispered in Harry's ear. For so long, Harry could always hear people comparing himself to Lucas, and this distressed him a lot. He was also worried that Lucas would reveal what truly happened with Quirrell last year. At least for now, Harry still enjoys being flattered by others. Ron is right, why should I be afraid of being ridiculed by others? I defeated you-know-who, not them. The idea just came up when Harry felt someone grab his shoulders. Oh, little wizard, I know you want to take a double photo of me and Harry, right? This is such a rare opportunity, take a picture. Gilderoy Lockhart appeared next to Harry at some point. Seeing the flower peacock appear, Lucas shook his head and led the little snakes to the classroom. And the movement of his shaking his head happened to be seen by Harry, who raised his head. Smile, Harry, you have to smile. Hearing what Lockhart said, Harry looked away and tried smiling confidently. Defense against the dark arts classroom. When the Gryffindor and Slytherin students were all seated, Gilderoy Lockhart walked out of the office with a confident smile. He stopped in front of the students making a dashing heroic pose and introduced himself to everyone. Allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League. 5 times which weekly award for the most charming smile, but remember, I don't talk about that, I didn't use my smile to get rid of the band and banshee, after all. Lockhart finished and winked at the same time as the portraits of himself that were all over the place. He thought his speech was very humorous, but there were only a few responses available. Certainly, his smiling face still got a few responses from some girls, but overall he did not receive the desired effect. Lockhart picked up another of his books and said, I see many of you have bought my full set of books. Speaking of which, he still seems very proud. Lucas looked at him strangely. If it weren't for the Hogwarts book list requiring purchase, who would buy so many useless novels? He had reason to be skeptical. Lockhart came to apply for the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. First is to catch the popularity of Harry Potter, as for the second purpose, I'm afraid it is to sell his novels, right? Think about it, Hogwarts students from all 7 years and they all bought a complete set of Lockhart's novels, what a huge sum of money. You know, the price of one of his books is not cheap. Watching Lockhart, still bragging, the more Lucas thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Okay, students, in order to know how well everyone is studying, let's do a small test. Lockhart picked up a stack of parchment and walked off the podium. Lucas, who sat in the first row, got the test paper first. Looking at the whole 3 pages, there are a total of 54 questions. Lucas sneered inwardly. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? Looking at the series of questions, Lucas picked up the quill and wrote on it, favorite color, the color of his own shit. The secret ambition is to keep Voldemort and Dumbledore at his feet. The greatest achievement is the successful application to become a professor of defense against the dark arts. Completing the first 3 questions, Lucas dropped the quill, crossed his arms and began to stare ahead blankly. Such outrageous questions, many people are unwilling to answer. Except for some girls who wrote very seriously, most students thought the same. Seeing Lucas' appearance, Lockhart chose to ignore it. As a deceitful liar, Lockhart knew exactly who to mess with and who to never mess with. For example, Harry Potter is someone who can be used and provoked, but Lucas Grindelwald belongs to the kind of person who must not be provoked. Half an hour passed quickly and Lockhart took the papers back. He sat on a chair and looked through the answers carefully while also making comments from time to time. Oh, it's such a disappointment that no one knows what gift I like, I remember I mentioned it in the book. Just then, he saw Lucas' test paper. Looking at the only 3 answers above, Lockhart coughed dryly and said, I have to say, Mr. Grindelwald's answer is very beautiful, I think this test paper can get 100 points. Hey, Lucas sneered and closed his eyes. Until another 10 minutes passed, Lockhart just stood up from his chair. Okay, now back to business. I'm here on a mission to teach you how to defend yourself against the most dangerous things in the world. His mysterious appearance successfully frightened some timid wizards and he was pleased with the expressions on their faces. But don't worry, as long as I'm here, you will never be in any real danger. Lockhart had just finished speaking when Ron's voice came from behind. Of course, we trust you, Professor Lockhart, just like you subdue werewolves barehanded, teach us all those skills. Ron was like a super big fan and this stroked Lockhart's ego to no end. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley, Gryffindor take 5 points for being so studious. Hearing myself add 5 points to the house, Ron flushed with excitement. He usually deducted points from the house, and this was the first time he added points. Lockhart smiled at Ron's look, then he tore off the black gauze curtain behind him. A large cage covered with black cloth behind the curtain was revealed. Lucas looked puzzled, the size of the cage in front of them is too different from what was mentioned in the original book. Before he could figure it out, Lockhart lifted the black cloth. Looking at the ugly things with red hats and green skin in the cage, Lucas' eyes widened immediately. The little snakes of Slytherin also had the same expression on their faces. Draco even went on to swear directly, shit, this idiot, how could he bring a group of red caps to school? Harry glanced at the flustered Slytherins and curiously asked his friend, Ron, what happened to the Slytherins? What kind of creature are those? Are they dangerous? Ron looked at the green guys in the cage, and asked suspiciously, I don't know, they look like goblins. See Ron staring at the cage guessing what kind of creatures they were. Harry knew it was useless to ask him, but just when he was going to ask others for help, Lockhart gave the answer. Red caps, these little guys are very dangerous, and it took me a lot of effort to catch them. But you can rest assured that I will not open the cage. He seemed to enjoy the way the little wizards were frightened. After finishing speaking, he took out his wand and knocked on the cage twice seemingly casually. It was these 2 strokes that awakened the monsters in the cage. Seeing unfamiliar surroundings and people, these wild monsters immediately waved their hands around and started shaking the cage. They looked at the little wizards in the classroom in a bloodthirsty way. One managed to stretch its arm out of the cage and tried grabbing Lockhart, who was the closest. By the time Lockhart found out, it was too late and he lost his robe for it. Lockhart, who was attacked, suppressed the drama and smiled at everyone. Then he raised his wand and muttered a spell. When the spell hit the cage, the red caps inside the cage were not silenced, but instead, Lockhart punched a hole in their cage. The red caps rushed out of the cage scrambling to be the first and went to attack everyone present. Idiot. Lucas drew his wand and stunned the first one. Then he looked at the Slytherins behind him. Draco, Pansy, Daphne, Blaze, Theodore, don't let these monsters escape the classroom. They nodded and waved their wands to control the windows to close. Then they formed a circle with Lucas, protecting the Slytherin students in the middle. With the protection of several people, the Slytherin students gradually calmed down. They drew their wands and began to fight back against the monsters. As for Gryffindor, only a few people still know how to fight back and most were already hiding under their desks. Lucas looked behind him again and said, Crabbe, Goyle, go find a real professor immediately. The 2 nodded, and escaped while the red caps were not paying attention. At this time Lucas saw that Lockhart was going to flee back to his office. Want to escape when you get everyone into trouble? It's not that easy. Lucas raised his wand and pointed it directly at the door Lockhart was about to close. Diffindo. Remember to vote with Power Stones for the weekly extra chapters. Chapter 100, Controlled Ginny Weasley. The spell instantly cut the door in front of Lockhart, causing him to freeze for a few seconds. Immediately after, he looked fiercely at the direction from which the spell came and just happened to meet Lucas' cold eyes. He quickly put away his fierce expression, but it was too late. At the same time, without the barrier of the door, the red caps threw the wooden pieces of furniture they tore at Lockhart one after another. Ah! A piece of wood pierced his leg, making him cry out in pain as he bled heavily. Seeing their prey fall to the ground, the monsters surrounded him and started beating him with their makeshift weapons. Lockhart screamed and covered his handsome face with his hands. As a result, his hands were attacked by several wooden weapons, breaking a couple fingers. Ron, who was hiding behind a desk, drew out his wand and planned to fight back, imagining the impact his heroic act would have in the Great Hall later. He gave up the target in front of him, but pointed his wand at the farthest red cap. And this red cap just happened to be closer to the Slytherin students in case he missed it might hit one of them. The corner of Ron's mouth twitched slightly, and then he said a spell quickly. Petrificus Totalis. A ray of light flashed, and the magic spell reversed the output and knocked Ron into the air. Seeing the misery of his friend, Harry hurried over to help. It's been so long, but the professors hadn't arrived yet. Lucas, who at first didn't intend to continue showing off, had to point his wand at the fish tank in the classroom. Watching the red caps beating Lockhart half to death and some cornered students who couldn't hold their attackers back anymore, Lucas controlled the water to float in midair. With the magic wand drawing circles in the air, every time he drew more circles, the water flow in the air would grow stronger and increase the amount at the same time. This is another usage of transfiguration, and the effect is faster than Aguamenti. Almost in the blink of an eye, the water in the fish tank covered the ceiling of the classroom. Lucas flicked his wand again, making the water flow violently and disperse into dozens of water streams. The water mass caught the red caps around the room at an extremely fast speed, even the ones pummeling Lockhart, even though he was tempted to let them kill the useless pawns. Lucas held up his free left hand. Both hands released the magic power at the same time, and the water streams regrouped into a big water ball with all the creatures trapped in it. Waiting until he's done with everything, the professors were long overdue. Running at the forefront are Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. God knows how anxious the two of them were when they learned that there were red caps running free in the school. But looking at the huge water ball in midair. After a brief moment of surprise, the two looked at Lucas standing under the water ball. Oh, what superb elemental transfiguration. Thank you, Lucas, you protected the students from the danger. I think I should add 20 points to Slytherin. Dumbledore's words sounded, successfully breaking the silence in the classroom. Merlin, why did the stupid Lockhart bring those things into the school? I must write a letter to tell my father. Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for saving us again. Merlin's beard, it was a terrible day. Didn't Professor Lockhart say that you can rest assured with him present? Mentioning Lockhart, everyone immediately turned to the office. Professor Snape walked in with a sullen face. After a while, he came out again with a strange expression. It wasn't until Lockhart was brought out floating behind him that everyone discovered that he was all black and blue, full of wounds and bleeding all over, with a piece of wood stuck in his leg. It's terrible, send him to the infirmary. Professor Flitwick took over and left with the floating Lockhart. Dumbledore only checked on the students. He looked first at his golden boy and seeing that he was not injured, he was immediately relieved. Looking around for a bit, Dumbledore and the professors finally turned to Lucas, who was standing by the window. Looking at the students in both houses, almost half of Gryffindor were injured. It's just that the injury is not serious. Although the remaining half was not hit directly, dodging around still caused some small cuts and bruises. But none of the Slytherin students were hurt except for their messy robes, which seemed unbelievable to the professors. They all thought that Lucas took action to protect everyone. But seeing their looks, Lucas said, "I just used the final spell, and if everyone from Slytherin is unhurt, it was just the result of helping and protecting each other." Dumbledore looked at the little snakes in surprise. Seeing the confidence and pride in everyone's eyes, Dumbledore said with a smile, "I see a rare quality in you. It might get you through difficulties in the future, please keep it up, and I'll end this by saying Slytherin plus 10 points for your outstanding performance." They all clapped each other in the back excitedly, even the corners of Professor Snape's mouth turned up slightly. Of course, if you don't observe carefully, it is not easy to find. The farce was over and the school infirmary was full of Gryffindor students. As for Lockhart, he was sent directly to St. Mungo's. When students from the other two houses heard about the incident, those obsessed with Lockhart finally woke up. After all, when they have to choose between worshipping idols and their own life, these people will definitely choose their own lives. Because of this incident, Hermione and Cho ran directly to the long table in Slytherin during dinner. Seeing the concerned eyes of the two women, several chiefs immediately took the lead in making teasing remarks. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the first week of school passed. What Lucas did most this week was to stroll around in the Forbidden Forest, which brought him generous achievement points. For a week, the Forbidden Forest alone provided him with 4,000 achievement points. Today, the afternoon's history of magic class ended. Lucas didn't look for Hermione or Cho Chang, nor did he go back to the dormitory with the Slytherin snakes. Instead, he went outside of the castle and stood on the path leading to the Black Lake. Lucas was waiting for someone. After observing for a few days, he found that Ginny Weasley would go to the Black Lake to walk around every afternoon. Checking the time, she must probably be coming by now. The next moment, the sound of light footsteps came from a distance. Ouch! With her head down, Ginny felt as if she had hit a soft wall and fell to the ground. When she raised her head, she actually saw Lucas Grindelwald standing in front of her. Ginny shook her head, thinking that in her daze she was imagining things. Why are you here?" Lucas didn't answer the question. Instead, he squatted down and picked up the book that fell on the ground. "Why do you drop your things every time we meet?" Ginny quickly stood up from the ground, and when she took the book from Lucas, she didn't find that there was an extra black diary inside. "Thanks." After Ginny thanked him, she planned to leave. "Wait." Lucas stopped her and reached out to remove the leaves from Ginny's hair. When he looked at Ginny again, her eyes had become dull, and she was staring straight ahead. "Ginny, if you have any troubles when you go back, remember to use that diary." Ginny, who was controlled by the Imperious Curse, nodded slowly. Lucas smiled, and pointed his fingers between her eyebrows. If an outsider sees it, they will only think that the two are acting intimately. Obliviate. With a smile on his face, Lucas erased the memory of Ginny's meeting with him just now. That way, Ginny wouldn't remember seeing him in the corridor. With everything done, Lucas walked towards the castle without looking back, and it wasn't until his figure completely disappeared that Ginny came back to her senses. "Why am I here?" Looking at the book in her hand, Ginny shrugged her shoulders and continued walking towards the Black Lake. Lucas was on his way back to Slytherin, checking his mind for any mistakes. The Imperious Curse he cast will stop tomorrow morning. Under the influence and control of the Imperious Curse, Ginny will definitely use the diary tonight. As long as she uses it, she cannot escape the fate of being controlled by the diary. As for whether it was cruel to Ginny, Lucas can answer with certainty that it was indeed cruel. He actually liked that little girl quite a bit, but he wouldn't let something like this affect his plan. For the greater good. Walking to the door of the Slytherin dormitory, Lucas restrained the coldness in his eyes. When the door opened, he turned back to the good student who was very nice in the eyes of everyone. In the dead of night, Hogwarts Castle seemed to be turned off, and even the portraits that can be seen everywhere have fallen asleep. At the Slytherin dormitory, Lucas sat cross-legged on the bed, looked at the achievement points in the system and said, "System, I will try my luck with 100 consecutive draws." He just couldn't resist the allure of gotcha. When his voice sounded, the prize pool immediately appeared in front of his eyes. In just the blink of an eye, various rewards flew out of the prize pool. At the end of this lottery draw, a total of 42 bronze rewards, 40 silver rewards, 16 gold rewards, and 2 platinum rewards were obtained. "There are 2 platinum rewards, is my luck so good?" Lucas immediately opened the detailed introduction of this lottery. The bronze rewards for this lottery are as follows: 11 prizes of golden galleons, total amount, 815, book, Magic Your Cheese, 3 sets of signed team uniforms of the Holy Head Harpies, 18 kinds of Honeydukes candies, 2 blood jars, 2 bags of high-quality all rations, 3 bottles of all feather care cream, 2 pairs of wool socks. Remember to vote with Power Stones for the weekly extra chapters, up to 5 chapters at 200 stones each.